Did you think it was?
How you doing, people? Welcome to the stream. Is this working? Hang on. Aha! We have sound. Is that too loud? Is that music drowning me out? Hopefully not, because it probably will do as we go. We'll see. We'll turn it down a little bit. Yeah, I found a YouTube video with loads and loads of music on it. We do this every time, obviously. It is patch note time, and you're going to get real talk, not loads of bullshit about how everything is dead and how everyone's going to be using fucking Streak. Because guess what? I don't have a crystal ball. Real message there. Anyway, who we got? DJ, Rach, Tash, Tony Silver's in the chat. Give her a shout out, please. Skellington, H.U. Wells, Smooch, Tina B85, Vidjix, Bland, Pauline Art Stuff, Flame Dragon, The Ghost. Hey, you were in the stream earlier. You're doing subclass? Yes, of course I am. Playing or just reading it up. You've asked me 2 questions before we even got to answer the first one. Slow down. Read the title. Actually, just read the pin message. We're reading the patch notes, and the rest of the stuff you have to wait and see because it's a live show. You know what happens in a live show? Nobody does. You have to wait and see. Anyway, welcome to the stream. How you doing? That's probably too loud. It's dramatic as fuck, isn't it? Right. For science, can you still hear that? I'm gonna find out. It's way too fucking loud. We turn it down a little bit. That is quite loud, isn't it? Turn this down ever so slightly. Better? Anyway, today's a patch reading for update 46. I will be reading all the stuff and things. If you get ahead of me because you've read it on the internet already, you will be timed out because this is my fucking house. Now, let me explain that a bit clearer. Basically, I will be reading these in real time. If you've already read them, great, but no spoilers for the chat who are trying to keep up with me. If you've already read stuff, no spoilers, no hints, no digs, no nothing. Just be patient and let me get there. People that do try to derail the stream while it is live in front of the world will be more embarrassed than I will be. So don't. Anyway, be excited by all means. I will get to stuff as and when we do, and we'll talk about it along the way. Quick disclaimer. I do have a rough idea of most of the stuff that's going to happen pending changes. As in this change. Reason being is I have already tried subclassing in person for about 5 or 6 days and a much older version. So there were things that were or were not going to come to live or PTS. There are things that may have changed. There's lots of different things that have to be considered, and some of that I've left out deliberately so people don't get confused. I have a rough idea of already what is going to happen. Also looking forward to seeing whatever else they did versus what I saw, including class changes. As far as skills and stuff are concerned, I deliberately left the information out. I'm not going to be too surprised by what we see. Well, you might, unless they change stuff when I saw it. Again, some of that stuff was deliberately left out of the video because it was fucking useless. No help to anyone whatsoever until we get this. And that was the sound of a beer, by the way. Let's start as we mean to go on. Right, so as you know, fully, you don't, do you? There's a new seasonal system. Now, people have been very confused about this. They're like, oh, well, chapters is gone, seasons is in, I don't know what to pay for. I have food in my face. Listen very carefully. There are 3 different versions. Version 1 is the game. Do you already have the game? Okay, good. That doesn't apply to you. Don't need it. Do you want the seasonal stuff? As in the whole year worth of seasonal stuff? If so, just get the pass. Do you have all the chapters and classes already and want the pass? Because if you don't, that's what the big one is. Pretty much it. Basically, it's like you buying a chapter, except you get a whole season's worth instead of one update. Everything else stays the same. That gives you all the shiny stuff. No need for collector's editions anymore. Sawkill, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Tommy Cortex, also welcome. Right. We know we're getting a trial. We know we're getting subclassing. We know we're getting a new island. We know there's going to be a big wall later on in the year to break down. There's loads and loads of stuff to see, but we're going to start from the very beginning, obviously. You're getting a furnishing vault as well, which is going to be amazing. That is fucking loud, you know. At least it's loud for me. Let's bring it down a little bit. I want some ambience, not some fucking wild party. Sorry about that. I typed earlier, didn't even know I typed back on the phone because it died and I saw no one on the camera, no talking. That was earlier. Oh, I see. You mean when you entered that stream? I'm going to need to just get some tissue or something in a moment because my nose is fucked. Sinus is erect. Anyway, subclassing. Listen to me very carefully, people, because there's been a lot of confusion. I'll just clarify this. Subclassing. While it comes with this particular season, it comes along with the season. It is not tied to what you have to pay for. Thank you for the fart. It is free. Subclassing as its feature is free this year as a new feature. The rest of the stuff is attached to the season. So, happy days. Much like Infinite Archive was base game, this is base game. Kest, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Here's the ninja button. Welcome in. Anyway, Mega Vault, which you know about, Heroes Return, map improvements, unknown master writs, housing UI retrieve to functionality, retrieve 2 even, modernization on the UI, console add-ons are, they've been in works for a long time, subclassing and housing stuff. There's loads and loads of things to see, but we're obviously going to go over the combat stuff as well because you want to know about that. Remember, if you've seen this stuff already, don't say anything. I've seen it already, not saying anything. I saw it a fucking week ago. Shh. We're going to get there. Burglar, welcome. This is mostly a list of contents, if you like. Let's get to the important part. Solstice, we obviously know we're getting that. We'll look at it later as long as the patch is downloading. Please tell me it's working. It's done. Ooh. When you get into the PTS, by the way, you need to make a new character. There are multiple different templates for it. But on PC, left-hand side, drop-down menu. On gamepad UI, hit the back button. L2, I think. Whoa! That is a lot of... I haven't even done anything yet. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciate Bit and Cake in the chat. Look at that. This is why I get to listen to shit canoes all day. Oh my god. 477 in total. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciate I turned up. I did turn up. I probably shouldn't have done. Oh, what a fucking day. Thank you very much. If you received a gift to sub, say thank you to the gifter in the chat. And of course, refresh your streams, because now you don't have adverts and you've got shiny stuff. Phoenix Shadow, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Lethal, also welcome. Right. Overland has got loads of different stuff, obviously. In addition to the zone story, Western Solace includes... See, Western Solace. Greetings and salutations. How you doing, Tyler? Welcome to the stream. Paul is too good, also welcome. 5 full-length objectives to explore the histories and people of Solace Island. 3 delves, each with its own Sky Shard and delve boss. New public dungeon. A series which is Dietra Grotto, a series of caves and mountain pass of the island that will deal with Riving Walls' unique effects. 3 world bosses throughout the land. Ocean Cage was a new 12-player trial. You may have seen that in my recent video. And of course, they did demonstrate some of it. Not the actual gameplay, but they showed some video footage of it on the ESO Direct. New set crafting location and many additional quests to discover with activities and such. The trial has got new unique skin, a mount, several titles, and a housing item. This is a PTS note here. Now, I know information is important, and we all know nobody listens to information because they like to sell the hype stuff rather than the fact stuff. But here, listen. PTS note. Ready? Zoom in, bro. No, I'm reading it. Hard modes for each of the boss encounters can be activated in any order to facilitate testing. This is strictly for testing purposes on PTS and will not be the case when Solstice goes live. It will follow the normal paradigm where needing to complete each hard mode in order will be the case. How far are we along? Howler Scrap, pull up a chair. Come in. There. Did a thing yesterday, never before. Listen. Is this going to derail from what I'm talking about? Anyway, as it stands, hard modes, generally speaking, you have to do 1, and then once you're successful, you unlock the next, and so on and so forth, all the way to the end. For the purpose of testing on PTS, hard modes are activated for all of them.
Show me the money.
You are amazing. You are a fucking legend. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. Beer and cake in the chat. Sleazy, shut the fuck up. Welcome to the stream. Ravicus Maximus, you're a fucking legend, dude. Beer and cake in the chat. Rav has just dropped $50 on the chat, and Flame Dragon just got a sub. Thank you very much. Oh. Dragonborn's dead. You know the rules. People to fight starts again from scratch. If you kill the Dragonborn, you'll take their place in stream. I have to kill you instead. Sleazy, just because you're edgy as fuck as always. Obviously stay in the popular stuff. Not because you believe in it, but because it's funny to say it. Yeah, I know you use facetiousness all the time. This is one for people out there to listen very carefully to, because not enough people speak facts. Everybody rides off the back of hype and bullshit and copy-paste on YouTube because everyone's seen the same YouTube video of copy what's successful because that works. Fucking hell, make your own content. Listen carefully. The class identity bullshit. Every single person out there, no names, but every single person out there that is arguing with you on fucking social media about class identity is responsible for hiding their own class identity behind weapon and skill lines, weapon skill lines and guild skill lines. They're responsible for their own lack of identity. They've hidden it. To now complain that it isn't there is dumb. If you choose to use 5 weapon skills on the front bar and 5 guild skills on the back bar, or mix and match it, and you deliberately don't use any class skills, and then you complain about not having class identity, what are you really doing? It's not smart, is it? There's nothing wrong with class identity. You're just choosing to hide it. You're putting a mask on your face. If you want to use the skills, or you don't. Well, 1 bar girly. Good. Excellent. Using the ultimates. Well, there you go then. Every single class has unique skills and passives and ultimates, and if you are utilizing any of them, that is where their identity lies. Much the same as when you go up to a camera that identifies your face. You may walk into the room in a trench coat with a fucking mask, but as soon as you take the mask off, ta-da, there's your identity. It was hidden all along. It's not fucking... It's a stupid term. It really is. Can't wait to find a heal on my quiver that does damage as well to make up for the original change. That'd be really, really awesome. You only use one of my things. It doesn't matter how many bars you use. It's irrelevant. The point is that people keep making complaints about the... thanks for videos. You're welcome. People keep making complaints about the lack of class identity, and the ones that are doing so are hiding it in the first place. It's their own fault. So you said at PTS servers you will make a new character to have subclass. Do you need to do that to the actual game? The actual game isn't getting it yet, not until June 2nd. Good evening, Zion Ninjas. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. DJ's in the chat. Salvus, how you doing also? I use Caltrot to blame me for giving my class identity away. Yeah, well, this is what you did. You decided to use a skill that isn't part of your class. Then the rest of the stuff is still there. If you don't use it, that's up to you. But you can't claim that your identity isn't there because it is. It's silly. The game makes choices for you. And no, it doesn't. It gives you choices. And then people complain that they're not there. I use 2 class skills, but I still use 1 bar. 1 bar or 2 bar is not relevant to the situation. I'm just stating that it's very, very obvious that you have chosen a specific class based on passives and skills and ultimates. And if people choose not to use them, it's up to them. They don't get to then claim that they don't exist. They do exist. They just chose not to use them.
Hey, listen!
Anyway, that was really, really clear. If anyone doesn't get it, I can't help you. Right, next. Achievements. Thank you for the listen thing, by the way, Vigix. 113 new achievements available in this update, with 7 new titles and 2 new dies. We can't see what they are. Obviously, you can see the titles, but that's for you to chase. Dies we can't see, obviously, and the furnishing stuff and achievements and stuff we can't see. We're getting straight into the gear. Choose 1 bar because I always forget the 2nd bar. Brilliant. I meant when you go into character in the actual game, when it drops, we have to make a new character. You will not have to make a new character. Medic! Ha ha ha! How you doing, dude? Welcome to the stream. Batman's in the chat. The one who stands for all the good stuff in the world, yet hides in the back with a dodgy cape and a mask, or half mask, so he can see his face, because he can do this then. That's how he makes his voices. Is in. The one who sticks up for people, obviously. Dude, I've already said the thing. I've already said the stupidity behind the class identity argument. Now we're moving on to the stuff. Most excited for the creative name combos. Me too, but I've heard some of them. They're a bit poo. Right, anyway, let's get into the gear. I have seen... Listen carefully before anyone gets ahead of me, because there is a pinned message about it. First of all, follow Medic. Secondly, I know roughly what's to come, because I have personally tested stuff last week. But nothing has been said from me about what there is and isn't as far as gear is concerned, because I'm fully aware stuff was going to change. So it would have been useless. So some of this will be just as new to me as it is to you, but some of it isn't. But that means I can explain from experience how some of it works. Anyway, 3 Queens... That's hard. 3 Queens Wellspring. Say that 3 times really, really fast. Say 3 Queens Wellspring. Really fast. Like this. Do it, do it, do it. Apparently it was a priority to nerf Lizard Raisin after they fixing the glitch deadline at Portal XP farming was been up for almost 3 years. I have no idea what you're talking about. Don't get ahead of me if it's in the patch notes. Really rather not, indeed. Cat Dog, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Max magic, max magic, max magic, and adds magic recovery for every 100 magicka you have. So the more magicka you have on your build, the more recovery you have. Thank you for the sub. Legend face. Oh dear. If you're coming in to whinge about Zos, send them an email and be really brave and actually talk to the people that are responsible for it. Badger in the stream is not going to help. It's not my fault. I'm not a scapegoat, and shut up. Death Dancer. Max stamina, crit chance, stam recovery. Adds critical chance while you have 50% or more stam, and reduces the cost of your core combat abilities while you have less than 50% stam. So core combat abilities is the stuff that you basically use in combat that don't actually come from your skills themselves. So stuff that you can use with your controller rather than slotting skill specifically. Now getting ahead of the streamer, timeout is immediate, not debatable. It is instant timeout. And it's not an argument. You can come back and be nice afterwards. No one is ever banned for a timeout. They're only banned if they mouth off afterwards because they think they're hard. Except a naughty corner for a moment. We won't even talk about it when you come back. Full belly barricade, health, stamina, and stamina. While you have a food buff active, your block mitigation is increased and block cost reduction is reduced. I know that doesn't give you a number. From experience, from the internal servers, I believe that was around the 7% mark, which was pretty cool. However, we're not on the PTS yet. We'll have a look there just in case they changed it. Tideborn Wildstalker, which is a crafted set. Weapon and spell damage, crit chance, and pen. So all 3 major basic stats. And then increases your direct damage to monsters. That one, I don't recall the actual stats for. But, again, we'll look at it on the PTS. Again, the stuff I've tried may very well be different now. Can I go to the naughty corner even if I haven't done anything naughty? I mean, you can, so go and point and laugh at the stupid people. I think I've been on the naughty corner and there was a ninja rat eating moldy piece of cheese. That sounds accurate, actually, because waste not, want not. Trial stuff, obviously. So, what they did, this is cheeky. I can say it now because the NDA period is over, right? I wanted to try the sets out, and they knew everyone wanted to try the sets out, but it wasn't the purpose of the test. The purpose of the test was to see how the new system flowed, but they couldn't just remove absolutely everything. So while they didn't have a box for the sets, they were actually in the transmutation station. But they grayed fucking everything out, so you couldn't actually make it. But I could highlight it. Anyway, the light stuff. Weapon and spell damage increase. Minor Slayer at all times. Weapon and spell damage increase again, and again if you have perfected. And while in combat, activating a synergy grants you a stack of harmonized for 10 seconds, up to 5 stacks max. So take all your fucking synergies. You can gain 1 stack every 0.5 seconds, which is actually quite hilarious considering synergy cooldowns are 1 sec. Well, no, they're not actually. Cancel that. You can take them as quick as you want. Increase your weapon and spell damage per stack of Harmonize. So you have a weapon and spell damage increase to support this stuff for every synergy you take up to a maximum of 5 stacks. But while there is a loose global cooldown on the synergies, it's going to be a little bit faster than that. But they did the same with a couple other sets. They give a 0.5. I think it was Corpse Burster. That's a 0.5, even though you can't cast it quicker than a second. I think it's an under the hood type thing, so they can make things make more sense in code. Regardless, anyway, 5 synergies maximum. You get a 10-second buff of loads of weapon and spell damage. This is now your Sororia, if you like. Just a fuck ton of weapon and spell damage. But bear in mind, they will stack. More armors to add to my collections, 100%. Now, another light set. Adds healing done, minor Aegis at all time, maximum magicka, and then healing done again if you have the perfected version. While in combat, overhealing done is converted into stored energy on you for 20 seconds. After overhealing for 100,000 health, so you better be a good healer with lots of big heals, your energy maxes out, granting you the Convergence Release synergy. When you activate this synergy, restore stamina and magic to yourself and group members within 28 meters of you. Activating Convergence releases, you cannot store overhealing for 30 seconds. So once you've actively pressed the synergy and given everyone a big burst of resources, you have to wait. It's got a pretty big cooldown. But the higher your overhealing, the more potent your resource return for your entire group is going to be. It's pretty cool. Large cooldown timer on it, though, considering it sits there for 20 seconds. It's like a 50-second fucking gap. Anyway, regardless. Connecting to chat. Don't break, Twitch. Thanks for the gifted sub. Oh, yes. Medium set. Kazpain's Cruel Signet. Unusual name for a full set. Signet is normally 1 piece. Weapon and spell damage, minus there at all time. Offensive pen, weapon and spell damage again if you have perfected. Again, supporting flat damage bonuses with no crit. On dealing direct damage, so anything that hits with an insta-hit, like this, whether it's AoE or single target, depending on whether it says so here, place a sword above one enemy. You cannot place a sword on an enemy who already has one on them, and after 6 seconds, the sword will fall and deal physical damage. This damage cannot critically strike and scales off of a higher of a weapon or spell damage stat. This effect deals an additional 33% damage for each additional sword you have on other enemies. So, basically, if you've got direct damage, firing, any target you hit with direct damage will have a sword above their head and then it'll pop. Pop after 6 seconds. These stats here, weapon and spell damage and pen, support the proc, since it can't crit. So if you had a crit bonus here, it would be useless for the proc, but these all support it. Anyway, with this being important here, this effect deals an additional 33% damage for each additional sword you have on other enemies. That doesn't mean use crushing shock and hit one and then another and then another and another, although you can. This means things like the pop from Wall of Elements once you re-fire it, or even jabs or anything that hits in area of effect but counts as direct hits will hit multiple targets. So you can stack it on more people. There is something I will mention later, actually. I'll wait until the combat section comes up, because there is a standardized rule that they introduced this particular update that I did test. I'll wait until we get there, just in case they've added it anyway. I don't want to talk over top of the stuff we haven't got to yet. Yeah, secrets, I know. Heavy set. Health, minor Aegis at all times, more armor. It's normally like 1.4-ish, nearly 1.5. Extra stamina if it's perfected. Clown Prince and So Tallytober, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Put up a chair. While bracing, create a distortion barrier around yourself. You're going to fucking love this one if they kept it the same. You gain armor, and enemies within the barrier have their armor reduced for 2 seconds. Both effects occur every 2 seconds and can each stack up to 3 times. Bear in mind, this is where I've got to use my visual memory. This might be different on the PTS now. The version I tested, there were more stacks than that. It actually went up to about 6, I think. The amount of armor was, at gold, 616 per stack. So it was 616. Weirdly enough, because 1% is 660 instead of 616, which is Fucking strange. There's a bit of an issue there. But anyway, that may be different now because they've changed the amount of stacks. So I'm pretty sure the number will be slightly different. But the short version. You block, you do debuff into the enemies. So basically, the outcome of Alkosh, but on a tanky set that you just need to block with. You block, you get resistances, you steal theirs. Back from the ads. Welcome back. Again, there's no number here. We'll check it in-game because obviously that will definitely be different to when I first saw it. But that's what it is. Take a damage, debuff, more resist. Right, this is a mythic item. This is cool as fuck as well. Oh, hiccup, excuse me. Reduce the damage of your light attacks by 50%. Dealing damage with a light attack restores magicka or stamina depending on the equipped weapon type. Gain a...
I love weddings. Drinks all around.
Thank you for the follow. Gain additional resources when damaging an off-balance enemy, and less resources when damaging a blocking enemy. Increase the damage of your heavy attacks by 50%. Heavy attacks no longer restore resources. Remember that test they did a long, long time ago, trying to decide whether light attack should give back resources or heavy attack should give back resources? Remember all that? They put it into a mythic. However, no resource return means you have to have loads of heavy attack, loads of resource recovery, but you can technically stack another heavy attack bonus on top of what you've already got, which is bonkers. Thank you for the sub. Much appreciated. Thank you very much indeed. Note, by the way, that is a mythic item which will not stack with, obviously, the Oaken Soul Ring, but it will stack with all the bonuses that come from it. So, off-balance targets take 70% extra damage. Empowered heavy attacks increase 70% of the damage as well. They do stack, they always have done. Now, this is a further 50% on top of that. So here's the trade-off. Instead of thank you for the follow. Instead of things being really, really simple where you heavy resources back, you never run out. Now you will run out if you're using other skills eventually, but you need to pace it a little better because you can get more out of your heavy. But, side effect, you won't be able to use the ring. So you could make a 1-bar build with it, but you'll just still have the swap feature. The thing is, you'll lose all the other buffs and bonuses. You're going to have to figure out where the fuck to find them from. So, it's pretty mental, especially if that was to be the regular easy sort that does use 2 bars, because that just got stronger. Patches, is it grass or wound? Zion Ninjas. Slayer, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Nice. Light armor again. Mad God's dancing shoes. While in combat, roll dodging creates a random effect. This effect can occur once every 3 seconds. What the fuck? Okay, so these dodge rolling creates an effect. Stay with me. Once every 3 seconds, which is cheeky because your dodge roll fatigue is 4. Create a wheel of cheese under an enemy for 15 meters that deals magic damage to enemies in a 3-meter radius. Sorry. Yep, it is as well. Enemies within 3 meters. Read that again. Enemies within 15 meters take damage, and it does a 3-meter AoE every 1 second. What the fuck? So you drop a fucking great wheel of cheese, and anyone around them takes AoE damage. Pop, pop, pop. Anyway, next. Deal physical damage to enemies facing you after 1.5 seconds. Deal magic damage to the nearest enemy. Gain major expedition for 4.5 seconds. Restore stamina, and reduce the cost of your next non-ultimate ability. Or gain ultimate. One of those. This week, only cheese. Where are the cabbage, the yarn, and the soul gems? Well, I mean, it's a bit mad because... Oh, it's supposed to be mad, I know. You only have, 1 out of multiple effects that happen to be the big wheel of cheese. You know how many people are going to be cheering about this when they finally make the cheese spawn? Doesn't cheese happen now? Yeah, pretty much. People have been asking for a wheel of cheese for fucking ages. K-Power is going to lose her shit over this. What a mad mythic, indeed. And a ring. We've got a ring. While in combat and on your primary weapon, gain minor, major force, minor berserk, and minor vulnerability. Oh, so you take more damage too. In combat and on your secondary weapon, gain major protection, minor vitality, and minor timidity. So... that's fucking sneaky. On your primary bar, you gain minor vulnerability. Yeah, you get debuffed. Timidity and vulnerability, depending on which bar you're on. But you do get some really big buffs to the back bar and really big damagey buffs to the front bar. It's constant Warhorn. I mean, other sets do that, but that's one ring. Interesting. Take a drink whenever time the cheese wheel procs. Yeah, people will be pissed as fuck. One effect should come out with butterflies. I mean, maybe they will, because these are going to have visual effects. They've stuck 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 effects on one ring, or one pair of shoes even. They better be purple. Collectibles we're not going to go over. Markings we're not going to go over. Heart's Grief Well Wires acquired by completing War. Worth the Pain achievement. We're not going to go over those because we can't see any of them. New skin, yes, that's from the trial. Furnishing Vault. Now, people want a clarification for this, so why not? Listen very carefully. The Furnishing Vault is a highly requested quality of life feature for dedicated housing players. This new collectible allows ESO Plus subscribers to store up to 500 unique furnishing items, each which can be stacked into the thousands. For example, if you have 1,000 of the same chair, they will all stack within one 500 available Furnishing Vault slots, leaving 499 remaining. So it's not 5 times. Furnishings stored within the vault are accessible from all owned houses throughout Tamriel, much like the chests, whether placed in a home or accessed directly via the housing editor. The Furnishing Vault makes it easy to manage your furnishing collection and decorate across multiple homes. Once unlocked from the ESO Plus tab in the Crown Store, the vault becomes available as both a placeable collectible furnishing item in your home and an integrated option within the house editor. No matter which of your homes you're decorating, you'll have a quick and convenient access to stored items. The following furnishings cannot be stored within the vault. So there's 3 that can't, including Grandmaster Crafting Stations. Did you hear that? Let me read it again. 500 unique furnishing items, and each can be stacked into the thousands. So, for example, if you have 1,000 of the same chair, it takes 1 slot. 500 slots, stackable for fucking tons. Each one. That ain't going to be big enough for me. That's a you problem. Do you think Bastion's rapport will decrease when the cheese spawns? Probably. The vault goes into the right direction, but singular items will stay in storage houses. No, they won't. They'll stay in 1 slot. This is the problem, right? When you give too many people what they want, they complain that you didn't give them enough. This, based on what we have now already, which is nothing, is fucking huge. We know that you don't refer to J-Hart. What's wrong with J-Hart? We don't bash other people. Also, he's awesome anyway. Go and play him at Tales of Tribute. You won't win. Furnishings. Read that one already. Say it again. I got chilled. Tough shit. Rewind. ESO is a very large game where you... Also, by the way, Black, welcome to the stream. Very large game where you can do a lot of things. However, for all those things to choose from, it can be difficult to know where to start when you come back to Tamriel after being away for a while. Listen carefully for those that are intending on rejoining the game. Introducing Heroes Return. Heroes Return is a new experience for players who have not visited Tamriel in some time. However, for PTS, we've temporarily opened this up to everyone, regardless of how long it's been since you last played. Features. Ready? Love it. I think he has 10k Daedric Thrones. Yeah, because he brought them when everyone was scamming the fuck out of people for them. That sounds like, again, a skill issue. Told devs to accept the challenges to fill out the Vault of Thrones. Do it. When you return to Tamriel, you will be invited in to join Vanis Glaren in... Let me read that again. No, that is him. In quelling a new... I can't even say word. A new threat. New threat, not quest. I was going to say quest. While fighting through this short instance and dealing with the danger within, you will also be reminded of some key components of ESO combat. Completing this adventure grants you selection of consumables even, and other items to help get you back on your feet quickly. Did you hear that carefully? Or properly even? Players that haven't played for a while have no excuses to not interrupt because you get taught how to do it again. Yes, you get told how to redo the basics just in case you forgot to put an interrupt on your bar. Someone actually did say that on stream once. Don't ask. Thanks for streaming as always. I catch you later. Letcast, thank you for watching. When you return to Tamriel, you'll be greeted with a new screen that temporarily replaces the announcement screen and a special set of login rewards. Watch everyone that plays every single day go, "That's not fair, we want some." Shut up. Among other rewards, these include a new Heroes Return XP scroll that also removes way shrine costs for a short time. This is going to piss so many people off about their fucking 14 gold. I know, it's not 14. and a way shrine navigation chart that can be used to reveal any unexplored way shrines in the zone where you choose to use it. So they're giving people a bit of a head start. They haven't been playing for fucking ages. This is what they do. They're free for a minute just while you figure out what they do. And by the way, this is how you interrupt. And I can hear the fucking babies at the back going, that's not fair. We spend loads of gold on our way shrines. We should get compensation. You really fucking shouldn't, you precious twat. Behave yourself. The heroes return Golden Pursuit. Tamriel is full of ways to play. Did you hear that? Full of ways to play. Not just one. And to remind you of those options, we have introduced the Heroes Return Golden Pursuit. While adventuring through this Golden Pursuit, you will have a chance to be refreshed on important locations, services, and activities within Tamriel, all while earning a variety of helpful rewards along the way. So for you, if you are a returning player, this is for you. You get to remember how to play the game. You get to remember what the fuck a way shrine is. It doesn't cost you anything for a few jumps. And also, you get your own bloody pursuit quest to go and get your own unique rewards just for you. Andrea, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Map improvements. The team continues to work on quality of life improvements for the game map. Update 46 brings another small but targeted batch of enhancements, or enchantments even, enhancements to the game map, aimed at making the exploration of Tamriel more intuitive. Clearer tooltips, whatever that means. That's broad. And improved mouse over behavior. No skitty mouse. That's a lie. To help you better understand which quest icons belong to what. Let's read that really carefully again, shall we? I'm not mocking, honestly. Clearer tooltips and improved mouse over behavior. I'm glad we all know exactly what that means. Lena, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. The babies in the back need to be happy to have more friends to play with, regardless of how the quests play out. They're not the main character. 100%. Improved quest visibility on the Tamriel level up map. Level of the map even. Updated the quest area color for better contrast when areas of exploration are highlighted on the map as an objective. That, I would assume, is the little blob that you get inside a quest area where it says, hey, this is where you need to go on the map. And you're going, where? You can't fucking see it. They've made it brighter. You need a drink? I have a drink. Thanks, Dad. New players should also benefit from a more prominent introduction to the map in the early hours of their adventure and added guidance during fast travel moments, like a better tutorial of the way shrine system, which is banging. Coffee. Yes, you can buy beer for me at the Buy Me a Coffee beer website. It's no good someone telling me I need to hydrate. I'm aware. It's very difficult to read in front of 200 people. Especially when their English is backwards. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. Anyway. My brain is already 7 chapters ahead. Unknown master writs. When you obtain a master writ, they will start in an unopened envelope called Unknown Crafting Writ. Ooh. Where crafting is the name of the crafting skill. These unknown writs will stack. Opening one will reveal the master writ. In addition, master writs have been renamed from sealed master writ to simplify, or to simply master writ. So you can stack the unopened ones and then open them when you want to do them. Excuse me. Housing UI retrieve to functionality. Retrieve to. Streamline decorating process of your homes. The team has added a retrieve to functionality within the housing editor. This feature will allow you to indicate where you would like furnishings to be sent when they are being retrieved in the bin. Be it to your inventory, your storage coffer, or the bank, or even the new furnishing vault. So you can be a full-on Mickey Mouse and just start doing magic and telling the broom to go in the cupboard and telling the dog to go and sit in the corner and everything. You've got actual magic now in your house. Items would no longer have to pass through your inventory before being stored in another location. This new UI is in the bottom left of the Housing Editor's Reveal tab, visible as a drop-down section. All available storage locations will be shown in the drop-down. If you do not have access to certain locations, they will appear in red. If you undo the replacement of the furnishing item, it will be sent back to whichever location it came from. Magic in the house, in my own homeland, 100%. You get to Mickey Mouse the fuck out of your house. I rhymed by accident. This one hopes his furnishing items are safe in Riverhold. No, they're not. Wonder how much unnamed writs will mess with sealable for the writs. None of them. Right. UI modernization update. The keyboard UI has received an overhaul to look and feel of all elements and menus. The goal is to provide an updated modern experience. Note the general functionality even has not been changed. They did touch on that briefly in the... Oh, I was going to say ESO UI, ESO Direct, which it might have been, but there was a meeting afterwards, which we got to ask and answer questions and shit. So it might have been in that. Basically, the UI is fucking old. It's the same as it's been for the last 17 years since they started producing the game or designing the game. The more recent or better condensed version is the gamepad UI. They are trying to modernize it so it kind of is a happy medium somewhere, rather than being very, very old and confusing, especially for people that are new. Console add-ons in preparation. There's a P word there. Preparation. Such a potent, didn't even know it. I know, right? For add-on support for consoles coming soon to ESO, with the launch of Update 46 in June, we would like to invite all console add-on developers to begin preparations for uploading your add-ons, including All About Mechanics. We will also provide a link to our new add-on tool when it is publicly available. This tool will provide information on how add-on publishing works. If you are looking for information on how to write an add-on for ESO, what's in the API, what libraries exist, etc., we encourage you to check out resources on the ESO forum or the amazing dev add-on community over at ESO UI. When Update 46 launches on consoles, players will be able to download add-ons from within the game UI on next-gen consoles, Xbox S and X and PlayStation 5. This feature will not be available on last-gen consoles. Did you hear that carefully, people, or clearly? You have to hear it carefully, because otherwise you'll miss some words. They'll fall off. Listen. Add-ons, officially, for console, on Update 46. That is your date. That is your time. That's when we're getting them. So, last patch was preparing them. This particular PTS is still preparation, but it's going to be released on 46. The ESO team cannot assist with add-on related issues that players run into. It is up to an add-on developer to fix any issues with their add-ons. Did you hear that? You break it, you fucking fix it. We do not moderate, review, approve, QA, or guarantee ESO add-ons in any way. They are giving you access to the API. If you break it, it's your own fault. If an add-on is vulgar, offensive, or otherwise violates our terms of service, we encourage players to report them from within the game. You may view the add-on EULA from here. Yes, there are rules. If you're using something that actually cheats, because that is possible, and it has been possible for years, it's happened loads of times, then of course report the fuck out of it, it'll get nuked. Lastly, please be aware that add-ons for ESO are UI add-ons only. They are not like add-ons for some single-player games where you may change your character models or build, modify zones, quests, weapons, etc. So, it's a cosmetic overhaul or addition to your user interface. Fuck all else. If it tampers with anything else in the game, they will nuke it.
Winning. I love winnings.
That has always been the case. Sorry if that's confusing. Subclassing. Here we go. Again, some of this may have changed since I tested it, but we're going to all look at this with fresh eyes anyway. Welcome to Subclassing in ESO. This exciting new feature grants you the power to use abilities from other class skill lines. There is a small quest to unlock the new feature. Check the Crown Store for the Subclassing quest. Bear in mind, from experience so far, that quest is labeled as like 10 minutes long. It's not. It's like fucking 2. You go for a little bit of dialogue and then, yay, done. When selecting skill lines through subclassing, you can get up to 2 other skill lines from other classes. You cannot get 2 skill lines from one other class. Skill lines from one other class. So you can't have 2 at the same time from a Warden or 2 at the same time as a Nightblade. Bear in mind, when I did test that, there's a bit naughty. I had a Sorceress skill line from a Sorcerer using 2 separate Nightblade skills. As you can see there with their wording, that was not intended. Lots of stuff that happened there were very, very early stuff. It was an older model, so it stood to reason that things were going to be changed. Whether that was going to change or not was unclear, but as you can see now, it is. So 1, bit naughty. This is what happens when you test stuff to start with, which is why that block set had 6 stacks and not 3. And they tell you the numbers there, but not here. Stuff happens. Anyway, that still does mean you've got an abundance of fucking choices and you can do what most people are intended on doing and mix in fucking 3. The one thing you must keep, though, is you must keep 1 of your own class skill line. Anyway, you cannot be a Dragon Knight and have 2 Templar skill lines. You could have one of the following. Be a Dragon Knight, have a Templar skill line and any other class. Or be a Dragon Knight with another Dragon Knight skill and another class. You can mix them up in that way. So you have to still keep your class identity. To have 2 Templar skill lines with a Dragon Knight skill line, you would have to be a Templar. So you can still do it, but you need to be smart enough and swap around. So if you wanted to have that combination, if you wanted to be double Templar skills and a Dragon Knight, you'd have to be a Templar. If you want a double Sork and a Nightblade, you'd have to be a Sork. If you want a double Nightblade and a Sork, you'd have to be a Nightblade. So it's still possible, but it depends on your birth class of your character. So there is a point in having multiple different classes or multiple different character slots. To have 2 Templar skill lines on a Dragon Knight, I've read that one already. Subclass skill lines share progress across your entire account. What that means, and this shows what happens when you listen to a shrill panic and panic mongers. So many people insisted that they heard that you will only be able to subclass with 1 skill line. Wrong, it's 2, just limited to 1 per other class. Correct. And if you had a character of the correct class that you wanted to use 2 of, you can swap it around. 100% of death. Dragon Knight of death, 100%. Tried it, fun as fuck. Depends on how you build. Anyway, this part I'm going to explain. Subclassing is across your entire account. It's been a long fucking day, people. If you are, let's use a Dragon Knight. If you're a Dragon Knight and you want to learn Arcanist skills, pick a skill line. You go and level it up just like any other skill line. Okay, you're going to need XP for it. Less XP than the normal, more XP than a normal class, but you are going to need to level it. You need to level the skills, the morphs, etc., etc., etc. Once you have done that, or even if you are doing that through the process of it, it's not quite finished yet. Regardless, if you swap to another character that is not an Arcanist, you will have access to that progress of that skill line on something else. So, Dragon Knight, done that Arcanist skill line, log on to your Sork, you've got it there too, if you choose to. It will go across your account. DJ ANK, thank you for the sub. Bit and cake in the chat, people. Thank you very much indeed. So yeah, to further Mike's point, when people said you couldn't use 2 skill lines of another class with 1, you can. It just has to be the class. Flame Dragon, thank you for the fart. Anyway, the test that I did was a Sorcerer, and it was with 1 Sork line and two Nightblade ones. But since they've made it so that you can't do that from that particular base class, you can swap it around and do it the other way. So the outcome is still possible with exactly the same results. The only difference is the class sets and the class scripts. That we'll get to in a minute because I'm sure they're going to say it. Subclassing does work with armory builds. So you can save your actual subclassed build on your armory as a slot, completely change the next one and go straight back to the basics if you want to, and save that too. Hello, motherfucker, to you as well. We look forward to all your feedback about the combinations of your skill lines as well as experience in the system as a whole. Remember, note this one here. You cannot be a Dragon Knight with 2 Templar skill lines, but you can be a Templar with 2 Templar skill lines and a Dragon Knight. So the combination does exist. You can do it. Just have to be smart about your base class. They didn't go any further with this, apparently, so I'll explain it. Armory works. You can save your progress with that particular skill line and use it on another one because it goes through your whole account. And one more thing to consider, if you have a base class, i.e. Dragon Knight or Arcanist or whatever, that class is allowed to use that class set from Infinite Archive. It is allowed to use those scripts that are class specific. The other class skills do not apply to that choice. Your base class is what determines what sets and scripts you can use. Example, can an Arcanist be a Dragon Knight with 2 Dragon Knight skills too? Yes. Yes, you can. You can pick any skill line from any class and swap it with any skill line of your class. You can actually do it with multiples. So if you wanted... this is a long fucking day and a lot of testing recently before I even got here. But if you wanted to be a DK with 2 different skill lines, like Arcanist and Necro, you can. You want to be a Warden with Nightblade and Sorcerer, you can. If you want to be a Sorcerer with double Nightblade, which I did test out, you can only if you flip that and the base class is actually Nightblade. So if you want 2 of the same skill or same class line on your character, make that your base class. So the possibility is still there, you just got to get it in the right order. There is an opportunity for this to add sets or passives that apply when you keep 2 skill lines with a base class or when you have 3 class skill lines. The thing is, what you have to consider is most of them require the skills in that particular skill line. I know they can cross over and support each other, but they don't generally need to be part of one to exist in another. They're normally structured in such a way that the whole skill line will support itself. But with some of the class changes, which I have seen already, and tested. You might want to keep 2. So it's a tricky one. Bear with me a moment. I need to go Ninja P, and I will get back into this. You are comfortable, aren't you? The cat has got his head like this, like stuck up against the legs with the wheels on my chair. So if I move slightly, cat's going to lose some weight real quick. Is there a way to auto max out a skill line on PTS, or do you have to level it at all? So we're not on the PTS at the moment. We'll have to wait until we get onto it. When I was doing the internal testing, they deliberately made us level it up. They may well do that with a PTS. If not, it'll be one of the templates. Part of the testing cycle is to see whether the XP bonus or the change to the XP is working properly. So that might be the case. My base class is Arcanist, so that's why I asked. Right, so if you wanted to utilize 2 of one particular class and you wanted to use 1 of another, you'd have to be the class that you use the 2 of. So just make a new one. But listen carefully about your class that you already currently have. Your class that you have leveled doesn't contribute towards your subclass for other characters. Subclassing is its own unique leveling system. While it plays the same way, you still level it the same way, it comes from a different box. So just because you have a max Arcanist doesn't mean that skill line is max for the whole account. You have to actually max that skill line through subclassing in order for it to be available. So you have an Arcanist, great. But when you log on to a Sorcerer, you don't have anything yet. You have to level up the skill line because that one is now being accessed via that system. I might get the pen out in a moment and draw this all over the screen. I used to be an artist, that would be great. It'll be terrible. You won't be able to read my fucking barely illegible childish hieroglyphs. New homes. Not reading it because there's some cool stuff, but we can't see them. New furnishings. Fuck tons of furnishings, but we can't see them. What do we got here? Attack animation. Known issues. We don't need to go into that right now. You can read them in your own time. If you are given Zot's feedback, read this first. Then you'll know what problems to not report. Heroes Return. That's the same thing. Combat and gameplay. Right. This is the fun part. This is where everybody loses their shit and pretends they know it all because they read from a forum post that doesn't make sense. Maybe not. Hopefully not. That's always going to happen. Most of this I've seen. Most of this I've spoken to the devs directly about. Lots of it may have changed already. So my information may be useless, so that's why I didn't share any of it. We'll see what I do and don't already know. Combat introduction. Greetings. This year marks ESO's 11th anniversary, and this update marks a special occasion for a very exciting new feature, subclassing, as we know. This feature will allow any of your pre-existing or future characters to potentially learn and advance skill lines that would normally be exclusive to specific classes, which has significantly altered the general gameplay philosophy, why did English use P's in such a shit way, of ability, design, and balance. As such, you can expect this patch to be chock full of additions or adjustments to functionality full of adjustments to functionality, numbers, and so on regardless. Let me read that as a full sentence. As such, you can expect this patch to be chock full of adjustments to functionality, numbers, and so on regarding abilities and sets. That's a really weird way to write that. So much can happen or change before the new content even drops. 100% accurate, Tina, you are correct. It's already changed since the first time I tested it a few weeks ago, because that was an older model. They had a newer model internally after that, which I didn't see, and then there's another newer model now, which we now know as the PTS. So it changes all the time. During my testing, I was talking to the devs, and anything that I found that was a bug or something, I noted it and posted it to them, told them exactly what was going on. They're like, okay, we'll fix that. So it was a very, very, very hands-on experience where they did catch stuff that even on live is a problem. So we'll see where they go with it. I swear Kevin does the phrasing on purpose just to trip you up. I swear he does. You know I don't use these words. Well, not in a structure like that anyway. Anyway, we'll get through this. As exciting as this is, it's also a little scary as it introduces a brave new world. I can hear people singing. By allowing our characters to do things that weren't necessarily always intended or thought of when they were first made. This update is focused on realizing the full vision for your character and allowing for more player skill customization to truly play your way. I don't know if you heard that at the back there or not. Play your way. Much like the traditional Elder Scrolls experience. Skyrim players rejoice. By the way, you're not original if you played Skyrim. Skyrim's part 5. You'll be able to make your own custom class effectively by mixing and matching these skill lines to create a unique experience. Ooh. Unique? Surely not. Surely that's not allowed. Quick sip of sarcasm juice. As such, we're shifting much of our focus on balance and to look at skill lines as a modular toolkit that offers a handful of strengths and gameplay advantages while trying to better compare them to other skill lines that focus on specific gameplay elements or roles. Many abilities were originally designed to be outliers to enable a class to stand toe-to-toe with others in certain aspects. These abilities are getting adjusted now that things aren't always as simple as, say, comparing Dragon Knight versus Necromancer. The patch focuses on trying to bring into line many of those abilities while also reinforcing the core themes of a skill line. We want to reiterate that this is very much a first stab at this new way to explore and exist in Tamriel. Listen, first stab. As in, oh my god, everything's nerfed, I'm going to change it. I'm just going to... No, I'm not going to change my character at all. Fuck it, I quit. Don't do that. Adapt or give feedback. Don't quit. I know some people are really, really fucking panicking about what may or may not be when it comes to this, but when they say this is our first stab, it's the first fucking week of a test. Why not even land in the way that you see it now? We will be looking at your feedback, not only to guide adjustments during this update cycle, but future update cycles as well. You hear that? Good. We're very much looking forward to seeing how you plan on augmenting your characters and playstyles, the new antics you can achieve, and your overall feedback on gameplay and balance. So, shouting this game's unbalanced is fucking useless. You need to actually give proper feedback, say what you found, why you don't like it, and see what you think you could do to adjust it, or at least just report it as a note. Don't just say, fix your fucking game, because that's dead. That is as dead as people think the game is. I hope they don't listen to the crybabies on the new update. I don't think they will. Based on how this is delivered with the whole you belong thing, and with a big, big island being split down the middle, where you get to beat up the fucking wall to knock down the gatekeeping, I think they've made their message quite clear. We're very much looking forward to seeing... I read that one already. Thanks for joining us on our journey. We look forward to seeing you in Tamriel. Happy patch notes reading. Right. General stuff. You can like this. Stupid alarm. Unique build alert notification fund, please. Citizens, please stand by until fun is handled properly. Update the rules and behaviors of reaching the combat per limit. Previously, reaching 10 summons or corpses of summons would outright prevent the summoning of further pets. Listen, regardless of their source type, this was the most likely experience in cases on the Necromancer where you had a high amount of corpses generating abilities, such as Banner Bearer, Grave Grasp, and Sacrificial Bones. Where once you had enough summons and corpses active, your abilities would simply stop functioning. We saw this arise in reports mostly where Blighted Blast Bones would fail to activate. With subclassing in mind, we had to go back to this experience and flesh it out, since it is far more likely to reach that cap now, as well as introduce a new hard cap in PvP environments. What are you going to do about PvP? They're talking about it. Contra Samurai, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Is the wall live in PTS? Play a testable. I'm clearly reading stuff at the moment. You have to wait until I get there. Wonder how the hardened shield will affect the laser stalk survivability. Calm. Mike, tell him off. It's your fucking puppy. Do not get ahead of the streamer. We're not there yet. Also, brief spoiler, since I have already tested it before I've even read ahead about fucking 2 or 3 weeks ago. It never had that anyway. So I just popped in. There is a pinned comment. Do not get ahead of the streamer. It's rude. Anyway, I'll get to it. Don't worry. I'm going to explain that. Obviously. Welcome to the stream anyway. You got a 5-second warning because Mike's in charge of you. Where the fuck did I get to? PvP. I'd like to read the cat. Introduce a new hard cap in PvP environments where these experiences could create high problematic gameplay experiences on lower spec hardware. One of the major issues for lower spec hardware as well is people putting the bar up too fucking high. While in PvE zone, the limitation of pets of 10 will remain as is. Sad. While in the PvE zone, the limitation of... No, read that one already. While in the PvP zone, the limitation will be 5. When attempting to create a new summon, the oldest summon active will now despawn to make room. Bear in mind, that does mean that if you've got solid active pets all the time of maybe 7 or so, and then you've got 3 procs from sets, as long as you kind of stagger them on their cooldowns, you'll be fine. Do not get ahead of the streamer. Instant timeout, no discussion, no argument. Correct. It's not toxic to enforce your own rules on your own stage. We're getting there. There's a lot to get through. I'm going to read it all out. I'm going to answer that question with my own leading statement rather than answer it directly. You will get the answer you want, though. Don't worry. When attempting to create new summons, the oldest summon... No, I read that one already. The exceptions to this rule are permanent and ultimate sourced summons cannot be replaced by other summons. If you attempt to summon at the cap, when only permanent or unique summons are presented, the attempted summon will instead fail. Got you up on the TV so I can see where you're at. Sorry again, you're good, dude. Don't worry. See, that's how you deal with it, people. That is how you respond. Oh shit, I didn't realize. That is how you respond to someone breaking the rules when they didn't actually realize. Not, yeah, fuck you, shit channel. Bye, Felicia. Got that earlier. Actually, let me read it out just to interrupt this amazing stream for a moment. I did post this earlier. I get shit canoes all day long. Part of the job is to be abused on the internet. But, no one gets paid enough for that. Wow. This is what happened. Someone came in on my stream earlier, the lurk while you work stream. No voice, no camera, no nothing. And the rules are there saying no backseat gaming. Someone came in and told me everything I should be doing. So Tony posted rules, just to inform him that rules are there. Wow, glad I didn't subscribe to this crap channel then. What else is there to talk about? Lol, shake my head. Bye, Felicia. Oh. So, since you decided that there's nothing to talk about apart from telling the stream what to do, you don't want to be here. Fuck off then. Same on my large screen TV. What the hell? Imagine that. But several hundred a day. I don't mean just on stream. I mean YouTube, fucking emails, the fucking lot. You just get shit canoes talking to you like a fucking prat all day. Anyway, you get nice people in these streams, so it's fine. When attempting to create a new summon, the older summon will now despawn itself to make room. The exception to this rule, we read this one already, is a permanent ultimate one. Non-permanent or unique summons such as Betty Netch or corpses directly summoned from the Necromancer abilities like Flame Skull or Bone Armor can be replaced, but will never attempt to replace an active summon such as Skeletal Mage. So the old one can be fired in place of a new one. Or sorry, the new one can be placed in place of the old one, but it won't replace these. So it will overlap, basically. Non-combat pets do not influence the cap. Companions count towards the limit, but cannot be replaced under any circumstances. So there are rules to it. Bear in mind, that does still mean, they just said, listen carefully, you can have 120 pets in trials. That's what we got from that. Ditto Megazai in our sitting room. Beers and patch notes. Nice. M-Catch, how you doing, by the way? Also, FYI, it's not pinned. Damn it! Why did it get moved? JD only mentioned it because he said it was pinned. It was. Why did it get moved? Twitch being twitchy? Okay, fair enough. Well, anyway, don't get ahead of me. It's rude. Today, to combat the likelihood of experiencing the cap, we've made some adjustments to the lifespan of the most... what is that word, Mike? Egregious contenders? I've never, ever, ever heard that word. I can pretend I know what it means. I had the timer 20 minutes, I think. No, it was set to permanent. Maybe it broke. Anyway, should we use the word ambitious? Infamous. Really badly. Yeah, ambitious. The people that try too hard. Don't want things to act shitly in front of everyone and fuck things up. Will these changes negatively affect the Necro class script on the banner? Wait until I get there, and no. Where the fuck am I? We're now reading the class stuff, actually. Sacrificial bones and its morph now... The morph's corpses now persist for 5 seconds down from 6. Scripts from the Necro class mastery, when paired with the Necromancer, will now create a corpse that lasts for 5 seconds down from 10. That's it. So the corpse is there for 5 seconds. Use it or lose it. Ghostly Embrace, the morph's created corpse on the 3rd area now persists for 5 seconds down from 10. So corpses last 5 seconds. That's it. Disappeared when someone first... Somewhere between the first and second time out. Oh, that's fucking weird. Because they're not connected. Anyway, whatever. The following abilities now actively suppress sneaking and invisibility from their caster while active. Scorch and its morphs, Bone Goliath, Frozen Gate, and all variants of Banner. Ooh, you can't be invisible. The following abilities now actively remove sneaking and invisibility from their caster when they tick. Magma Armor, Radial Sweep, Sleet Storm, Eye of the Storm, the Resto thingy, Carterize, and Spirit Mender. So you can't kind of, well, pre-use them while you're already invisible. And they will nuke people. The following abilities now properly remove sneak and invisibility from their class. No. They're wrong way around. This is from other people using it, and this is for you, the caster. When they successfully hit a target. Oh, when you hit a target with Lightning Form, Solar Barrage, Arctic Blast, Blade Cloak, the Bearer, or Inferno from Flames of Oblivion. One abilities now properly remove sneaking and invisibility from their caster. So if you're using these abilities, you will be decloaked. No overtime sneakiness? Nope. Cake for 5-second corpses? Yeah, it's not too bad. It's really not. Fix an issue where many passive sources of major and minor effects were not properly categorized as proc, allowing them to trigger recursive behaviors. So, depending on where they're going with this one, I meant that 10 corpses are needed for maximum stats from a banner. No. That won't affect it. I mean, you're still going to be able to get that. You just don't have a long timer on them. But bear in mind that your pets will have to be considered when it comes to pet cap. How shocking. Did they expect us to create weird night blades in our mind? They did. So when you use a ball of lightning and say some sneak skills on a night blade, it will break cloak. The intention is to make it so that you can't basically hide while doing very, very active things. Yes. Again, this is because while they wouldn't have been a problem before unless you were using a potion, everyone now has access to invisibility, so they had to make a standardized rule across the board. Sources of cost reduction that grant a flat amount, namely Jury Enchants, will no longer work with abilities that drain their cost multiple times over their activations, such as Sated Fury or Ash Cloud. Ooh. So things that are channeled or tick per resource drain will not be affected by the jewelry stuff in the same way as it did. Sources of cost reduction that grant a flat amount will no longer work. Okay, so yeah, Ash Cloud, for example, it's an 18-second heal over time, and it channels magic away from your bar every 1 second, and you can get that really, really, really fucking low by getting your cost reduction down. So it's, instead of cost per cast, like it's supposed to be, it's literally cost for each tick, so you can make it cost nearly nothing. Well, they've altered that. Again, this one here is because there are rules for combat, and it's procs don't proc procs. That's going to sound confusing, but basically anything that triggers a reaction is not capable of triggering another reaction outside of status effects. So there are some sets that would trigger a buff, and that buff would trigger something else. Those types of behaviors they've used the word for is only supposed to work for skills. So if you applied Major Expedition, for example, and it says when you use a major buff, that would be fine. But if a set fired a major buff, and the set that needs a major buff fires, although that is intuitive, it would be, that isn't supposed to work. So the source has to be from a skill, not from a proc from another set. So some things were stacking in areas where they shouldn't. Bear in mind, when the whole proc can't proc procs rule comes in, that is separate to status effects. Every single source of damage, regardless of its type, can fire its respective status effect. Mike, I did really well with that. I deserve cake. Skill lines, core combat abilities. Crouch. When successfully transitioning from detect to hidden after crouching, the effect state Sneak is now visible on your effect bar. Additionally, Sneak can be hovered over in your character sheet to read what the effect does, rather using the help tab and searching for what it does. This is one of a few times that improved visibility isn't a detriment to your sneaking about. Handy. Doesn't mean you won't have the eye thing there. Ardent Flame. Combustion. Here we go. I have seen some of these. I have tested some of these. Some of these probably have changed since then. Who did the thing? Gigantified Ninja Cake. Thank you very much indeed for the bits. Massively appreciated. This passive now increases the damage from burning and poisoned by 16 to 33% and restores 211 to 423 magicka and stamina when they're applied down from 40% and 1,000. Oh my god, it's nerfed. It's not nerfed, it's adjusted because everyone's going to have access to it now. And some classes can recover resources in some areas much, much easier than others. And double or even triple stacking them can get nuts. So they considered that. Update 46 releases in June. Yes, 2nd and 18th. So PC 2nd, console 18th. That's when add-ons hit console, by the way. Officially update 46. Rich is in the chat. Uh-oh, patch notes. You know it's not uh-oh in here. I'll say it as it is, rather than pretending it's something else for clicks. I said it. Warmth. This passive now causes direct damage from Ardent Flame ability to increase the damage on enemy takes, and enemy takes even, from your damage over time attacks up to 3% and 6%, so once it's maxed. And reduce their movement speed by 30% instead of reducing only their movement speed. That means if you have the Ardent Flame skill line for the Dragon Knight on your particular build, regardless of what class you are, if you have this skill line, now your direct damage from that skill line will actually do more damage to your damage over time skills, what you might be using elsewhere. Read again. Direct damage, Ardent Flame abilities increase the damage the enemy takes from your damage over time skills. Chains, Flames of Oblivion, all that good stuff. Boost your damage over time. Sweet, you can pre-order once they get a tax check. Brilliant. Season Pass, get it. Dragon Leap was kind of them to time PTS release with the end of the NBA season. I'm pretty sure they definitely did that on purpose just to upset you in the world. Dragon Leap. This ability in its morphs will now grant a very minor grace period of its crowd control immunity after reaching their target. This is to correct some very rare cases where some CC abilities, such as Rune of Eldritch Horror, could cause the ultimates to lock you in place right as you landed on the enemy, causing the damage and knockback to become desynced until the stun ended. These abilities always have granted CC immunity while leaping, but previously it was removed immediately upon reaching your target, whilst now it will persist for 100 milliseconds afterwards to ensure the ability properly completes. Slight bug issue, fixed it, great. Burning Heart, the passive now increases your healing receiver draconic power abilities, is active, so Dragon Blood on, or your resistance buff on, will give you 9% down from 12. So, slight reduction in that one. Scaled Armor, this passive now increases your physical and spell resistance to 2974, up from 1650. So you've actually got more resistances from this skill line now, equivalent of that of Minor Resolve, which also stacks. Look it up, it's exactly the same number. That is a different buff, it doesn't say Minor Resolve, they stack. Elder Dragon, this passive now increases your health recovery up to 323 per draconic power ability slotted, up from 258. So that is buffed, if you would like. Reduced or buffed we use, not nerfed. It's only nerfed if it's been unnecessarily sliced in half for no good reason whatsoever with no excuses. There is an excuse. Hearing some of these changes makes me want to find a database coders team and buy them lunch. To pull this off must have been quite an undertaking. After 17 years of development with 27 million lines of code, yeah, it's pretty insane. Especially add a new tech in there to bring out some of the new stuff. Earthen Heart, Stone Fist, Stone Giant. This morph stacks will now properly be removed when using the ability. Okay. Magma Armor. You're going to love this. Oh, the cheesy fuckers. Oh, brilliant. Finally. Oh, should I wait? Why? What's he done? What have they done? What is it? I can't see it. Make your screen bigger. No, I'm reading it. This ultimate and Magma Shell now also disable ultimate generation while they are active. Just like Corrosive Armor, just like the Necro ulti, just like the Vamp ulti. Well, not so much a Vamp ulti. Additionally, these ultimates are no longer removed when clicking their effect in the character sheet. So it is there and you keep it there. You can't just mess with it and turn it on and off when you want to. You can't overlap it indefinitely. It's done on purpose. Nerfing pure classing for subclassing. That is really not what's happening. You're going to have some form of education thrown in your direction before you speak. That's not what they're doing at all. They are balancing things because they know everyone is going to mix them up. Anyway, Battle Roar. This passive now restores 37 health and magicka and stamina per ultimate, down from 50. Every class now has access to that, including the classes that can dramatically regenerate ultimate. So any ultimate you use, you get resources back. With that being a thing now, resource management is very, very easy with some classes without much help, and other ones you have to work for it. DK ulti, slapped on top of perhaps a Nightblade that can build ulti really, really fucking fast, especially with their potion passive that was slightly altered. That adds to just complete OPness. So they had to adjust some things. It doesn't negatively affect the DK. From testing already, that is almost unnoticeable. Specifically on the heavier ultimates, which is where you're supposed to be rewarded for it. As a DK main that I've had for fucking years, the smaller ultis are just for emergencies anyway. You don't really look at how much you get, you just want some. And the larger ultis usually fill your bar. So it's not quite your full bar, but it's not far off. Stop DK Necro on a Nightblade and gone Bone Goliath leaping. You can. Well, technically you can't, because you can't build ultimate inside Bone Goliath. But I mean, if you could build enough ultimate in time, you could jump in and whack loads of ulti up and then turn into the Goliath and scare everyone. Adric Spear, Puncture and Sweeps. This ability in its morphs now deal damage to the 6 closest targets rather than having no target. These abilities no longer deal normal damage to the closest enemy and then deal lesser damage to the other enemies hit. They now deal full damage to all targets hit up to the new cap of 6. Each enemy is snared rather than only the first one. So instead of front target gets hit the most and all the rest get hit for less, they all get hit for the same. This is following something that I did speak to the devs about in testing a couple weeks ago, prior to this being released, and that is that the cap for skills, much like debuffs and such, is 6. The reason for that is to control things, 1, a lot easier in code, 2, to standardize the fuck out of things so nothing was necessarily more OP than everything else, and finally, most stacks are between 1 and 6 anyway. When it gets much more than that, then you're just gonna have to use more stuff. Here's a developer note. With subclassing now in place, we're placing a target cap on this ability in efforts to prevent it from becoming too dominant. See? Not too OP. To make sure the skill is still viable, we're removing the reduced damage against the other enemy's hit, so it still stands out as a unique and powerful skill that serves a purpose, focusing on immense cleave damage. Bear in mind, why have they used the term cleave there instead of AoE? I wonder if anyone does know that. Bear in mind, they are calculated the same, but they are 2 different effects. Area of effect and cleave are 2 different things. Frontal or conal attack. Bingo! That's why. Cleaves are generally a cone or a frontal hit, or swing, or attack, or channel. AoE is everything that is area of effect, including cleave. They are 2 different things. They come into the same coding, but again, they are different. Puncture and Sweeps is, in fact, a cleave. Grofdart, however, is AoE. Puncture Sweeps. Reduce the healing done on this morph by 25% to the damage of the damage done, down from 33%, but you hit enemies harder anyway. This will result in a less healing against 1 enemy, while being almost the same against 2, increasing greatly at +3 enemies. Who gave me bits? Crew, thank you very much. Massively appreciated. We are 9,360 of 1,000,000 bits. Thank you very much. Listen again. This will result in less healing against 1 enemy. So you're not OP as fuck against 1. Almost the same against 2, and increasing greatly at 3+ enemies. Note that the heal from this morph has always been capped at 6 enemies hit, so the part remains unchanged. So, Puncture and Sweeps, basically, the more enemies, the better. Bite and Jabs, this morph now has an increased crit chance per hit, 10% per enemy rather than 3%, to apply Sundered, rather than increasing the damage of the lesser hit, as it now deals full damage to all targets. So, almost, well, depending on your other status effect bonuses from champion points, skills, etc., you can pretty much guarantee Sundered most of the time just from jab, 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 if you've got a big crowd. Pretty nice. Hope you feel better. It's all part of the job, dude. Mentally, this thing fucks you up. Burning Light. The passive now scales off 25 to 50% of your weapon and spell damage, rather than 21 to 42% of your weapon and spell damage, and 4% of your maximum magicka and stamina, Increase the status effect chance per hit to 10% up from 3. So Burn and Light basically is a lot easier to use. Going to apply more often. Well, it's going to do more damage actually. But it's likely to apply Sunder more often as well. Isn't that supposed to apply anyway? Increase the status effect chance by 10%. I'm thinking of the wrong skill. No, I'm not. Ah! What the fuck was it called? Power of the Light. That one guarantees it. This is the base version. Spear Wall. This passive now grants Minor Berserk and Protection for 6 seconds after activating an Adric Spear ability rather than only Minor Protection. You don't need... You might want it anyway, but you don't need the Fighters Guild Slottable because you've got Minor Berserk all the fucking time if you're using jabs or an Adric Spear ability. That's pretty fucking OP. But then again, in doing so, you're going to remove 3% weapon and spell damage. The Rune one? No, the light. The one that gives you Minor Berserk and Protection is any Adric Spear ability. Where am I? Piercing Spear. Buffed its passives increase to critical damage and damage done to blocking players by 12% up from 10. Spear Shards. Increase the damage. Oh, you're going to like this one. This, at first glance, looks very similar to what I already tested. Increases the damage of the residual damage over time effect for this ability, and the Luminous Shards morph by 23% to make up for the 1 second delay this ability has. Bear in mind, this is also a prevention pass, if you like. This is to stop people just spamming it for its insta-hit, insta-hit, insta-hit. While you can still do that, it has basically glorified its damage over time to make it more useful for its actual intended purpose. It's supposed to sit there and do damage. Anyway, this morph also allows the caster to be eligible for its own synergy. You can pick up your own spear. Round of applause. I'm waiting. How fucking good is that? You can take your own spear. Nobody cares. Blazing Spear. Decrease the damage of the initial hit of this morph. Again, people were spamming it. By 23%. Increase the residual damage over time effect by up to 53%. This will result in a 10% damage increase for the entire ability if enemies remain inside the area for the full duration. So Blazing Spear hits harder. Luminous Shards, while it gives back both resources, stamina and magicka, it now can be picked up by the caster. Which is banging. You can throw your own spear and pick it back up again. Whee! Oh, mine. Dawn's Wrath. Backlash. That was the one I was thinking of. Burning Light is the... I was thinking of the other one. My bad. Backlash is the one I was thinking of for some reason. My brain stopped. The final hit of this ability and its morphs no longer miss some enemies. So that was the one when you morph it to Power of the Light. That one does actually give you Sunder automatically. This one is the fucking passive. So the passive can apply it. That's supposed to be magic damage before. Interesting. Radiant Destruction. You're going to fucking love this. Right. I'm not sure if they've kept it the same. When I tested it, it was a 5-second channel. Both of them did exactly the same damage amount, but one does a heal and one does something else. The shift, instead of 50% and lower, is now 30% and lower, if it's the same as it was on the test server that I tried. But that did amount to more damage. So while people are going to shout it's nerfed because it's been shifted, it actually hit a lot harder. Anyway, let's read it. So much nicer too. Dude, I fucking tested the shit out of it. You fucking saw me anyway. It's so good to just go bing, and you're running around in circles, moving around, doing all your mechanics, weaving in and out of shit while the beam is still attached. It's brilliant. And it was a channel per second for magicka rather than an insta cost. We'll get there. Thank you for the resub. Massively appreciate being cake in the chat. Radiant Destruction. Increase the time of this ability in its channel to 4.8 seconds up from 1.8. I think they did max of 5 when it was full. I'm not sure or not. To reduce the need to constantly activate the skill. This ability and its morphs now cost 1157 magicka per tick, rather than having an upfront cost of almost 3k. This is good. From experience, this is banging. It's weird to start with, but it works really well. To ensure this drains resources closer to other execute abilities, while still remaining cheaper than others since it's far more restrictive, increase the damage per tick of this ability and its morphs by up to 12%, adjusted the execute scaling now to start at 30% instead of 50%, gaining up to a 500% damage bonus rather than starting at 50% and gaining up to 480. This ability and its morphs now are dodgeable in the efforts to help prevent it from being a complete death sentence for low health areas in PvP. They said a thing about PvP again. I may be watching your YouTube videos and I just want to say thank you for your help. Great stream, brother. You are a legend, Fobs. Welcome in and thank you very much indeed. So, I have actively tested it. It is fucking cool. It takes a little bit of getting used to. About one round of Infinite Archive, actually. But the reason they've said that you are somewhat restricted with it is because you will have to stop doing what you're doing in order to block, dodge, and break, and all that kind of stuff. So it's one of those channels that constantly goes on, off, on, off, on, off. So to alleviate the fact that you'll be constantly spamming that in between mechanics and costing you the full amount, they've made it cost per channel second instead, which is banging. That does mean, by the way, only beams can use an Arcanist beam until 30% health and then just use Jesus beam throughout. That's not out yet. Now, that subclassing is here. We're adjusting some numbers and functionality on this execute to give it a more defined strengths and weaknesses in hopes that it doesn't eclipse other execute options. The higher commitment time and cost per tick should ensure there is slightly more risk with channeling it. The base damage is increased for cleaner math, while the execute scaling is being adjusted so it doesn't outright beat other executes, while retaining the power fantasy of melting very low health enemies. Lastly, we're making this execute dodgeable as an exception to improve some of the counterplay in PvP. Bear in mind, it's not relevant, but in the internal server, it was dodgeable and blockable. So you can mitigate the damage. Now I think it's just dodgeable, because dodgeable and blockable I think will be a bit too OP, but we'll see. This morph, so Radiant Glory, the one you use on only beams, off-balance Templar, big booms, and 1-bar Pla. The Healy one. This morph now reduces the base cost to 771 per tick, which is 33% cheaper, rather than restoring a small chunk of magic per tick based on missing health. Increased the healing done to this to 20% of the damage done per tick, up from 17%. So it's cheaper, it's a longer channel, it does more damage, brilliant. Radiant Oppression. This morph now causes the execute scaling to begin at 39% health. So while they both do the same damage at the 30 to 0, this one can be triggered earlier to start ramping up. So one heals, the other doesn't. Rather than increasing the execute scaling bonus by 20%, they have made it start sooner. So you will get a lot more damage out of it over time, but if you were to fire both at the same time, 30%, no difference. So that is when you want to execute sooner. The other one is you want it cheaper and you want to heal. Restoring Light, you're going to love this. This ability for healing ritual and its morphs no longer ignore line of sight. Mending, this passive now increases all of your healing done by up to 13% based on your target's missing health, rather than only increasing your Restoring Light ability's healing done up by 12% based on their missing health. So any healing done, which means, yes, if you chuck on Warden Trees on your Templar skill line, and stack them up, obviously. So you got this skill line, and then you've got the Warden one afterwards. Warden's hard, but you know what I mean. Two skills that both are not from the same class will benefit from this. Lightweaver, this passive now causes you to listen to this carefully. Lightweaver. This passive now causes you to automatically block all attacks at no cost for 2 seconds when you start any channel or cast time ability up to once every 30 to 15 seconds. So that can be obviously 2 points. Starts off at 30, next skill point in 15 seconds. That is slightly different to what it was in their internal servers. Their internal servers was 30 seconds cooldown and 2 seconds block. You can get it down to 15-second cooldown. So technically speaking, if you spam the Jesus Beam for 30 seconds, 2 of those casts would have you blocking for 2 whole seconds upon its original channel. That's pretty good. So it makes for mistakes and allows you that little protection to make sure that you don't actually fail your cast. This passive no longer grants loads and loads of armor while channeling Rite of Passage. This passive will not attempt to activate if you already have a form of automatic block active, such as Shield Wall. So if you're using the block ulti, this doesn't stack with it. However, you could kind of, if you were building ultimate, you could pre-Jesus Beam for 2 seconds, animation cancel, turn it off, or block cancel, turn it off, and then drop the sword and board ulti on top of it. Everyone's got to the point where they nearly got enough ultimate. Chuck in a Jesus Beam, block for free, hit the ulti. Timing, people, timing. Anyway, what's next? The developer's note. We're swapping this passive defensive function from a highly niche and ineffective armor bonus while using the ultimate of this skill line to a far more useful and unique defensive bonus. This works with any channeled or cast time ability, including heavy attacks, in the hopes it will become more interesting for defensive builds the light protects. Light temper changes sound very nice. They're pretty cool. Bear in mind, it's not just for Templar. It's a Templar skill line. It's for everyone. Claw, what have you been doing? ESO team hiding in the front row indeed. Do you think that the 10 pet limit will restrict some of the builds from May or May? No, definitely not. I mean, restrict. It will limit how many they can have active at one time, but will it prevent them from making them? No. Because most of the ones that people were using were short-time casts or fire and forget ones anyway. So it'll be fine. There still means that you can have 120 active pets in a trial. It's messy. 10 max. That's your restriction. Nightblade, Assassination, Master Assassin. This passive now increases your critical chance by 4.4 to 8.8% against enemies when you flank them, rather than increasing your offensive pen by the equivalent of Minor Breach, which also stacks with it. This passive no longer extends the duration of stun from sneak. Listen carefully to this. I did test this as well. I actually had, it was a sorcerer using medium armor, and I was using, brain stopped. Storm Calling, Herald of the Tome, and Assassination. So I had loads of nice damage from the Storm Calling skill line, alongside loads of heavy attack damage and shit, while standing behind the target with a medium setup with loads and loads of penetration from multiple Herald of the Tome skills slotted, alongside Assassination skills and ulti slotted for more crit chance. So I had crit chance, penetration, loads of extra weapon and spell damage, all on the same build. It was a triple class. It was mental. So behind the target, you just dominated. It was fucking insane. I know some people are going to take that awkwardly, but Mike likes it. Next. We're changing the reward for flanking enemies to some... Hello. The amazing Tony Silver just brought me another beer. Hey there, how you doing? Been trying to find where the hot weather's gone today. How you been doing, Zai? Fucking knackered, dude. Change the reward for flanking enemies to something less difficult to build around, as penetrating tends to be a stat that is most helpful when it is consistent. Correct. The bonus is now a percentage chance to crit, helping it feel more like the additional reward you want to get when you can, rather than flat power increase that creates a sensation you're losing power when conditions are not met. Basically, most situations in most games or lore or whatever of any particular fantasy world tends to have the rule of if you sneak or hit someone from behind, you tend to crit them or hit them much harder. So they've introduced a crit chance bonus. That builds an awesome subclass and will definitely enhance the experience. 100%, dude. So they've altered that for reasons. Pressure points. Increase the critical chance rating from passives of this particular skill line to 2.5% per assassin ability slotted rather than 2. So, a little bit more there. Twy, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Grim Focus. This ability and its morphs can now stack up to 10 times rather than 5. Fun fact. No facts are fun, they're just facts. But in their internal testing, a couple weeks ago, this was broken. So if you were heavy attacking, or even if you weren't, sometimes, Grim Focus was triggering, as in max stacks, instantly. So was Bound Armaments. So you could literally light attack, Merciless Resolve, light attack, daggers, light attack, Merciless Resolve, light attack, daggers, over and over and over, and alternate between the two, and it would always stay glowing. It never ran out. It was busted. They fixed that, obviously, because they made a change to them, but it was broken as fuck. So imagine me putting a video out saying, hey, this is what happened. And someone going, no, it's not. It didn't happen. Things change during testing. That was a message, by the way. As individual skills you can change or just swap the whole skill line. Whole skill line. Where do we get to? Grim Focus's abilities now stack up to 10 times rather than 5. Decrease the weapon and spell damage granted per stack by 25% on all abilities now that their maximum stack count is increased. More specifically, weapon and spell damage is reduced to 45 for Grim Focus and Merciless Resolve, down from 60 per stack, and reduced to 60 from Relentless Focus, down from 80. These abilities no longer permanently glow while slotted, and instead only glow while you have one or more stacks of the ability. This means the glow will remain if the stacks remain unspent, but can be easily solved by using the ability or simply reslotting it to remove the stacks. The days of endless permaglow are over. We're allowing for over-generating stacks for this ability, so missing activation on the final stack don't severely reduce the effectiveness of the ability, which adds up over the course of the fight. Now it allows for more wiggle room, letting you chamber up to 2 shots if you reach max stacks, which also allows for more creative use as well. As such, we're reducing the passive power of the ability slightly when using the ability similarly as before, where you fire shot every 5 to 6 seconds. We're increasing the passive power if you wait to use it back to back. This should also allow for the ability to fit into more playstyles, especially for heavy attacking builds that lost a stack of this ability every time they reach the cap. Why does that make sense? Because in order to stack it, you need 5. So 5 light attacks, or 2 heavy attacks, 1 light, or 1 heavy attack, 3 light. But if you just heavy attacked all the time, you would technically build up 6, but there was only room for 5. So over time, every 5 heavy attacks, you'd lose 1 stack's worth of potential damage. Now, you can stack them all the way up to 10 with 5 heavy attacks, and you're rewarded with 2 shots, not 1. It's pretty good. Overall, that's actually quite helpful. You could use 1 every 5 if you still wanted to, or you could just stack them and use them later. Sorry I'm late, I was showing my friend the PTS. Excellent. Shadow. Dark Vigor. Increase the max health from this passive to 5% per shadow ability slotted, up from 3%. I'll come back to that. Siphoning. Increase the amount of ultimate... Oh, I've read this. And Brian, if you're watching, I heard that thing you did with your voice. Because I looked at it. I was going through all the passives. I was talking to Carrie at the time. Brian was in the call. And I looked down. I was like, potion passive, 15. 15? You double the passives from one skill to the second. It's normally 10 to 20. 15, does that mean it's 30? And he went, that's all I got. Confirmed. 30 ultimate for consuming a potion. Nightblade's ulti is 70. That's mental. A really fast ulti building setup. Nightblades can build ulti fast. But bear in mind, not just Nightblades. Any blades. Dragon Blade, Necro Blade, Arca Blade. No, we're not going to call it that. That sounds shit. Actually, every version of them ever sounded shit anyway, so go ahead. But now you can build ulti stupidly fast by taking a potion. 30 up from 20 is nuts. Magic Flood. This passive now increases your maximum magic and stamina by 6% when a Siphon ability is slotted, rather than increasing by 8% for having a Siphon ability slotted for just your Magicka. So both resources now. Siphoner. Reduce the rank 1 of this passive to 1% healing done per Siphon slot, down from 2, so less healing done. But that is because you could stack it with other sources, i.e. Mending, Minor and Major, and also the new class swap around. So you can put other class healing lines on and stack them quite strong, quite horrendously, to be fair. Let's hope Buddha hasn't burnt the midnight snacks because he was ESO, and I hope not. Someone's going to make an Arca Blade now. I fucking hope so. General skill line for Daedric Summoning. We're removing the separation of a pet versus no pet build in this skill line. Now that subclassing is here. Listen. Do not get ahead of the streamer. Do not get ahead of the streamer. Those who do not wish to interact with a pet type gameplay can now replace this skill line as a whole. Many abilities in this skill line have been adjusted with this in mind. So Conjured Ward and its morphs, Conjured Ward and Hardened Ward, no longer heal the you if you do not have any pets active. Regenerative Ward now heals you for 5% of your maximum health or maximum magicka if you have a pet. So it's not changed depending on the condition. It's changed depending on the morph. So Regenerative Ward heals you, Conjured Ward doesn't. Daedric Prey. This ability now increases the damage your sorcerer pets deals to your target by 50%, instead of increasing the damage all of your pets deal to the target by 45. With subclassing here, we've had to adjust this ability to prevent it from becoming, they use that word again, Mike, overpowered, when paired with a maximum use of case pets. Use case of pets even. We've gone forward with a model that largely retains the power where it already lies, where it's buffs sorcerer pets, but slightly limited where it will no longer work for proc-based pets or other class pets. So, Daedric Prey works for its intended skill line. Daedric Prey update nerf my Maw of Inferno and Macaldan. Technically not, because they've buffed the actual pets themselves by 50%. Does this mean that we'll lose a heal if we don't have a pet active, or I misunderstood? Let me explain it again. Hardened Ward currently on live has a condition. If you have a pet, you don't get the heal. If you don't have a pet, you do get the heal. It's messy. So what they've done is instead they've took away those restraints. Instead of if you have this, you have this. If you have that, you don't. They haven't done that. They've got 2 morphs. 1 heals, 1 doesn't. That's it. Instead of 1 healing or not healing, and then the other one having recovery differences, this one just heals or not. did this to keep it from getting silly, pretty much. Send some feedback through the help section to Kevin. Please use words foreigners can understand the meaning of sentence that you are using. With many numbers, many different info, and the many mumbo-jumbos, much appreciated. Yeah, basically, because there are some really not very obvious words, not very commonly used words that feel like they're thrown in just for the fuck of it. I'm pretty sure that was used facetiously. That's a big word. Cat, don't turn the fan around. Rebate. The passive now restores 371 magicka or stamina when a non-ultimate Daedric summoning ability ends rather than 300. So that's been buffed a little bit. Actually added the heal being broken to my shortlist. Good to know it's intended under condition. Bear in mind, if you're talking about the active PTS that is now live, we are not up to that yet, so no spoilers about what does and doesn't happen. I'm talking about my previous experience with internal servers and going through the patch notes in order. So let's get there first. So you still get the ward and the heal with the other morph. Yes, correct. Ken was a lawyer in a previous life, confirmed. He was. So do you want to read this? No, just tell me where to sign. Daedric Protection. This passive now reduces your damage taken by 5% while a Daedric summoning ability is active, instead of increasing your health and stam recovery by 20% while having a Daedric summoning ability slotted. The recovery bonuses have been merged into Stormcalling skill line instead. Did you see that? This passive now reduces damage taken by 5% while a Daedric summoning ability is active. Bobby just got stronger. Why? Mike's rubbing his hands together. Expert Summoner. The passive now increases your health, magicka, and stamina by 5% if you have a permanent pet active. Permanent pet. Instead of increasing your health by 5 to 10% if you have a permanent pet active. And maximum magicka by 10% if you did not have one. So, again, health, magic, and stamina if you have a permanent pet active instead of the other mess that it was. Bound armaments. This has been different for a little while now. Oh, well, hasn't for you. This ability now stacks up to 8 times, up from 4, so that it is less punishing and has flexibility fit into its crystal weapon rotation if you were using the two kind of one then the other, one then the other, one then the other. Activating the ability will still only shoot up to 4 bound daggers at a time. Reduce the damage per dagger by 10%. Bear in mind, they're going to do the same as they did with Merciless Resolve here. With Subclassing here, we've had to adjust his ability to prevent it becoming too mental when paired with maximum use case of pets. No. What you've done there is you've copy and pasted the wrong thing. We've gone forward with a model that largely retains its power and under already lies. There's a buff to source of... No, this is the wrong one. Kevin! You made a fuck up. You have copy and pasted here. This is the wrong one. Let me read it out in English for you. We'll cut that out, pretend it doesn't exist, and I'll read it for you. Basically, to standardize the skills alongside the Nightblade, Merciless Resolve, or Grim Focus, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, to make it more usable for people that are using longer rotations, and to make it easier for them to use, or to make it a little bit more useful if you wanted a little bit of burst up front in an opportune moment, especially in PvP. You stack up to 8 times now instead of 4, which means you can fire it twice during those 8 stacks. You use it once at 4, or you can use it twice at 8. That also means that you'll stack up more damage over time, so it's more rewarding in the long run. But, moving on. Crystal Shard. Fragments. This ability's passive slot function now persists through bar swap, allowing casts from both bars to trigger it. Chicken attack, thank you very much. That'd be way worth it with all the class pets combined. Yeah, it'd be mental. So, Crystal Frags, you can trigger its special proc, you know, when it goes purpley or pink, from either bar. Should we read it? We've lagged a bit behind with this update of this morph to persist through bar swap out of the concern for making Sorcerer that is much more powerful in PvP areas where they are not really hurting. With subclassing here, however, the idea of the classic classes being too overpowered is less of a concern for the new world of truly specialized builds. I like that line. This morph can be given a little bit extra love to help the skill line have more value for damage dealers as it lacks other very potent damage producing abilities. So what they've done is they've made that particular skill line for other classes more glamorous. Persistent. This passive now reduces the cost of your next health, magic, stamina ability after blocking by up to 18% instead of 15%. Storm Calling, Hurricane, final damage tick of this morph no longer loses the ramping damage bonus. Mage's Wrath, this ability in its morphs now lasts for 2 seconds, down from 4. I would imagine this is to stop people with their little preemptive kill stealing. This, I would say, doesn't have a problem in PvE, but PvP it definitely does. Because you can mark a target, watch them die, and you get the kill. I wonder if they updated Beacon of Oblivion as well, now that they step away from Digic Summoning from being no pet. We will have to see, because we're not there. Tuning down the grace period of infamous auto-execute. I predicted it. Wasn't difficult, was it? Ability in both anticipation for subclassing and to tone down the sorcerer's ability to easily secure kills, especially when they themselves aren't the ones always earning it. Kill-stealing bastards. Since the class has been given plenty of other effective increases to their kit over the years, we're much more confident in this iteration of the ability to ensure it still feels significantly different and unique to other executes, while being a bit less effective at being a guaranteed death sentence. So it's still possible, and you can still ninja kill, but you have to time it much better. Amber Daylight, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Capacitor, this passive now increases your health, magic, and stamina recovery to 141 instead of 10%. That does mean that you could stack that really high, actually, regardless of this being a percentage bonus. Expert Mage, this passive now increases your weapon and spell damage to 108 per sorcerer ability slotted instead of 2% per one slotted. Now, that is actually quite impactful. Now, bear in mind, if you're at the higher end of the scale, that 2% bonus can be quite fucking huge. But if you're at the lower end of the scale, i.e. a tank or maybe someone with low weapon and spell damage, you are rewarded with higher stacking bonuses up front. So that can actually work out for those of you that have low weapon and spell damage. So Bobby, for example, if he was using multiple sorcerer skills on that particular bar, which he is, if he's using 5 or 6 if he uses the ultimate, he's now getting the best part of just over 600. Instead of 2% of what he had, which would be like 100 or so. So that's a benefit, depending on the way you build. Animal Companions for the Warden. Bound with Nature. Increase the healing from this passive to 1530 up from 1260. That will only really make a difference when you see it crit, but with other bonuses, who knows. Flourish increases the magic and stamina recovery granted from this passive to up to 20% up from 12. That is fucking huge. Advanced Species increase the critical damage granted from this passive from 5 to 5% instead of 4. Green Balance. Oh, you're going to love the Winter's Embrace stuff. I'm not going to spoil it yet, but I did test it. It was fucking phenomenal. If they kept it the same as they did on the private server. Nature's Gift. Did we read this? No. Increase the magicka or stamina restored with this passive to 277 up from 250. Again, with other sources of resource gain, that is not going to make a huge difference as it stands on its own, but you could stack it quite nastily. With subfassing. Why are you running? So with the subclassing, it feels like you can be really overpowered, but even if you are building just off of the skills you love very much, you can still get basically everything done when applying skill to mechanics. Love it update very much. Yeah, they've made a conscious effort to understand the possible combinations that could exist and trying to make sure that they aren't too stacky. They can stack, but not to the extent that your mind might be thinking. You can make things that are powerful as fuck, but not the whole this is best or else. Their intention is to give you choices and make sure they are all in some way or another going to function in a way that would be different to that of its own class constraints it already had. Emerald Moss. Increase the healing done with green balance abilities to 5% up from 2 to encourage you to use more of that. That means the trees are buffed. Lotus Flower. Decrease the healing done from a fully charged heavy attack from this ability and its morphs to be 2.3 times stronger than a light attack value, rather than 3 times stronger, resulting in a 23% reduction. That is still going to be quite strong, especially if you stack it with Legion Strikes or Crit Surge. Yes, you can. The way I'm seeing it, if you're going to be keeping the builds you love, but looking elsewhere to fill in the cracks, love it if that's so. Correct. Mid-range, if you want to call it that, seems like what the high range is at the moment, and more broader in choice. Correct, also. I tested the Almost Immortal Warrior, the Infinite Archive version that you may be familiar with. Put Immortal in the chat if you're not. Infinite Archive is a very good testing ground because you're full of trash and bosses, and once you get past sort of Arc 3, 4 or so, that's when you can really test something's capability versus damage incoming and damage outgoing and all that kind of stuff in stressful situations, rather than just hitting a dummy that doesn't fucking move. Outside of, obviously, trying to hit certain numbers with certain skills in order to optimize certain stats. Depends on how you want to do things. I don't mean getting the dummy number at the end. I mean figuring out where the adjustments need to be made on a build. Anyway, Infinite Archive I went into with the Almost Immortal Warrior. And instead of using it as it is, I used it with the same gear and with a similar functionality, but I swapped some of the skills out. I used Earth and Heart for the ulti gain from using an ultimate, and Ignis Shield, so I can still maintain brutality for the group, and a shield and Major Mending. I also swapped one of the skill lines for Gravelord so that I could take advantage of the Necromancer pull from the resistance buff, drop a corpse and use Necrotic Potency to get corpses back, resources back, and utilize the Necro Transformation skill, as well as damage over time reduction from that particular skill line as well, so it's really, really chunky. Then I added Winter's Embrace. So I had Warden skills, such as Shimmering Shield, Permafrost if I wanted to, also the Shards on the ground, and it was mental. Because these have been changed. You're going to like this. Winter's Embrace, Northern Storm. Reduce the damage per tick of this ultimate by 33%, repeating, of course, now grants 2% damage done per stack rather than 50 weapon and spell damage, and increase the duration to 12 seconds per application up from 5, or the duration of stacks, sorry, to 12 seconds up from 5, resulting in a total duration of 20 seconds up from 13. It's a very, very long duration ultimate, which is pretty fucking mental. That's the damagey version of the skill. So one is supposed to be for protection and chilled. The other one does apply chilled and protection, but it's more based on damage. And now it's about boosting what you've already got. So it's like a banner, but it's attached to you. Lowering the damage per tick of this ultimate to reduce how powerful it is in PvP situations, while simultaneously building more potential power into its residual effects, so it remains dangerous and impactful with less bursty damage potential from the ability itself. So it's a booster for what you're already doing. With it being up to 20 seconds in total, that will match the DK banner. Difference is it's mobile. Also, they changed the source for basic skill lines. They're pretty cool. Beginning to be optimistic about subclassing. My fear was that skills would be too nerfed, thus making the original class weaker. Nope. They balanced it so all the classes are still more than capable and more than fun to use, but the other options line up with them with option to make them really, really powerful and cool, but not to overshadow the original form. Mark JPVV8, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Some classes you might want to keep complete the same. That was what I was referring to when I said about the Templar changes. I'd already seen these. And I looked at two of the lines, like, I want to keep both of them anyway. So it's fucking difficult. Leafblade, thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. This was brought to me a while back, but I'm talking lots. Listen to this. Seems so far that's the case. Again, depends who you listen to. I have to keep selling this because people don't listen otherwise. I already tried a lot of this stuff out before PTS was even mentioned, before they even gave us a date. I was one of the very few testers that got to try the early versions of this stuff. Now, some of it is different, yes, but the early versions of it. Lots of people anticipated new stuff. Lots of people shouted about what they think it's going to be, but I did get to see these. So when I'm telling you some of the cool stuff is made to balance things and is adjusted in that manner to give you choices, but not to make it too broken, but also make the other stuff relevant. The information was already there. People just got to hear it and listen to it rather than assuming that people that shout really, really loud are right. They're not. People are going to make some broken shit, though. Listen to this. Frozen Gate. This ability and its morphs are now... to be more performant on the server, also while making sure they pull eligible targets more responsively. Threat, or retreat even, not threat. This morph synergy should no longer remove itself if multiple areas are stacked in the same spot. Glacial Presence. The passive now increases the chance of applying chilled status effect by 250%, up from 200. So that's pretty mad. Adjust the scaling of the damage done bonus to 10.55% of the higher of your weapon and spell damage, rather than 10% weapon and spell damage, and 1% of your maximum magicka and stamina. So this has been boosted full stop. Chances of applying chilled status effect. Bear in mind, it doesn't say with Warden skills. Chilled full stop. And the scaling of the damage of chilled has been based off your weapon and spell damage and magic and stamina. Frozen armor. Increase the armor granted from this. Instead of being up to 990, it is 1240 per skill slotted, which is fucking bonkers if you stack multiples. And on the Almost Immortal Warrior, I don't need any fucking buffs. Icy Aura. This passive now causes attackers. You're going to love this. Tanks. Where's your Warden tanks? Or wannabe Warden skill line tanks? You have to do that now because classes don't really exist. This passive now causes attackers in melee range to receive a stack of Winter's Bite for 1.5 up to 3 seconds with the full upgrade. And up to 5 stacks. So if you've got someone going ding, 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 that can stack and stack and stack up to 5. Attackers at 5 stacks are afflicted with Major Maim for up to 3 seconds. The passive no longer reduces the effectiveness of snares against your Warden or against anyone using the skill line. So, for being hit, you apply Major Maim. So someone's going to go, stab, 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 stab. Oh, I broke my daggers. Basically. That's really good in PvE, and it's nasty in PvP, because the more aggressive a melee target gets with a Warden, or someone using this particular skill line, the less damage you take. That slapped onto any class is pretty nasty. Pierce and Cold, this passive now increases your frost damage by 10%, and the amount of damage you can block by 8% permanently. This changes from the previous effect where whenever you deal frost damage, you gain Pierce and Cold for 6 seconds and increase the amount of damage you do up to 12% if your maximum health is above 30,000, or increase your damage done by 8% if it did not. Passive now increases frost damage by 10%. Flat. And damage you can block by 8% permanently. So this here, not for skills being slotted, just for having it. If you had this skill line and you were a frosty build, your frost damage is up. And even if you're not a frosty build, your block mitigation is up. Yes, they stack with other bonuses. Fuck Street, give me armor. Exactly, they just jump into you and do nothing. Let's read this. We're simplifying this passive to be less of the if-or case now that subclassing is here, making this less disruptive to use but more specialized to frosty ones out there. Necromancer, Gravelord, Flameskull. This ability in its morphs now will generate a corpse on their third cast near where the target was. Venom Skull, the corpse generation for this effect has a 3-second cooldown to mitigate how easy it is to reach the summon corpse limit. So yes, you summon corpses from that skill, and this one has a cooldown. But you need to fire 3 anyway to get you need to use 3 skills to get the big one. Sacrificial Bones, Grave Lord's Sacrifice. This morph no longer causes your Flame Skull to generate a corpse, as the base version already does it. This passive now increases your critical chance by 20% against targets that are under 33% health per Grave Lord slotted, rather than 10. It has been buffed back up. When the Necromancer first came out, this was disgustingly powerful. Then they dropped it a couple times, down to 10%, and now it is back up to 30. 20 even, not 30. Increases your chance to 20 against targets if you have one slotted. Now, bear in mind, obviously, that does mean that's technically a reduction if you have more skills. But if you just have one, it's boosted. So if you wanted to mix something together, if you wanted to mix, I don't know, DK skills, Templar skills, and a Necromancer skill, and you had one Gravelord ability on your bar, that's all you need. This, however, where have I gone? Rather than grant you 10% critical chance per Gravelord ability slotted against enemies under 25%. So again, this is per skill. Technically, if you had 4 or 5 skills, yes, you've now got a reduction. But this is all you need is one. Reusable parts. This passive now reduces the cost of the This passive now reduces the cost of your next necromantic summon by 66% up from 50, so cheap as fuck. Dismember. This passive now grants you 3-2-7-1 offensive pen when a Gravelord ability is active, up from 1.0. So your pen bonus is disgusting. It's a balancing game with that one. It's like you lose if you use too many, but if you just want to use some anyway, you're up. So they allow you to mix and match without having to be forced to have multiple of that particular skill line on. So everybody benefits. Bone Tyrant. I'm pretty sure the health bonus was changed on this one. Bone Armor. This ability in its morphs will no longer create an unconsumable corpse if you are not in combat when the ability ends. This also applies if the ability were recast at least half of the duration passing. If you are not in combat when meeting this requirement, they will not generate. Note the actual summoned creatures, such as Skeletal Mage, that die while not in combat will continue to generate a visual corpse that cannot be consumed. So you have to be in content to use it. Or combat even. Grave Grasp and Power and Grasp. This morph now improves a minor maim to major maim against enemies rather than increasing summoned creatures damage by 1,000. So that has been one of those wild cards that they've changed over and over and over and over because the effect looks cool, but what came out of it was a bit crap. So they've changed it from minor maim to major maim. It's pretty mad. This morph has always struggled to find its impactful place for a buff effect, mainly due to how your necromantic summons tend to stick to your far sides, making the aiming minigame feel more frustrating than satisfying. Additionally, with subclassing here, this effect would have needed extreme simplification and reduction to prevent it from creating problematic combinations, especially since the skill line does not have any pet summons. We're simply moving forward with a morph that further improves the core functionality for tanks, since that's the focus of the skill line as a whole. So this doesn't alter your pets, so you don't need both skill lines. This just alters how you are as a tank or how you are as a debuffer. I think Necro's great again. Miss Brick, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Deter, also welcome. The health bonus. This passive now increases your health or healing taken by 3% per Bone Tyrant ability rather than 2. And the passive now increases your health to 2,412 rather than 1,250. So yes, during that test in Almost Immortal Warrior did have around 60k health because this bonus is flat. Anyone that chooses Bone Tyrant as a skill line automatically gets 2.4k extra health. Kind of mad. Live and Death, Curative Curse. This passive now increases your healing done to up to 12%, while a negative effect is on you instead of 8. Near-Death Experience. This passive now increases your critical chance with healing based on your target's missing health by up to 12% instead of down from 20. Reason being, passive increases your critical chance with healing based on your target's missing health. Healing. Not necro healing. Healing. So anything. They brought it down because you can stack it with anything, including Breath of Life or the Jesus Beam. Not Jesus Beam, the Book Wizard Beam or whatever. Undead from Confederate. This passive now increases your health, magicka, and stamina recovery by 155, while a necromantic pet is active, down from 200. That's still a lot, especially if you stack loads of recovery, so it's not really game-changing. Obviously, they had to affect all resource management on all classes in their base form, because you can now stack them with another. So you could stack that with status effects from the DK, and then it's overpowered as fuck. You made that choice, is up to you, but if it was too high on both sides, it would be too much. They have to consider both sides of the coin, not just, hey, they nerfed our skill line. It's, hey, what can we mix it from, or mix it with? Seems like a lot of passive are made in general, so they won't matter if you take a necro healing or a temple healing, etc. Exactly. It's about you deciding its aesthetic, and it's pretty much it, really. Arcanist, Fate Carver. Increased the cost of this ability in its morphs by 40%. Increased the damage of this ability in its morphs by 8%. These abilities can now hit a maximum of 6 targets rather than having no target cap. That is standardized across the board for most abilities now. Every type of debuff that hits targets can stop at 6. They're doing the same for AoE type abilities as well, as much as they can, especially if they're cleave based. And when I mean cleave, I mean frontal or conal based stuff, not general AoE, but general AoE comes into that as well. They're trying to get the cap down so that it's very, very impactful in tight packs, but it's not completely overpowered if there's too many enemies, given that the main default for you must use this skill or else. Anyway, slight boost in damage there. Splintered Secrets. This passive now increases your offensive pen per Herald of the Tome ability slotted by 1240, up from 991. That, on the Lazy Stalk with 2 Herald of the Tome abilities, was fucking mad. Harnessed, not pronounced in some of these fucking Warden skill lines. Quintessence. This passive now increases your weapon and spell damage by 284 when you restore your full magicka or stamina bar instead of 5%. That's a bit of a reduction, but again, because resource management can be stacked now, that makes sense. On its own, it's fine. It's not going to be that much of a difference. You're not going to see a huge drop with that, depending on how you build. If you have a massive, massive bar, you're not likely to run out that often anyway, but you'll see a dip. This, however, where am I? No, you are going to see a dip full stop. What am I talking about? This passive now increases your weapon spell damage. Okay, so flat damage. When restored, Actually, fuck it. If you've got a full bar, you don't need... I'm reading the wrong passive. This one used to be flat damage increased by 5%. Again, this is going to be the same as a sorcerer. I'll start again. Sorcerer with 2% increase per skill on the bar helps if you've got loads and loads of damage. If you haven't, it's very, very low if you're a tank, for example. If you've got low weapon and spell damage, 2% is fuck all. This, for example, 5% would still be fuck all if you've got low weapon and spell damage. But if you've got very, very low, this is a flat number now. That took a while to get used to. I misread one of the fucking messages. But anyway, you get the idea. Instead of a flat percentage bonus on top of what you already have, making the OP even more OP, they've made it so anyone that is even weaker still benefits from a flat bonus. Where the fuck are we? Creative Rune Forms. Arcanist Domain. This ability and its morph's minor buff effects now properly adhere to the standard target cap of 6. Reconstructive Domain. The healing from this morph will now sort and apply the heal to the lowest health targets in the area, rather than having no sort and simply applying to the first 6 targets in the area. So low health people are going to be prioritized. Healing Tides. This passive now increases the healing done per crux to 4% instead of 3. Hideous Clarity. This passive now restores both magicka and stamina instead of just the highest of your max resources. So both. Excuse me. Eggs of the Unseen. The passive now increases your armor to 3271 while you have a Soldier of Apocrypha ability active up from 1980. So this, alongside the DK passive that has been almost doubled, and alongside the Warden passives, you can hit cap on resistances very, very fucking fast without even having to try for major or minor buffs. And of course in PvP, if you were doing stuff like that, you can get to a really stupid number, so that counts as a buffer on top of what people try to take down. I'll explain what I mean by that for those that don't know. The cap for resistance mitigation, 50%, is at 33,000 resistances. It's 660 per 1%. Capped, 33k. If you go over that, you don't get extra mitigation. You get a stat increase. That resistance number is just higher. There are some sets in the game that benefit from higher resistances. So while at 33k, your mitigation is 50%, at 43k, your mitigation is still 50%. But the sets can benefit from them to be stronger. That also benefits you in PvP, because if someone's coming at you with 10k pen, they take 10 off the top. 33, now down to 23, they hit you harder. If you're 43 and they take 10k off the top, all they did is hit you the same amount throughout, because you haven't even gone under your cap yet. So you can use it to buffer your cap. And inflate numbers from things that require resistances, i.e. the Dragon Knight resistance buff, where people that hit you reflect damage onto them based on your resistances now. The higher that is, the harder they get hit. Even up to like 90k or so, it's mental. Anyway, where do we get to? Wellspring of the Abyss. The passive now increases your health, magicka, and stamina recovery by up to 81 for each Soldier of Apocrypha ability slotted, down from 129. Again, this is an adjustment for resource management, because you can stack 2 completely different class skill lines that have resource management bonuses. They don't want any one to be too OP in case they do stack multiples. You could end up having infinite resource builds quite easily. Dual Wield, Hidden Blade, Shrouded Daggers. The bounced daggers from this ability now come from the target they bounce off of. It's helpful. Blessing and Protection. This ability and its morphs no longer cause unnecessary service strain. Additionally, the buff effects granted from these abilities no longer bypass line of sight. So, read that again. This ability and its morphs no longer cause unnecessary service strain. Okay, so the code-wise, they don't crash you so quickly. And the buff effects granted from these abilities no longer bypass line of sight. So you will have to see your target. Soul Strike, specifically Soul Shatter. The explosion damage from this ultimate is now considered channeled or direct damage in all cases. Before it was just direct, now it's both. So Lightning Staff will buff that regardless of whatever it was doing before, but it was only doing one of them. Magical Detonation. This damage and visual effect from this ability and its morphs are now in sync with another. Scribing. Read the spoiler in a minute. Whenever a scribe skill ability receives major changes in behavior or balance, that ability will be reset to its base form and will require reselection of the scripts you would like to combine. During this process, 3 luminous ink will be granted to each character who previously had selected the change scribed ability. So anything that they have adjusted on the server, when it goes live, you will get stuff back so you can recreate the skill. Due to how scribed abilities are made under the hood, when they receive larger adjustments, we need to go through a process called versioning, which effectively states which version of the ability is being addressed. When your character logs in and has a scribed ability already made, their version of the ability will be matched to the server's version. When a mismatch occurs, a respecification will activate and the scribed ability will enter its unspecified state, since selecting scripts comes from a resource cost. We're making sure that the cost will always be refunded so you do not lose resources in the process. So if you have a skill that you've scribed and they do some changes, it will reset the skill, give you the resources back so you can remake it or do whatever the fuck you want with it. Off skills contingency. Increase the cost of all damage inversions of this ability to 3780 up from 3510. Increase the cost of the damage shield and heal inversion to 4860 up from 3510, as they were missing the 50% cost increase that healing and shield abilities are meant to have. Fix an issue where healing and damage shield versions of the ability were not properly treated as damage shields and healing abilities for many passive interactions, such as intricate rune forms. For these fixes to properly apply to existing variants of the Grimoire, your selections of focus, signature, affix scripts have been reset for this particular skill and will need to be reapplied to the cast again. This also will require you to resave your armory loadouts in the used version of this skill. That's a lot. Obstacles Contingency has found its way into our many loadouts, offering powerful abilities that can happen simultaneously with other ability casts, making it fantastic for adding burst damage or turning the tide of combat for a big shield or heal. When we originally made this ability, we were worried about how it would fit into many builds, as the notion of chambering abilities is more complex and skill reliant than other straightforward activations. So we set things like cost to be much easier to utilize in hopes of making the ability more accessible. However, we created a case where the two defense options of this grimoire became incredibly dense at a relatively cheap cost, allowing it to be cast and maintained much more than other abilities. As such, we're moving this closer to the cost of other straightforward abilities. Sip drink, hold on. It still has some unique advantages for its unique use requirements. In addition to this, since these relatively simple adjustments needed a larger refactor of how the ability was built under the hood, we're resetting sections or selections of scripts so that the changes are properly respec'd on the server. Basically, it was too fucking cheap. Bleed. Some scribed abilities used in Focus now properly interact with sets such as Drodza Kaka and or Dragon's Appetite. My eyes are getting foggy. I'm fucking tired, and this is a lot of writing to read. Woo! Class Mastery, Nightblade. Activation conditions for the script now properly line up with his tooltip. Updated tooltips to be more clear if the condition would occur. Okay, fair enough. Itemizations and stuff. Ahaha! Many issues related to consumables have been addressed. Food and drink active effects now correctly list the amount of resources being applied to the character screen. So, if you don't know what the fuck that is, basically flat resource food. So, max health, max magicka, for example, is supposed to give you 5.3k max health and 4.9k max resources. That was set 0-0 for about the last 6 years. Fixed. Ravage health potions no longer display duration, even with 3 ranks of snake blood. Minor protection, 3 trait match for crafted poisons was now calculating duration correctly. So they fixed that. 3 match vulnerability poisons are now longer in duration than 2 reagent potions, because before it was exactly the same for 2 than 3, so you didn't need to use the extra. Fuck, it's gonna be so messed up now. It's really not. It'll be fine. Resource bars no longer reset to their original size when reloading or zoned with certain foods. That was really fucking annoying. Gold food would make your bars tiny when you change instance. Entrapment potions now count as potion instead as Now count as potion in intended cases. Updated tooltip of potion boosts jewelry and chance to specify they only increases the duration benefits of the potion effects. Hindering potions can now be used while you're immune to snares or immobilizations. Poisons with stuns now correctly fire against crowd control immune targets as one of the effects, so you can still poison them even if they're CC immune, rather than it just saying you can't do this. Found a bug, I think. There's no good reporting it to me. Report it to Zos. Thought it was one of the changes with the script, but it wasn't there. Again, report it to Zos. Princess Delight is now correctly named when shown in the active areas while active. Poisons that had hindering trait applied can now be activated while you are immune to snares or immobilizations. So the main problem they had there, apart from standardization and making some stats show, is that when you had a potion or poison that was based on CC with another proc added to it, like damage or whatever, it wouldn't apply if they were CC immune. What it should really do is separate the two. That's immune, but you can still fire this, so they fixed those. Don't worry, if we can't get our head around what to do with our build, we're sub to a bloke who can. Who's that? Already reported it. It's interesting. Excellent. I'm not going to derail and go into stuff like that because that's Zos's area. They have to take the reports and all that shit. I've got a lot to get through still. Arena sets. Footman's Fortune. This set now increases the amount of damage you can block by 14% up from 8. That is one of those sets that's been around ever since the base game. It's Craglorn based. It actually comes from Dragonstar Arena. You can trade it still. And while it was OP as fuck in its heyday, many people have ignored it because they can get block mitigation bonuses from other sources that tend to be a little bit higher. While they do stack, they didn't want to use a 5-piece bonus to do so. Now you might want to, because that's a substantial increase. Crafting sets. Highland Sentinel. Losing stacks from this set no longer forces you to dismount. Additionally, stack removal now works as intended. That's right, as intended. Some of the stacks weren't falling off when they were supposed to, and you know how that set works. Anywho, Azure Blight now requires 20 additional stacks of Azure Blight Seed for each group member wearing this set. Let me read that. Excuse me. Outside of Azure's recent adjustments to scaling damage and effectiveness in certain areas, we're making a pass to reduce the potency of this set when it is worn by multiple wearers in the group. With enough people, the set still produces enough damage in single target situations to outclass most of the other sets in the game. Rather than creating a universal nerf for the set, we're trying to highlight specific correction, only reducing the power in situations where we see a problem. So you can stack them and rapidly escalate the rate of proc, because every person's set can count towards the stacks. But now requires 20 additional stacks of Azure Blight for each group member wearing the set. So it's going to be stackable, but it's not going to be all contributing to the same pool, or in the way that it was. Boulder set, fixed an issue where the boulder would not hit any enemies if the enemy managed to dodge it. So they just went straight past the boulder, and that should be fine. I know you've changed it because you want people to still take damage, but when it terminates and pops, yeah, fair enough. But if the enemy dodges it, haha, you missed me with a big boulder. That shouldn't hit anyone. Whatever. The damage of the boulder itself can now be blocked. Fair enough. When the boulder first hits an enemy, the initial damage will now hit all enemies within 6 meters of the initial impact, rather than only the targeted and collided with. Monster masks. Glorgolich the Destroyer. You heard me. Losing stacks from this set no longer forces you to dismount. Stacks now get removed as intended. Infernal Guardian, this set's damage proc can no longer remove area of effect abilities. That shouldn't anyway. That should just fire at people with area of effect abilities from a meteor for using a damage shield. This game dying so hard. Yet here we are. Dear oh dear. Pretend to be relevant in someone else's stream when no one knows who the fuck you are. Bye.
Humiliation.
Dickhead. Get a job. Or a hobby. Hobbies are good. Some people make jobs out of their hobbies. Zol the Ever Wakeful. This set no longer procs when the Slippery Champion node is activated. So, procs don't proc procs. That particular champion point node is a proc condition. It fires when a condition occurs. A condition shouldn't fire a set. It was. Mythic items. Sarabane's Ward. This set now only activates while actively bracing, rather than any form of bracing. This means that the set will no longer activate from automatic forms of bracing, such as New, Lightweaver, or Shield, Wall, and its morphs. That one is a tricky one. If it's the one I'm thinking of, it makes you stand completely still, and you give 950 recovery to everyone around you, and they all get block mitigation, which is mental. But it was applying to other sources, so you could accidentally fire your ultimate, now you're stuck. Now you need to actively block. These are both... So, I'm taking responsibility for this one, because a thing happened. Wait there. They changed it in a way I didn't think they would, but they did. This set now only activates off of actively bracing rather than any form of bracing. This means that the set will no longer activate from automatic forms of bracing, such as the New Lightweaver or Shield Wall and its morphs. So, why? Because when I was testing this internally, I brought it up in a feedback section saying that the new Templar auto block, when you channel, could interfere with 2 mythic items if used in combination with them. The issue would be Sarabane's Ward. If you did use a Jesus Beam while you had that active, you'd instantly stop on the spot, and that would basically put you in a shit situation. And the other one meant that when you activate it for a very short period of time, you take fuck less damage. This would create a situation where you could automatically avoid a massive amount of damage because your auto block kicked in. The Rorken Steam Guards is the leg set where it's got a cooldown, but when you block, if you block an attack at the right time, it's like a parry almost. You take like 90% less damage or some shit like that. That would be tricky, but exploitable. Well, not exploitable, but overused, I guess, with the Jesus Beam or any channel with the new Temper passives. And again, the Sarabane's Ward would create problems where you would automatically stand completely still and you can't get out of situations for 2 whole seconds. So what they've done is they've made it so it no longer functions with auto block situations. So I am taking that one. That was brought to their attention. Happy about it. And those are the sort of things they look for. When you go, oh yeah, we can block automatically with the channel. Like, you can, but what about these 2? The things that no one uses. They do. Overland sets. Mad Tinkerer. This set's Feminius Fabricant is no longer a summoned entity with AI and instead is a visual effect that completes the attack immediately. That means it's not a pet. This change was done to reduce the likelihood of the creature getting stuck in a repetitive loop or attempting to roll towards a target it could not reach, which wasted its proc. This also means it is no longer counted as a summon for interactions with other effects, which means while it doesn't benefit from pet damage sets, bonuses, buffs, etc., it can still be summoned-ish and not count towards your cap. It's pretty cool. Sentry, PvP sets. Attacking a target that was detected with this set will not miss. Trials. Slivers of Null Arca. And I know people said this was nerfed. It wasn't. It was fixed. Increase the damage of the set by 8%. Reduce the cooldown after it activates to 4 seconds down from 5. So now that is an actual buff. A buff on the base. Kind's Win. This set now triggers off of overhealing yourself or a group member rather than when you apply a major buff to yourself or a group. So instead of waiting for you to apply buffs as and when you need to, it's now based on you overhealing, which is going to be a lot more consistent. The original trigger condition for this set introduced many strange cases where the area of effect of the set spawned where it would not consistently appear under the target you applied the major buff to. After investigating a fix, we found a case where the area would still consistently appear under yourself rather than the group members, since you are the first target to receive the most major buffs. Then apply them in an area of effect abilities afterwards. As such, to try and ensure the effects of the set goes to the people who need it the most, your group members were adjusted. We've adjusted the trigger condition to be more natural and straightforward. That is actually on the feed build, if I remember rightly. So that'll work. It's incredible that you know all the sets and skills by heart enough to see something and immediately think of exploits or combinations. I mean, 9+ years worth of info, updates, etc. is remarkable. I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you very much. It's a lot. It doesn't mean you can't make mistakes, but it means you know more than you should. Companions. Tanloran will comment more consistently when picking a locked door. We need that. Someone talking over your shoulder and trying to do something. Off-balance source from companions will no longer apply to targets already affected by off-balance. No double dipping for you. Zenithar's corpse targeting... Not Zenithar. Zerifvar. Corpse target effects cannot damage neutral enemy entity... Oh, sorry, entities nearby. They will also no longer bypass and prevent attacking innocence setting. Companions will now always be visible while at the outfit station judging your outfit choices. You can put them side by side and see if they're twinsies or not. Which one is this? Revive solo player no longer needs to leave the re-enter the area. This is just NPC. That's Blackwood. That one is actually inside the Infinite Archive as well. That's fucking McForearm's friend. Corrupt eliminates corruption will no longer damage you outside of the telegraph location. Small but relevant buffs, not buffs, changes to base game content and or DLC stuff when it comes to mechanics. Walks Like Thunder now has proper health bar displayed in the UI. Stuff like that. Oversights over time that they've managed to fix. Fixes and improvements. Main quest Harborage rework. To mitigate some server impact created on the solar instances. Remember when I said instances? The zones are instances? They are. Very ready. Very excited about the mythic Rakat's Void Mantle. Where did I get to? We have retooled all Harborage spaces to no longer be solo instances. Each layer of the new world is still your own. You will not see any other players in your space. The scenes with the Prophet and the other attendant NPCs have been rebuilt using more modern theater technology. That sounds posh. And we generally improved upon from an animation and scripting standpoint. If you already completed the main quest, you won't need to do it again on the character. This is largely a functionality and streamlining upgrade for the tech behind the scenes. Okay, so you won't really see any major differences, but it'll just work better. If you already completed the main quest, you won't need to do it. I've read that one already. Note the other world spaces you visit beyond the Harborage, Foundry of Woe, Castle of Worm, etc. are still solo instances and were not changed by virtue of this work. Some general scripting was improved in those worlds though, including, but not limited to, the following. Beer. Sigil stone encounters, Valley of the Blades were redesigned to be more polished and less exploitable by simply running up and touching the stones to avoid having to fight things. Timing improvements on various screens and instances throughout the entire main quest. Ongoing difficulty and ability rebalancing for various encounters. This is generally an increase in difficulty for the listed encounters with the intent of keeping up with the general increase to baseline player power over the lifetime of ESO. Mana Marco, Titan in the Valley of Blades, Titan even, the Risen Saints in the Valley of Blades, Balefire, the Implacable Guardian in Heart's Grief, and Molag Bal. I mean, Molag Bal's easy anyway. You just get the Superman buff and just nuke him. Mana Marco, I first killed him on a tank. It took me a fucking long time. Furthermore, all main quest rewards were completely revamped. Each quest will continue to grant you a relevant skill point, but now also rewards you with a set of gear appropriate for your level to help new players as they progress through the story. Additionally, we have added a new furnishing for completing the God of Schemes questline, the Molag Bal plaque. Everyone's going to go do the quest now. If you have already completed God of Schemes, you do not need to go through this questline again. You can find a furnishing for purchase from the global achievement vendor. Okay, you're not going to do it again. In cases where your skill lines are tied for highest, there is a priority system in place to ensure you only get one of the given set rewards. Given the potential number of combinations of this, a list would be exhaustively huge, and generally it leans towards a light armor and two-handed weapons as a fallback. So it's not you must go to this, but that's what they're going to offer you anyway. Additional controller customizations. To improve controller accessibility, the team has made additional controller settings available to allow further customization for controller usage. Get ready for this shit. These new customizations can be found in the settings menu and are as follows. Invert stuff. What we fucking do. Dead zone. This is actually fucking useful because, praise the Belia, some people like to have pressure sensitivity altered for the purpose of just pressure sensitivity, and they use dead zone to do that because then you don't have to push too far, or you can push further than you really want to. But if you have stick drift, dead zone helps a lot because it can ignore the very, very slight drift and allow you to have full control. So your controller lasts a bit longer. Anyway, how far it needs to be pushed from maximum input. How far the thumb stick needs to be blah, 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 blah. Trigger dead zone as well. And reset gamepad dead zone. So you've got a full option of stuff here for your dead zone sticks and triggers. Bob and Weaven, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Press the button wrong. PTSD. You fucking know it, dude. I've been here for ages reading shit. My eyes are going like this. Do it again. Like that. Alliance Warfare and PvP. Jumping between zones can no longer increase the amount of Telvar stones in a sack. Ooh, naughty, naughty. Telvar stones from daily login rewards and golden pursuits can now be claimed in the active battleground. Itemization. Siege merchants will now sell bound tri-stat potions for 1,000 AP each. Now you got something to spend your money on. Bound. So you can't milk the market on it. Bollocks. I'd buy them. Vengeance campaign. We added weapon. Sorry, let me do this again. Added weapon, assault, and support skill lines. These maintain the older buffalo with a sub. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. You're a legend. So, added weapon, assault, and support skill lines. These maintain the same scrutiny to minimize server performance impacts similar to class abilities. Some functionality has changed on abilities to maintain this level of attention to server performance impact, and added a new pop-up when you enter the Vengeance explaining rule set. So as well as just having class skills, which they did have originally, they've now introduced weapon, assault, and support skill lines for that. This maintained Old Buffalo with a sub. Fucking 13 months! 13 months! Thank you very much. We're not going to go too much into how everything works in the background of combat animation and memory reduction, because, again, that's a performance thing that most people aren't going to read, and it's great that it's happening. Skeleton polymorph audio. Whoa! Let's go! 2 beers in and out of fucking breath. You killed a Dragonborn, dude. Thank you very much. And another reset. You broke the bot. You broke the bot. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. 366 on the channel. Oh my face. Oh my god. Thank you very much, dude. Much appreciated. You're an absolute legend. If you received a gift and sub, say thank you to the gifter. Refresh your stream. You don't have to watch adverts anymore. The rest of it is bug fixes, quest fixes, UI in general, blah, blah, blah. Excuse me. Gamepad add-on manager will no longer prompt blah, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, I need to tell you that. If you've just joined the stream, by the way, update 46 is going to introduce add-ons to console. That is when we're getting them. Yes, you'll get all about mechanics on there. That has already been in the works for the last 2 or 3 months. Don't need to read all that stuff. So, quick recap. Class balancing for the purpose of not just the class itself, but considering the combinations of class skills that you can do. Rules for class subclassing. Your main class has to maintain 1 skill line. You can then have 2 skill lines of any combinations of other things, but you can only have 1 of each one at a time. So 3 skill lines, 3 different ones from 3 different classes. But you can do it slightly different to that. In the initial testing, I did end up with a sorcerer with Stormcalling, Siphoning, and Assassination. Technically, you can't do that with a sorcerer anymore. Once it hit PTS, that may have been a bug at the time, whatever. But you can still actually do it. So, if you want 1 class skill line and then 2 of the same one, swap it around. 2 of the same one and 1 more. How does that make any sense? The class you pick can have more than 1. So if you wanted to use Stormcalling and Adric's Spear and Dawn's Wrath, in that order, Sork, Templar, Templar, you can't. But if you are a Templar, you can go Templar, Templar, Sork. So it still does exist in combination, just that your base class needs to be the one with the most. Now, the only difference that is going to make is that your class skills, as far as scribing is concerned, with your scripts, and your class sets from Infinite Archive rely on your base class. So you can do 2 and 1, but it depends on the class you picked. Pleasure is mine. Enjoy the stream, and you have a lot of fun running with the new builds. Love the detail you have in your videos describing why stuff was used and how to play them. Thank you very much. Positive excited about this to hit live. It's going to be fucking mental, dude. And I know you're going to go, oh, they nerfed the Arcanist. Didn't nerf the Arcanist. They actually buffed the shit out of the beam, and they made it so that it's a standardized overall for every single skill in the game to hit 6 targets maximum, because most stacks are fucking 1 to 6 anyway, and if it's any higher than that, well, good for you. I want to make it so everything's the same. Jabs buff the fuck on their own, but they've made it so that everything lines up. So when they dropped the DK recovery bonuses, it was to consider the fact that you'll add it to another recovery bonus from another class, making it OP as fuck. They had to consider the 2. I'm not gonna lie, a little disappointed about Daedric Prey doesn't work with more now, but oh well, here's hoping it might be a sneaky buff. I mean, it technically is a bit of a sneaky buff because your actual pets are going to get a 5% increase. Well, it's not quite a 5%, but it's 50% instead of 45. And I know there's a 5 there, but when you start scaling stats and all the rest of it, it ends up hitting multiplicative values and all that kind of shit. But it's more. You are going to hit more than you did before. And also they've put a cap on pets, but if you look at the Mad Tinkerer set, it doesn't even count as a pet anymore, so it's fine. Crew with the bits, thank you very much indeed. Hype train o'clock. Are we going to do anything about that hype train before I go on PTS? Waiting for the Vengeance to come live. I enjoyed the last one. It's pretty fucking good. It's really good. It's a step in the right direction. I'm glad they went back to the drawing board. Most developers won't try it. Most developers are fucking scared. Most delete a game when they can't figure something out. Instead, DOS is like, hey, have extra AP. Try this out. See if we can make it right. It's good. Saw something about the train. There's a hype train. If you buy bits or subs, you make that level move, and every level you'll get emotes. Highest one ever is 9, I think, on the channel. No pressure. That's going to be expensive. Still catching up on last fucking year. So move the subs and the bits. We've got a massive goal. It ain't like to happen, but we do have a new Dragonborn. Let's go.
Fight.
So, before we go any further, big thank you to the audience for behaving. What does that mean? These streams are incredibly stressful, especially when you have very loud voices making everybody panic and talking about shit they don't understand. And what happens then is they take their secondhand information, they come to my stream and start shouting over top of me while I'm reading halfway through to my own audience. Nobody did that today. So massive thank you to the chat for actually having the respect to let the streamer get on with their job. Now you can ask loads of fucking questions. Amber Daylight with a gift of subs, thank you very much. Let's fucking go. On-screen celebration with 100 bits as well. Hype train level 2. If you received a gift of subs, say thank you to the gifter. You're in luck, none of the classes have been nerfed. Not at all. Hoping the class isn't nuked too much, not sure what to do now. Well, first of all, don't worry, it's not coming out for a few weeks yet because it's on PTS and things will change over the next coming weeks. Secondly, keep an eye on the channel. And finally, don't panic. It's never bad. Because there's a multi-billion-dollar fucking company behind it. They know what they're doing. They wouldn't get to this point of 11 years if they were shit at it. This is the biggest change since One Tamriel. It's supposed to be a bit confusing because it's big change, but it's going to be fucking mad. Anyway, ask questions, say stuff. How do you feel? And no, oh, that's useless. I want to hear actual words. First subclass combo you're going to try. Ah, sneaky. First one I've actually tried because that's a more accurate question because I've already tried it. And I don't mean today. I mean 2 weeks ago. Thank you for taking the time to read this, Zoe. We appreciate it. You are most welcome. Turn off this music, because it's depressing. Find my control pad. Elder Scrolls music is depressing. To be fair, if you say it with that voice, no one wants to talk to you anyway. Had to get my control plugged in. You know, because I can't play on mouse and keyboard because I'm a noob. That's a massive lie. I've been playing MMOs for like 26 years. Of course I can. I just preference this because I play 6, technically 7 servers. 8 if you count internal sometimes. And 4 of them require a control pad. Typical, do ultimates affect plus 6 targets for damage, or is it just a cap for debuffs? It's a cap for damage in total. How many years will it take for me to understand it all? None. Don't get much help with the build, and it's all confusing to me. That is why you want to put YouTube in the channel, in a chat even. Keep an eye on that channel. Make sure you hit the notification bell, and the videos will come as and when. Well, first one I did try. Okay, the first one I did try in the internal servers was I got the Lazy Sork, put it together, and slapped Leech and Strikes on it. It was funny as fuck. Fixed Pierce and Cold, but nerfed Northern Storm. No, they didn't. They didn't nerf Northern Storm. They reduced the damage it does up front, and instead gave you more damage overall for the skills you're already doing. It's basically like a Walk and Dragon Knight banner. Tina with 100 bits, thank you very much indeed. We're in Hype Train level 2, people. Crew, off topic, I tanked Cauldron on Vet for the first time and the Monster Helm didn't drop. Can't see anything online about it. Was definitely on Vet, got purple gear. Report it. Tell them what time you did it and when. They'll fix it for you. Or hopefully. Thank you for the 100 bits. Much appreciated. You're only if you're bad at reading comprehension. Correct. So that's not a dig, by the way. That's a statement of fact. They have made it so that your weapon and spell damage towards your or your damage towards your active skills that are currently running is higher. So if you're running into someone going smack, 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 and you've got Northern Storm running, your damage goes up and up and up and up and up. Why is my stuff running? I don't want that open. Discord can close. You don't want an overlay of that. You don't want to see my Discord, do you? If you do, put Patreon in the chat. Mike and Wheeler are apparently talking to me. Mike, we'll get to love letters later. Turtle Swats with the bits. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. Pushing the bits goal to 10,360 now of 1 million. Thank you very much. Finally bought ESO. Been playing WoW since 2008 on and off. I hope this is a good time to start. Brilliant time to start. Obviously nowhere near the same game as Warcraft, but if that's what you're looking for, you're in the right place. Oh, don't look at my password. Oh my god. I can't even spell it properly. Did I do it? Gotta ask my mum for my password. Question a little backwards from all this. New player here. What's the best way to move forward after the base game? Old DLCs or just 2025 content pack? Trying to figure out where to go. So, if you have ESO Plus, you'll get access to every single chapter that existed while your account is active in ESO Plus, right? But you won't own it. You will also get access to all of the DLCs. You'll get a big crafting bag, infinite crafting bag, and loads of other perks and stuff. So that's the main thing to consider. You might want to have consistency because that crafting bag is amazing. However, as far as packs are concerned, if you've got the game already, you've got two options. One is get the pass on its own, and you get access to the new stuff. That's yours now. You own it. The other one is the big one. The big one will give you all the chapters and all the classes and access to the new stuff. So if you're going to buy the chapters and shit, that's the way to go. Because you'll own them, you'll own the classes as well. ESO Plus will give you access to them and all the previous DLCs, but it won't give you the classes. Trying to step away from the collector's editions and shit like that. I don't need to do any of this right now because we can skip it. What have I got here? Buy Solstice. I don't need to buy it. We have it. This is on PTS, by the way. Yes, I think so. Am I on the right server? That's what I find out I'm not actually on PTS. Create new character. I am on the PTS. This will have subclass and Evermore. Done. Should we go? I'm gonna show you exactly what this was actually. This is what I did test on their official server. Unofficial server, the private server. Thanks for the info. You're welcome. It's confusing, I know, but basically ESO Plus is going to stay in the same place as it did. Every single DLC chapter that you had access to in the past, you will still have access to. Obviously, when you quit ESO Plus, you won't have it anymore.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
So, over time, you'll generate You'll generate crowns, and you can use that to buy the DLCs so they're yours. If you want the chapters up front, get the big pass. Again, you'll have all the classes as well, so that'll make a big difference. Why am I hitting the Windows button? Don't do that. Wrong one. This is what I meant earlier. This button here gives you your template options on PTS. And we also need to pick Orc. And it's a dude. He's not an Orc. He's Imperial. Your mum's an Orc. We need to make him Mathis. Oh, it doesn't really fucking matter. Finish. Let's call him IR Tough and Stuff. Nobody took that name. I wonder why. It's an imposter Buddha. Got Stone Garden hard mode done yesterday with the help from the All About Mechanics guide. Can I get a hell yeah? You fucking can. Well done. So for those that are confused, this is where the people need to go. As you can see, these are all the people. There's a lot of people. This is the quest person. Press next step. Hiya, Baboon. You got it. Want to teach me? Yes. I'm interested. Tell me more. Tell me about the stuff. Pick a class. Necromancer. What else can you tell me? Ready to choose. What do I do next? Choose disciplines. Free. Excellent. Subclassing. I'm going to take Necromancer. I'm going to take Bone Tyrant. And I should be able to access this. Confirm. They have changed this user interface a little bit because it was a little bit finicky when I first tested it. Thank you for the bits. Massively appreciate being cake in the chat. So I'll add that. And I need to swap it. Should be able to swap it. With one of these. Why am I 0 on all of these? Have I picked the wrong fucking one? These are all maxed. Oh, no. No. Cancel that. I know how to do this. Get out of here. There is a thing in your box now, which is new, called Max Scribing. Or Max, not Max Scribing. Max Skill stuff. Max Scribing stuff is there. Do the week 1 changes favor the pet Sork over the non-pet version? No. It's up to you. Also, they're not in the patch notes, and if they are, I didn't see them. See this little green thing beside it? That is your new bound feature. If it's got that little green with the jigsaw puzzle and the plus, add to your collection. To highlight that to make it all awesomer. That is new. Consumables? Maybe I made the wrong one. Should be on full subclassing. There should be an item in the box to max it out. Season the Worm Coal collectibles. We'll mess with those later. Don't have time for that at the moment. It's helpful it is. It's really good. Can't wait to see Skyrim in ESO and Morrowind. I mean, they're both there. Maybe it's in here. I might have to make another character, actually. I might press the wrong one. Impresario, blah, blah, blah. Munderstones. Remember when someone said, are there Munderstones in your inventory? This is why it confused me, because I spend a lot of time on PTS. If you look here. Not these. This, Crate of Munderstones. you can equip them from here. Now, this wasn't working on the PTSs recently. If you change zones, it loses it. But I think they fixed that, because I noted it when we were testing it the other day. So then it gives me the Thief from Understone. Tower one, actually. I picked the wrong one. Whatever. It's in a box. So it's like, what do you mean in your inventory? So that was why I said that. That was why the context was there, or where the context comes from. This is... Okay. This is aiming the wrong way, and I'm getting fucking hot. Very helpful, especially for housing stuff. What is? The boxes? That's not necessarily base game. This is on the PTS only. So many things to unlock when you start a new character on PTS. Choose discipline. Let's try again. I'm going to keep that. I'm going to delete this. Getting hot. I see I've misplaced your glasses. I have, but I'm not going to use them on stream. Where's my glasses? Are they on my head? Oh, I see. Very good. Yes, I want to use this. Oh, this caught me last time. Using certain necro abilities will get you in trouble in the town. Don't get in trouble in the town. Scribing is already done. One character your account has to reach level 50. Yes. You must complete a quest. Oh, of course, I haven't finished talking to her yet. That's why. I chose a discipline. I did a thing. I picked this. Pick this. Change it. Ah, ha, ha, ha. That's why. Change it for this. Done. She should be happy with me now. Did I do it? Oh, fuck me. I didn't change it. My bad. Necro. Pick again. Bone Tyrant. Swap it with Draconic Power. Confirm. Done. Now she should be happy. Thank you. Good. Respec scroll. Done. Very smooth. In hot, I see you have misplaced your glasses. Funny. Right? It's been a bloody long day. Golden Pursuit, not doing it. Really long. Level up your character. There is a fucking box. Tell me they gave us the box and we don't have to level it all up. I know they wanted us to test how the leveling works because obviously it was a different rate. But there should be a consumable box. I know. It's fucking boiling. I need to put the fan up again. Like, stupidly fucking hot. Fresh. Oh my god. And where have you gone? Let me go to my house. I haven't got a house. Oh, no, I do. Cheers for the Zylord. Hip hip. Is there a command to see Zynor's beginner videos on YouTube or something? Is it beginner? Yes, it is. Exclamation point beginner. You might have to go back a little bit. The taunt one is somewhat relevant, but ignore the information about the change because that's changed since then. But there is a second video about the change, so that can coincide with that one. So that'll work. Returning back to ESO. Look at these daily rewards for returning back to ESO. Telvar, gold. 20k gold for day 5 of coming back. Armor of the trainee, just in case you forgot. Crates? What the fuck, indeed. Excuse me. Heroic rewards. Ashen grip stuff. This is mental. They're actually pretty good. Like, hey, good, you're awake. Here's some free shit. Imperial City stuff. Conquest begins. What's in Activity Finder? Oh, it's Golden Pursuits. Ignore me. Actually. Let's see. You were built on health. Mundustone doesn't carry through zones. They have still got a bug there. But they did fix the food stuff. So this should... Heroes return XP. 150%. Yes, please. Slottables. Heroes return stuff. Prophet Sword. Don't need that. So on the PTS, you have boxes full of stuff. You have pretty much everything. I say pretty much everything. You don't have it all, but you have a lot of stuff. Enchantments I don't need. Consumables I need. That is the amazing Tony Silver going to ninja off. She's ninjaed one of my hoodies as well. Technically, I gave her that one. And we need... Eat the ink. Delete that, because I don't need it anymore. Character looks like Scorpion. You can have a full Scorpion character now, by the way, because you could have a DK with chains and then use the Necromancer skill line to throw burning skulls. So you can go full Scorpion. Why is my skills not maxed? They should be. Again, they had a consumable in the internal server where you could consume a book that would fill up all your skill lines. I don't think they brought it over here, and if so, I've got the wrong template. Maybe I have. Swap out. So fam, how you doing? Yeah, Magic Juice, welcome in. Thank you for the sub. The hoodie's comfy. If you want one of those hoodies, by the way, put merch in the chat. Max level. Subclassing, max level. Okay. Let's try it anyway. Let's make 2. Orc. Max him out. Make him... He's not an orc, he's an Imperial. DK Imperial. Let's call him IROP. They don't like each other very much. Just in case for science, there's 2 different templates. I didn't read what it said. Drops are active. Oh! I mean, they should have been ages ago, but... You know... Bat phone didn't go out. There you go. Now people that have been here for ages can still get drops even though they were already getting them. Excuse me? Rich told me to look for a mount. When I was in testing, Rich told me to look for a mount. I didn't find it. I have been asking in every dev tour for the last 7 fucking years. What the fuck? What the fuck? He told me the other day, he's like, look for the mounts. Motherfuck. I have a fucking mammoth. I have a fucking mammoth. Look at this motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker.
What the hell? I have been specifically fucking crazing for this for years. You sneaky bastard. That wasn't on the test server. You said, look at the mounts. Look at the mounts as a cool mount. I thought you meant the fucking ESO 10 horse. Fuck the horse. Fuck the horse. Oh. I cannot feel more of a fucking nerd right now. On live TV, I feel like the biggest fucking nerd ever. Trample that shit. Remember when I said I want to see these in Cyrodiil? Running at people? You can use trample with a fucking mammoth. What the fuck, indeed? Says the devs don't listen to their players. Dude, some of the PTS stuff is there because I fucking asked for it. There was certain things that I was really concerned about in testing and they fucking got in.
I love weddings.
Who you think you knew stuff? Reading paper. Thank you for showing news. You are most welcome. I've been reading the patch notes stuff. I've been doing it for the last 2 or 3 hours. I went through it all. I have been asking for this for so fucking long. Go onto my YouTube channel and search Dev Tour. Every single dev tour I've ever had, when it gets to the last part of it, they say, do you have any questions? And my question has always been, mildly sarcastic, but I want it anyway, can we have a mammoth mount? Every single time I've asked them, can we have a mammoth mount? You didn't miss the subclass stuff in the stream. No, I've already spoken about it for ages. I've literally just got on here. I've been testing it internally anyway, but you can now see stuff. Some things were changed, yes, but this was not in that model. I think Rich thought this was in the model, and it wasn't. So that's why I didn't get all excited about it. I was like, cool horse. Oh, man. I feel like I've been shot straight through the fucking chest, and I really enjoyed it. What the fuck? Thank you. Thank you very much. That has made my fuck... I've had a shit day as well. I had a shit day getting tortured by shit canoes online. Constant abuse. For no good reason. And then this happens. The chat was nice as well during the patch read. And what the fuck? Personal opinion, I think 3 cards combined is too much. Maybe 2 is going to be amazing. It is amazing. It's not too much, so don't worry. I tested it for about a week before it even hit PTS. I've already been doing it. It's really fucking good. I don't know what to fucking say about this. Zion Dopamine Rush. I am fucking hyped. So I wish for the win the lottery. I didn't put a ticket on. It's too fucking expensive. Well deserved. It jumps as well. Right. Wait. Oh, come on. Where is it? Do I have one on this server? If not, I'll buy one. Yes. That'll do. Sacrificial one. Pocket mammoth and a giant mammoth. Watch his feet. Watch his little feet. Run. Oh, as soon as I was waiting for Zai to see it. You don't get to call this, DJ. 7 years I've been asking for this. 7 fucking years. I need to get rid of this golden pursuit thing out of my fucking inventory because I'm away. Yes. Lovely free stuff. I'm on PTS. I don't care anyway. What the hell? I think I need to change my settings because they're a bit cloudy. Right, bear with me a second. Where the hell is my settings? It is video properties. Configure. I don't have to do this for PlayStation, but for PC it's a bit washed out because it's taken from the actual input. And input's a bit off, so we'll drop that down a bit. Bring this up. I normally have to do this. Saturation, sure, why not a bit more? Contrast down, up a bit. That should be a little tiny bit easier to see. Oh my god. This is mad. I'm gonna work on Valkyrie build, Warden Wings, Tempest Spears, not sure of the third one. It's fucking brilliant. Health, yes please. I'm the almost immortal warrior. On a mammoth. Does it rear up? Yes, I've already done it. Look. Woof. Right, where the hell am I going? Evermore? I need to go and get this stuff. So there's one template where you have to level it all the way from the beginning, and the other one where you don't. Where the fuck is Evermore? My brain stopped. Where is Evermore? Oh, there we are. I was there. Disappointing it doesn't sound like a wounded wet cow. What, you mean like how the dogs sound like a really camp cow? They do. The dog. Listen to the wolves, people. And before you even try to hack me in comments, listen carefully. Most of the wolves have a couple of different howls, and one of them is moo. Unhear that. Unhear it. New character Max, you'll have to level each subclass. I am already aware how it works. I tested it internally already. This is not new to me. It's new to the world, and I can show it now. But I've already tested it. There were very, 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 very few people that did. I was one of them. Frost Nord for sure. Where's the fucking quest woman? Never made builds or anything like that myself, and I really want to try a DPS Warden mix of Frost and Storm. I think that would be really cool. There's lots of things that could be really cool. Dude, the possibilities are fucking mental now. Absolutely insane. Next step, teach me blah, blah, blah. Tell me about High Arcane, Necromancer, yes please, blah, blah, blah. Choose discipline. I want Subclassing, I want Necromancer, I want to take Bone Tyrant, I want to change that for a Draconic Power, and I want to press Confirm. Now she'll be happy with me, I can complete the quest. Blah, blah, almost like I've done it before. Nice chain, I have a similar one. You do? Thank you very much. Now I've got that, and it's maxed. Imagine, right? Now, I need to speak to her again. I shouldn't have to do this twice, actually. Choose disciplines and make a donation. Subclass, Warden. It's almost like I can navigate the menus like I've seen them before. Confirm. Yes, please. Right. Now we're in business. So, easy way to go through this on the PTS.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
It's like the information's accurate, isn't it? Mammoth accomplished finally. What's next on the list? Oh, well, this is on the list. Dude, have you listened to my streams for years? I'm not going to take responsibility for this because I can't. But for years I've got 1,900 streams. I've been asking for us to be able to swap one skill line for another. So tank for tank, healer for healer, DPS for DPS would make perfect sense if they balanced it correctly. What did they do? They balanced it correctly and then they allowed you any combination. Like, thanks. I've been away from the game for years, making a new character. How many pieces of gear do I need to be equipped to continue gaining XP in that armor type for it to unlock the skill line? 1. You have to equip 3 to open it, but you only need 1 to level it. You keep 1 skill line from your main class. You do. But bear in mind, in testing, because this is something that people have tried to scream at me about in my own comment section, when they weren't there, I'll underline that, they weren't there. I made a sorcerer, actual sorcerer, with storm calling and siphoning and assassination, which are 2 Nightblade skills and a sorcerer skill. Now, on this particular version, and in their announcement, they stated that you can't pick 2 from the same class. So that was an oversight on the internal server. There was a little bit of a bug. It happened. But you can still technically do it. The way to do it is to make sure that the one you have 2 skill lines from is your main class. So while you can't do it on another class, you can do it on your main one. So you switch it. So you can still do it. The restrictions are the class sets and the class scripts. If either of those don't matter to you, make whichever class you want to use the 2 skill lines of. You're fine. Anyway, let's get this leveled up and shit. So, PTS, tip. If you want to go through all the skills, obviously it's going to take you time to do this. So you go through here, and you go into your class skills, and you go 1, 2. Don't do that. Don't do that. Someone that uses this every fucking day, trust me, do this. Go to your utility, go to respec scroll. Pick up the respec scroll. Then go to supplies, pick it up, use it. Now watch. Look how quick it is. Ha ha ha. It's almost like there's a way to do it. Now I don't need this. I need this. All you need to do is just press your trigger buttons to go through all the skills. Northern Storm, Permafrost. Yes, please. I also need Impined Shards, Griffin Shards, Arctic Blast. Imagine me already knowing what to do. Bone Tyrant. Yes, please. Take this. That will be the other one. We'll have Scythe, which was this. This is a demonstration of the actual thing I did test in their servers. Beckoning Armor. Aquatic Potency. You're watching the magic work, by the way. That should pretty much do it. And there was Caltrops on there, but I can use a taunt. Support Assault. Caltrops. Razor Caltrops. Job done. Not had a chance to patch notes yet. Did a Templar Fair. Really well. But also bear in mind, all the classes are balanced in a way that allows you to consider other class skills that will coincide with them. So where you might have loads and loads of resource benefits on one particular class and not so much on another...
Listen.
Thank you for the listen. Thank you for the fart, which is now coming. They might have reduced some of the resource management in some class, in all the classes, in fact, minor adjustment, in consideration for you stacking multiples. So they've had to consider that. Right. Ignis Shields. That one I didn't take straight away. I should have done that. Ah, wrong one. Respec. Who did the fart? There is a fart. I told you it was coming. Anyway, respec scrolls are nice and easy on here. They don't cost anything. Any crowns you spend on PTS do not count. What was the alert? Thank you very much. So please. I need to do this. Mispressed this one. That's what I wanted. You can go there. Ignis is not going on here because that is already on the front. This is going on the back. Beckoning Armor goes on the back. Hungry Scythe goes on the front. Arctic Blast goes here. Shimmering goes there. Shards go there. We do need a pull, but we're going to use summoning or scribing for that. So we're going to go to the house. This is me fast tracking this stuff, by the way. This happens a lot. Getting behind the scenes shit right now. Just to check awareness. Beer's dead. It took me 2 beers to read the patch notes. It was a lot. Again, some of that I was very, very aware of. Expecting some of the changes. Some came through, some didn't. I need to text Rich. Thank you for the sub. Massively appreciated. Bit and cake in the chat. Where the fuck is Rich? Oh my god, I just nearly died on stream. What the fuck, a mammoth. That was not in internal testing. He's gonna be like, yeah, I thought you might like that. He's gonna act all nonchalant on it. He's gonna be really, really chilled. At least they didn't don't appear to have linked PTS to the Lights database this release. Got more beer. It took 3 beers to listen. Fair enough. Right, let's find all the stuff and things now. I'll do it again. Dungeon sets. That is a beer. I have 3! Thank you very much. I could have got that. Much appreciated. The amazing Tony Silver brought me beer. Crafter sets, no. Dungeon sets, no. Oh, we can check the other stuff later. I will check the trial set, actually, because I'm pretty sure they changed it. I'm going to say they changed it. I mean, this is going to confuse people, but I've already seen some. Again, there were very few people that got to try this stuff out. A very, very small group. Much like the original groups when I went to ZOS in Somerset and elsewhere. So it wasn't like a massive, massive widespread test. It was specific people inside a specific controlled environment. It was pretty fucking cool. This is new. No, it's not. What's it called? Nope. Oh, it's the heavy set, isn't it? Heavy one I want to look at. I want to see what the stats were. Because I remember them on their server. It was 616. I'm pretty sure they would have changed it. It doesn't seem to be in here. So, what we'll do is we'll cheat. Exactly the same as I did on their server. And I'll find... We're going to use that, actually. I need that. Have to bounce. Amazing stream. Thank you very much. Massively appreciate it. Bit and cake in the chat for anyone who enters or leaves. That's broken. To buy. I broke the thing. It won't let me go into the list. Did I break the fucking PTS already? It lets me go into this category. Purchase, place. Okay, fuck this. Let's get away from this one. I think it's interacting with the item with the X with the user interface changes while I'm in front of it. So that's a bug report. No, it's just fucked. Let's delete this. Kill. It won't let me see the list now. I'll log out to another character and do it in a minute. Not important. We can come back to it. Do you make build videos? I used to watch Skin Cheeks and it kind of a dick, so I'm looking for... Right. I appreciate, but I don't talk bad of other streamers. Each to their own. But yes, I do make builds and stuff. There's a whole fucking channel. I've had it for 8 years. Nearly 9, actually. Have a look. You might find something you like. Bear in mind, that channel is going to explode when this new change kicks in. So there's going to be a lot of new stuff. There's going to be a lot of updated stuff as well. I won't give you spoilers, obviously, because that's what the Patreon packs are for and everything. But yes, there's going to be a metric fuck ton of stuff to do. My work just got a lot busier. It's going to be mental. So low-key, you're a legend. I appreciate it, but I don't have bad talk of other people. Each to their own. There's something for everyone out there. Short version, yes. Builds in the chat. Enjoy. What else was I using on this? Now I've got to remember my build. Don't tell me. That's rhetorical. Ah! Engage brain. There's 5 different versions of the same video. That one. There it is. Found it. I'm going through all the files. They're back here somewhere. Frozen stuff. Yoink. We'll use the jewelry. We'll also use the no mythic items. Although there's a really fucking cool mythic item now. This is just to demonstrate the difference in what you can do with the Almost Immortal Warrior as it stands and the Almost Immortal Warrior with the upcoming potential changes. No, I worded that very carefully. Upcoming potential changes, because any of this could change at any moment. Whereas, further cunt. Alphabetical order would be useful. I can do the alphabet. Different styles of play, maintain interest. What happens? Is there any disadvantages to having one class of each? No, not really. What you have to consider is you can have nothing but DPS skill lines, in which case your disadvantage is you've got no survival skills, so you have to get them from somewhere else. You can have all tanky stuff, so you've got no DPS skills, or whatever. It's up to you. There's no restriction in that respect. Your style of build is up to you. It's fucking really good. I can't tell you how excited I am about it. And I really can't tell you how excited I am about their fucking mammoth. I can't believe they fucking did it. I really can't. I saw as much as I could possibly see on their internal server. Rich pre-warned me, check out the mounts, as a little nudge nudge, and it wasn't there. So I thought he meant the ESO 10 horse. And I was like, cool horse. Nope. Mammoth mount. What the fuck? I did message him a minute ago. He's busy. He's there. He's there. He's fucking laughing. Fucker. Absolute fucker. I was so happy about it. Wasn't it you who was talking about wanting him a mammoth mount as his pet months back? Not even months back, dude. Go to my YouTube channel. Put YouTube in the chat. In the search bar on my channel, not the top one, the one on my channel, look for Dev Tour or Developer Tour. Every single one of those videos, without fail, at the end in the Q&A section, I have asked, can I have a mammoth mount? The Island Gold road size? No, it's a bit bigger. Years back. He's still lurking. I know, he's fucking giggling in the back. His anxiety's well excited. I'm gonna get him in a happy rant. Shut up. Looking for this stuff and things. Zaya's been asking for mammoth mount for forever. I have. I cannot believe it's happening. My brain has actually stopped. I'm looking for monster sets. Did I destroy the box? I must have done. Don't destroy boxes. I don't have it. I might just have to craft it. Heavy sets, blah, 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 blah. Medium. Medium, monster. I think I deleted it. Balls? I must have done. Doesn't matter. I can pick it up from the other character and just put it over here anyway. Scribing stuff, yes. Because I need scribing skills. I have to swap characters because the house is broken. I will report that, obviously, but what it's done basically, when you purchase an item and you put it down in your house, your base, you're locked on that item, so you can't view any more on the list, which is unfortunate. Luminous ink, yes please. Don't rush, enjoy things, you can handle them. There's a lot in the game. Yeah, there's fuck tons. Frozen Watcher helmet does not go on. Chest technically does. Shoulder doesn't. Waist does. Actually, we'll get rid of that. I still need the transmutation station anyway. System is so far not made me God. Who would have thought it? It won't make you God. It will make you happy. Set items. Loads of stuff is already stored. Ah, the set items are there. I'm a noob. I was going to the transmutation station. I don't even need to. It's here. So please. Wormcart item sets. There we go. Yoink. So. Dealing damage with daggers. We're not going to look at that right now. Mythic items in Solstice. These are mega. Absolutely insane. Cheese wheel and everything. Go over those later. This is the one. Aha! They changed it. It was 616. It's now 614. Minor change. But your armor reduction for the enemies is nearly 2k. 1.9 almost. So basically, 3 stacks of that is almost the equivalent of a maxed out Alkosh, which would stack with it. So basically, you block, you get armor, and you throw out debuffs for penetration or for resistances. So for you getting hit, you constantly pulse in resistance debuffing. Pretty mad. Cool trial set. Very cool, in fact. Bear in mind, cap is 6. And that one has not changed. That's pretty much the same. Increase your direct damage done to monsters by 12%. That, for Status Pro, is fucking mental and very, very hard hitting. And that's not where we were going anyway. We're looking for this monster stuff, which I've apparently destroyed. Kitchen plate needs to be all of that. Jewelry, no. Weapons, yes. Sword and board. 2 different ones, so I can differentiate between the 2 different weapons. Otherwise, people get confused. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Welcome in, by the way. How you doing? Dagger, sword, shield, axe, shield. Everything else needs to be from the body. I need to swap characters real quick because I've fucked up on the... no, that doesn't belong there. 1, 2, 3. Oh, these ones. I fucked up on the inventory and deleted one of the monster set choices. One of the boxes. So let's swap real quick. Literally just put it in the bank. Actually, I won't. I will go into the furnishing section because it broke. Anyone else that is going into their house at the moment that wants to buy stuff from the store in there, the etheric, or whatever the fuck it's called, the ulti thing, it's hogging the top spot here. So you can't place anything else down, which is annoying. It deletes the list. Companions. Minions. I don't have a bank on this server? What the fuck? Yes, yes. We need... Pretty sure it was Thief on that character, although we can get away with Astronarch. Play whatever class you think is cool. Accurate. What am I most excited about, subclass or the Mammoth Mount? Oh, that's an unfair question. Come back to me in a week. So this is what I was looking for. This one here. Somehow I managed to delete this box, which was really dumb. Because I needed this one. Heavy, heavy... Not tremor scale. Not that. Furbekan hat. Want that in... One in...
Hello there.
Who's hello there? Who did that? Unmechanicalized or whatever the fuck your name is. Dude, I always mess your name up. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. It's unmechanized. Hello there to you as well. I need to buy a bank. Apparently I don't have one. Anything that you buy on the PTS will not affect your account. It is 3 crowns. Who did a fart? Mrs. Ice, sir, I gotta say, I'm most excited to see the creativity you put into your builds moving forward. So much scope, so much creativity. Dude, my brain, when I got the email saying, hey, you're gonna be part of the testing thing.
I love winning.
I've got a banker.
Drinks all around.
You're gonna be part of the testing thing where you get to mess around with the stuff before everybody else knows about it. Like, okay, great. Titled Subclassing. What the fuck? I couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Then when I got to try it out, oh, my brain is going about 9 million miles an hour. Last year has scared me to PTS during events. Has me scared to PTS during an event. No, don't do that. Do it anyway. How do you get the new mythic? Off the top of my head, no information on that just yet. Also, which one? There's technically 3. NA or EU mirror? NA. Because of the bannering. The banning? Oh! Well, that's easy. If it happens, don't engage with it. It's not going to happen. There was a freak fucking accident. Don't worry. The house seems to be working now. Let me see if this is a freak accident or an actual bug with this particular item. Yep, that item is fucked. Log out. Light attacks restore resources. Heavy attacks don't. But heavy attacks do 50% more damage. That's cool as fuck. Very, very cool. I found that in the transmutation station when I was doing the internal test because it wasn't about the gear and all that kind of stuff. It was about the feel for the class introduction to subclassing. So they locked out the content, they locked out the gear, and they made it so that it was mostly about that. However, I found it. And I did get to read it, and I kind of knew it was coming. But how you get it, player testable at this point in time. Have to wait and see. It might give you a hint on it, though, because it usually does. Bank, give me my helmet. People, I already know what's going to happen with this, because I've already tried it. But once I get everything together, and we go into the Infinite of Archives, you are going to absolutely fucking love this. This is how you adapt to change. Not to say that this is the final version of the build. That's nothing to do with it because everything could change dramatically. They could dump it. They could decide, you know what? We've broken our code and we have to delete this whole system. They're not going to do that, but you never know. But this is what I do in the background on a regular basis, which I don't have the capacity to generally talk to the chat at the same time because of 2 reasons. 1, I'm thinking very, very fast. Faster than I can press the buttons. And 2, because everyone tries to... You're not today, actually. People are really good with it. People try to flood over top of you. Thank you for the bits. Much appreciated. People try to go, why don't you do this? And why don't you do that? And why don't you do this? And they backseat your creativity. And that's very difficult to do. So I do it in private. There is a perk for it on Patreon where sometimes I stream it, but again, I stay muted. But I will show you what I did mess with. This is mad. I'm excited to see where this stream goes. I think one more beer. You should have one more beer. It's going to be long enough for at least that. Let's see. Bear in mind, when I was doing this, I had Zos watching me at the same time. Rich! Dude, I'm a fully grown man playing Pixels. I nearly fucking cried. Have I recovered yet? You're a bastard. In a good way. You're a good bastard. I cannot believe it actually fucking happened. Cannot believe it. Motherfucker, I told you earlier, people. He texted me when I was doing the internal test and he said, you might want to check the mounts. And I know what that means. I know he knows that I want something in there that he hasn't showed me yet. So I was like, ooh. And I said this before. ESO 10 horse. Good one. That's all I saw. Because I think he didn't realize that the older version that we tried didn't have the fucking mammoth in it. I've only just seen the mammoth by accident. Dude, I nearly shit myself on live stream. I cannot express how excited I am. I cannot. Turns out it was on that server. Dude, I didn't even fucking see it. I went through all the mounts and everything. Where the hell was it? It wasn't. I was right then. It wasn't. Well, the thing is, when we were testing it with Brian and Carrie, they already underlined that there was another version of what I was testing anyway. They'd gone further forward with it in preparation for PTS. So some things had changed, which we knew. And I didn't see it because it weren't there.
Drinks all around.
So you tend to ride a mammoth. I hope it wouldn't be taught. It's really good. It's really good. They finally made it fucking happen. I cannot believe it. So you previewed it? Yeah, I ran around with it. I put a pocket mammoth next to it and made him run with his little legs. It was banging. Absolutely banging. Should I put it in the house? People, if you haven't seen it already, look at this. Mounts. Where the fuck are my mounts? Look at this. That means you can have more skins for it as well. Obviously. Oh my fucking god. Should we preview it with all the stuff on? Because this dude hasn't got it. Get out of this. Fuck this menu. Confirm. Yes. Get out. Look at him. He shall be called Mega. I know the purple chicken's called Mega, but he's getting downgraded to Tiny Mega. Collections. No, we'll go to the store. Preview it. And put it in all saddles and everything. That is the one. Look at him. Looks like a Goliath. Do not insult. He does not. He's got feelings. Will we get skins for the Warden Bear? We've already got one. There is a skin that already exists. They've called that style now. So this is going to get so rich. They're already rich. Unique rig model. I hope it's not a risk. What the hell? I'm dreaming. I have asked for it for years. And it's got 4 tusks as well. And it's much taller than a player. So it's not too massive as far as the rest of the game is concerned. But it's big enough to be bigger than everything else. Please, now. You know they're going to introduce more skins, don't you? You know they're going to make me spend all my fucking crowns by giving us a nice giant red lightning fucking mammoth. For no reason other than spend all your money. Look at that. That's all we came here to do. Fuck subclassing. Fucking brilliant. Let's see. Need to finish this. Reskin, but you pulled the thing out of the bag at the second and my doubts were instantly nuked. Dude, it's brilliant. The thing is, it must have been very difficult for them to decide how tall it is. Because mammoths are massive. He's big enough. Look at him. Look how happy he is. Look, he's happier than a pig in shit. That's what you get for whinging for 7 years. So, proof is in the pudding. If you cry about it, you get it. I'm joking. That's made my fucking day. I had a shit day too. A semi-shit day. Some of it was good. Online, it was a shit day because shit canoes everywhere just trying to attack you all the time. Fuck them. Snuffy? That's actually quite good. Where are we? We've got the correct gear. We don't have the correct glyphs. Rich, I'm going to report this anyway. But this, if you're too close to the ulti building altar, when you place it from buying it from the store, it locks you out of this list. So you can't get back into it. It just keeps trying to place it. Anyway, I'll report that. You're not here to do bug stuff. Scribing skill. Weird. It is weird. Look, I'll show you. I want to play some other stuff, but I'll show you. Thingy. Where's it gone? I did not find this on the internal testing at all. I don't think it even affected that at all, and I did use them. Did I already have one? Ethereal Well. So I place this. Perfect. That's done. Back out of there. Now if I go back in and try and... I'm stuck. I can use other lists perfectly fine, but I'm stuck here until I log out. So, very strange, but yeah, that happened. Just got back to stream. Did you already do the Sork Bear? Dude, look! Look! Mammoth Mount! Mammoth Mount from Sesame Street, Snuffle, Polis, or something like that. I'm going to call him Fluffy. That's his name. His name from now on, you heard it here first, his name is Fluffy. Anyway, I need the enchantments thing because I can't use the enchanters table because I nuked it. Consumable, lunchbox, soul gems, Mundastone I don't really need because I've already got one, even though I picked it up anyway. Enchantments. I need all healthy ones and then some recovery ones. Jewelry. Magic recovery, obviously. 1, 2, 3. And then the weapon one doesn't really matter at this point in time. Although we're going to go poison, because why not? Actually, fire. Yeah, let's go fire. And then we need... Where have we gone? Armor. Nothing but health. So, for the benefit of the tape, first of all, they did fix the food issue. Why are the slot balls not there? Where's it gone? Potions. Tester's lunchbox. The food issue has been an underlined issue for the stat screen for a very, very fucking long time. They finally did solve it. Where, if you go into your character sheet now, it will say... What? Don't embarrass me. It's not working. You said it's fixed. As you can see there, that 0 and 0 clearly represents 5,300 health and 4,900 stamina. Just in case you can't read very clearly, because zeros and 5,300 look very similar. Oops. Note that one down as well. Anyway, potions. This is what the test server's for. Nothing's supposed to work properly. Because then you can test it and find out and then report it. What the fuck is supposed to be fixed? I know. You're going to have to get on the phone and go, right. Whoever's in the office, it's all your fault. Brilliant. So you can make a big fluffy mammoth happen, but you can't tell us how much our food does? Derek, you're fired. Motherfucker. I was about to show everyone how good it is that it's finally fixed. Never mind. Wait for that forum post where someone goes, oh my god, they said they fixed it and they didn't. It's PTS, numbnuts. Shit happens. Watch me get over it. That was quick. Toxic, bro. It's really not. Let's see. This needs to be health. Enchant. That's already health. That's already health. These need to be changed. They're all health already. These need to be mag recovery. Then I need to do the scripty thing. Timed out for 10 seconds. Reported that there shouldn't be a mammoth mount in the game and they should take it out. Banned! I read that the N-way. Just had an old ESO friend in disc tell me adding subclasses is such a desperate move from Zos. Game is dying. I might need to reconsider my company. You need better friends and a therapist because you have been exposed to a serious amount of dumb and I really hope you don't catch it. Fucking hell. Whoa, all the hype for the Mammoth Mount. You are not wrong. Thank you very much for the bits. Massively appreciate bit and cake in the chat. We're at 1,100. No, we're not. We're at 11,560 bits of 1 million. Thank you very much. You are an absolute legend. Transmute, yes. So for the benefit of the tape, I'm not doing a build, but I am demonstrating what I did test internally so you can see the results of what I tried. Just to give you some influence or idea of what can be done. It is knucking futs. That needs to be on the other bar, actually, because I did the wrong enchant. Let's do this here. And then this here. And that can be flame. Been told ESO is dying game for 11 years, just saying. You have been. You've been working for the company for 17 years. The game has been released for 11. How? Do you know what? If something is going to die for that fucking long, what the fuck is wrong with it? Because most things, when you say it's going to die, you go, okay, yeah, 2 days, 3 days. Big hand touches the small one. My watch doesn't say 17 years on it. Fucking idiots. See, I can say that. It's my show. It's got Dr. House as a doctor. It fucking does. You're about to die. Really? When? In 17 years. Okay. What I heard from ESO, it keeps getting better and better. True. I heard Dune Awakening is dying, and it's dying before it's even out, bro. I heard Light of Fire is dying. I keep hearing, oh no, maintenance mode, and oh no, ESO is dying. But the new features the last 2 years have been bold. DOS is fulfilling the deep-seated ESO wishes. Bold is a good word. Because this is something that I have to say. And, oh, you're a yes man. No, I say things exactly as I think. I just have a very open mind, and I'm capable of understanding multiple different things in different sides. ZOS will try new things in order to better a feature that they do or do not think is working properly. Okay, if they're like, hey, we can elaborate on that, they will. If it's not working as intended, they'll do something about it. If it's failing miserably, they'll dump it and try again. Look at One Tamriel, best game change ever to the whole fucking system, and then they introduced Subclassing, which is now trumped that. Unlike other developers, anything under the belt of Bethesda, generally speaking, tends to either be a short burst game, which is designed to be short, play it and done, or if it's supposed to last, if something's wrong with it, they'll do something about it. Look at Fallout. Fallout in 2019, just before 2019 E3, was struggling in its early stages. They added all the new stuff in at Bethesda E3. They announced it then. And it's a game changer for the whole fucking game. And the same with ESO. On release, sure, it was a bit pants. Their intention was good. The delivery wasn't so good. The drive that they had in order to keep it is why we're still here now. It's fucking madness. I've never seen a developer try so hard to maintain something. And not because they're failing, but they're fucking growing. 26 million accounts. Yeah, well, they're not active, are they? Mate, go home and tell your mum that you sold 26 million products. And see if she cares whether they kept them or binned them or not. It's a lot. I think there's a subset, probably multiple, of ESO players that become jaded over the years, especially housing community, because ZOS still hasn't increased the furnishing slot. You do realise that they've just did that by tenfold, right? I'll show you. I can't show you. Where the fuck is it? Do I have it here? I may not be able to access it on this particular part because I've broken the housing thing. Anyway, I'll explain it. They introduced the housing vault. It's got 500 slots. 500. And every single slot can be stacked. So if you've got 1,000 of the same chair, it's one slot. That's a little mental. Your mum's not active. She tried, saw you and stopped. That's funny. Explain to me how healthy it will be to see Immortal Necro Warden or trying to catch Nightblades. I'm literally demonstrating it right now. I've already tested it. I tested it like 2 weeks ago, before PTS even existed. I'm now about to show it. Can't wait for that to come out. I'll fill in with the first hour. I mean, some will, some won't. And I don't think people have quite understood the scale of it. Destroy this. Maybe that's what I need to do. Destroy the spare one. No. Nope, still busted. Send invite to someone to come into my house. No, I don't want anyone to come into my house. Before I go any further, champion points. Sorry for anything bad I ever said about you, Zos, redemption, Lord and Savior. Yeah, every time someone tries to throw you a curveball going, well, do you know what? They're probably shit at this. No. Understand the difference between correct information and shouting. Still, the problem was complexity of character. Now imagine with the subclass system. Now imagine what they're trying to do when it comes down to going back to basics and removing as many effects as possible in order to make it a balanced-ish scenario, which is very hard for any PvP content to do. They are working on it, don't you worry. Including stuff in this particular update. How high can I get my health now as a warden? Depends on how many sets you introduce that in coverage as health and your champion points and all the other variables that you have to consider. Depends where you go with it. Quite high. Infinite Archive, though, shit tons. Hello, RPG Gamer, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I need to add this. It's nearly 1 o'clock and I haven't even shown you anything yet. PTS streams are mental, by the way. Usually they last a long time, but obviously the PTS patch notes are normally red and then the server's not up, so I have to just bail, but it's here, so you're going to see some shit. I can't go over absolutely everything that is in my brain and everything that I have actually tested because there's a lot. But I will demonstrate enough. We need... Where are you? Pretty sure it was damage over time. It was. Do you feel like PS5 has a healthy player base thinking of getting back into ESO PS5? Yes, every single server and platform has a healthy player base. What new? So will all PvP be different game than what it is in played in PvE? That remains to be seen. They're working on it. English only in the chat. Yes, this is an English-speaking stream. If people talk in other languages, apart from saying thank you for gifted subs, because that's default, I have to assume that they're trying to troll in a different language, assuming that I don't know what it means, in order to get no reaction, but get away with it. Even though you may not be, that is a rule anyway. Goff, you're a legend. Beer and cake in the chat. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. Will Vengeance work with subclassing? Yes. The thing is, they're still messing with Vengeance and stuff. They're currently adding an extra variable into their tests as it stands on the PTS, introducing weapon and assault and support skill lines. Glad to see you, Zai. Good evening, chat. Innes, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Honestly, what keeps me excited about ESO, other than everything already, is if you look at the map, there is still a bunch of areas that aren't accessible. I said this on stream. So you just got to think, what does also have planned for it? Bear in mind that all that space doesn't need to be taken up. There could be instance zones. They might not even touch the space for several years to come. I'm broke, but would totally donate $10 if you're dope just for listening and watching while I'm playing myself. You are most welcome. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. You do not have to donate, sub by bits or anything, even though I like that stuff. I just appreciate people turning up and joining in. We do have rules, and I stick to them, but everyone's welcome. Until they're not. And then they have to go eat dog food. Dog food's nice, actually. Humans test it first. I've heard. I don't need... Yes, I do. I need this. I'm going to take this one, and I'm going to take this one. Both of these are going to give me resources back. I know it's different to the build on the video, but both of them are going to give me resources back, which means I can basically have infinite resources. I'm going to eat dog food. I hope that your girlfriend wasn't around to hear that. She's right there. You can't even see me point. She's right there. It's edible. I don't know about good. For us anyways. I mean, it's good for humans. Don't quote me on that, for fuck's sake. This will be a YouTube video now of my child ate dog food because Zynote said so. Nobody does anything because I say it. The shit canoes argue about it because it conflicts with them. They're going to eat cat food instead. That is disgusting. Smells exactly the same on the way in as it is when on the way out. Fucking gross. Zynote said he did. Dear oh dear. If anyone... I say anyone. If the majority listened, they would be able to quote the 8 or 9 years worth of correct information I've had. Where the fuck am I going with this? I don't need any of these. That's done. Don't need the rest. Oh, there's a thing here. See this? That's new. Increases experience gain for currently active skills and their skill lines by 3% per stage. Not on Mondays. Humans, you say? No, you do it on Fridays, dude. People at Tide Pods. You tried new work, dude? What's new work, dude? Let's try again. You got Samsung. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Samsung is what we say when people get their typos wrong. But typos right, actually. Sorry, not Charlotte. I'm from Brazil. Sometimes it's hard to express my English. No problem. I think ESO and a copy and paste wrong message. Dante, no worries. Cool name, by the way. Speaking of which, have you seen the DMC series? Yes, they brought out an anime. And as a very, very devoted Devil May Cry fan, and, small plug here, someone that is actually in the credits of DMC, yes, I am, the game, by the way, it's banging. It's really fucking good. Pretty disappointed with the DMC series. Get out! Darty was nerfed. They'll add more stuff. They've announced the second series. So, or a second season. So it's going to be mega. They took a weird approach to it, but they made sense. Made it make sense even. I do use a phone, quick and fierce, so I might have typoed. I asked if you try the new world of the game. Yes, I was actually sponsored to try it out on the first day. Or day before the first day, actually.
Drinks all around.
Thank you for the follow. So I ran a sponsorship stream for that particular product, if you like. I did play it actively for quite a while. And it's not for me. So, I'll explain why. Is it a good game? Yes. Oh, Ellie, thank you very much indeed for the sub. Massively appreciated being cake in the chat. You're an absolute legend. Welcome in and thank you. Refresh your stream. You don't have to watch adverts. Played DMC on PS2 a really long time ago. I played it on stream recently because I watched the series and then thought, fuck it, I'm going to play it again. So you can watch the VODs. I went into it. It's harder than I remember, but it's pretty good. Where did I get to? Did I try New World? Yes. Did I like it? It was a good game, but it's not for me. Reason being is I've had 26 years worth of MMORPG experience and nearly 4 decades worth of gaming experience. And the linear progression, the vertical progression style of MMOs is copy and paste and does work. The theme is good, the visuals are nice, etc. But it's not for me. I've seen enough of it. I played over 100 MMOs. It's not anything different to me. ESO, however, is. So that's why I don't continuously play it. But is it a good game if you like that kind of thing? Yes. I want to say I love your site. I've gotten through the builds on ESO and BG3. You're the best. You are a legend. Thank you very much. And thank you for the sub. Do we have all the stuff and things we need? Champion points. Transmutes. Correct gear. Skills. Aha. The one thing we haven't done yet. Transmute. Not transmute. Scribing. I can do words. Too excited because of the fucking... The mammoth. This needs to be magic damage. Needs to be... Class Mastery is nice, but we don't need that. I'm taking this one, which increases the damage over time on the targets. And I would like to put Minor Breach on them all, if possible. Resolve is nice. Don't need Resolve, though, I don't think. Pesky little things called skills. I do need those. Let me double check. Resistances. I'm sitting on... I'm capped. Before I do anything else, this happens every single time I go into any server. I need to do the combat stuff. So combat, automatic, yes, on, both bars. Always show, both on, percentage of numbers, on. Everything should be on here. Show everything, including other people's buffs, because I want to track absolutely fucking everything, because they can. Then I want to make sure I put combat metrics on the right D-pad, because I don't use it for anything else other than tooltips as to why I died. I know why I died. My health ran out, so I don't fucking need that bar. And that's it. That'll pretty much do it. Skills. Have I got everything in the right order? No. You need to go... Aha, that's where you went. You went there. And you went here. Just in case I needed it. So I got it on both bars. Was it that? It was that. Bear in mind I'm repeating a build that I did test on Zos's servers prior to PTS. So bear with me while I remember where everything fucking was. There was Blood Altar, which I didn't really need. Because I wanted to make sure I had Bone Torrent on both bars. This was here, actually. Aha! I remember now. This was on the front for Immobilize, but I did utilize this on the back anyway. Use Soul Trap as a pull. I remember. No DK chains, because I took away Ardent Flame. Yes, you have to sacrifice stuff. And this was... Where have you gone? Everything's in such a fucked up order. This can go here. Blood Altar was on there as well. Which is... this one. It doesn't really matter which one I take. They're all just going to apply minor life still anyway, so... whatever. Scribing. DK Croden, new meta tank. No such M word in this game. There's too many possibilities. People are always looking for that best in a game that's got too many billions of possibilities to even consider trying. Use what works for you. Soul Wield. Pull. This I think I used Class Mastery for. Nope, Resource Return. Because you don't get Resource Return on any pull other than the DK one. Sorry. Of course you are, Tricks. Dude, there's billions of choices. There's so much. This has blown the game to bits choice-wise. See, it's a good game, but I don't know if the PP is any good. I compare all games to ESO just so I can't find a similar game to ESO. You won't find a similar game to ESO. Love ESO, but it spends so much time on it. Just don't know if I want to spend more time specifically with the subclass and things to come. You may feel different when you try it, but we'll see. Did we win yet? Nearly. Okay, so the reason this was done in internal testing was because I needed to swap a chain because I don't have the Ardent Flame skill line anymore, which allowed me to use a scribing one, which gives me resources back when it fires. It's not enough to give it a full free version, but it is enough to give me resources so that I don't feel like I'm spending too many. Do you think something more like Skyrim when you create your character's identity? No, definitely not. Lots of people do, but I do not. Mine is based on functionality, purpose, and the constraints that are within those to then make sure that not only is it accessible and capable, but it slots alongside any other build on the channel. As well as being able to go into any other content with anyone else and still feel fine. Templar's buffs look hot. Yes, they do. Bear in mind, it's not a Templar buff anymore. It's a Templar skill line buff. Everyone gets it. Oh, for those that are confused, by the way, I know there's a pass for the upcoming season content. Subclassing, while it lands at the same time as some of the new season stuff, is base game. Base game. The quest for it takes you less than a minute. You don't have to go anywhere, you just have to talk to someone. We're going in here. As long as I haven't forgotten anything. Actually, I don't need Minor Resolve. That's what I was doing. Need to change that skill. Due to the way this is built, I do not need resistance bonuses outside of my own buff. And I definitely don't need reinforced. So sturdy on absolutely everything. Sturdy, 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 sturdy. Wonderstone. I'm getting there. Just had to make sure I change the skill first. Block mitigation, multiplicative, diminish returns. Yeah, I know. Can you save the class in the armor system? Yes, yes you can. Sure, I already picked this up. Apparently not. Placed it. No backseat, by the way. As exciting as it is, it's rhetorical. Okay, one more thing to do. More like spoken checklist, entertainment purposes than a question. Yeah, I'm just talking out loud, don't worry. I have to do that in order to keep everything in the same file. Otherwise, in my brain, it goes all over the place. Magic damage. Damage over time. Where have you gone? Where have you gone? Not the banner, you noob! See what happens? Magic, lingering, and we don't need breach. So what we'll do is we'll take sorcery. And brutality. I think I did that on the soul wield one, which I shouldn't have done. Should be pull. And that should be minor breach. Major breach. Maim.
Winning. I love winnings. Drinks all around.
Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Pull. Pin and dot with brutality. Pin and damage. Yes, we'll see in a moment. Ulti regen. Ignis shields. Obviously standard stuff. Loads and loads of damage on the outside. Loads and loads of damage on the outside. Enemies from me, obviously, while that's on the floor. Heal. Resistance buff. Shields just in case I need them on both sides. This is pretty much what I had when I was on their internal servers. So, based on this, you're going to see the difference. So, the gear is the same. The champion points are pretty much the same. The skills are very, very similar. Technically speaking, I would normally have a taunt on, so I might have to swap a couple skills there. But it's effectively the Infinite Archive, almost a Mortal Warrior build, with 3 class skill lines. Bear in mind, 2 of those class skill lines that I would normally have are now gone. We should probably make this as close as possible, actually. Let's do caltrops. Skills. We'll put that here because we're not going to utilize this anyway. So instead of having a taunt, I'll put caltrops on because I don't need to taunt anything. 100 bits from crew, thank you very much. You're a legend. This is mad. Wait until a skill painting system comes out where you can make your own combos of colors and animations to make your own skill styles from scribing. You can already change your skill visuals. So you see this, for example? That swing? Check this. This. That one, it's not even on here, you can change that to red. It's in the boxes. I haven't opened them up yet. But anyway, this is the Almost Immortal Warrior as you don't know it. I haven't got any potions on. And all I have to do is stand here and pull stuff in. So I am the Almost Immortal Warrior Dragon Knight tank with Winter's Embrace and Bone Tyrant, so I can pick up ultis all day long. It's fucking mad. I know I'm only on Arc 1, but don't worry, we're going to go a bit further. We'll be here for a little while, not too long, because obviously I don't want to be here forever. But you'll see. I'm so glad I get to show this off now. Because again, while loads of people are obviously going to test stuff out, and I will as well, because I'll have like more time now. This is some of the stuff that Zos got to see early on. My ulti regen is through the roof, and I've got Battle Roar, so if I do run out of resources... Watch this. If I run out of resources, I look like a Necro, don't I? Resources from using an ultimate. Which is pretty dope, not gonna lie. It doesn't feel broken. It feels different. That's the thing. Build video is gonna go crazy. I'm gonna have a lot of work to do. Bear in mind, I've got 8 years worth of builds on the channel. There's a new PEC UI available on PTS. Yes, as far as I know. But you won't see that here because I'm using gamepad mode. When you start getting buffs and bonuses locked in, it makes a huge difference. At the moment, obviously, the DK can have resources back from using Infinite Archive. The Earth and Heart skills. So you get Major Mendon and resources and ulti. But I've got Necrotic Potency, which means when people die, I pick up more ulti. See, he dies. Mine. He dies. Mine. So I can build up ulti faster and then use it and get resources back. Not to mention major fucking heroism from Shimmer and Shield. Just read through the patch notes and caught the patch prior. It's almost like an annual chapter release plan that was holding them back. It is. Because they were restricted to a very specific structure. Now that structure's off the table, and it's just a case of, well, here's the season stuff, get the pass for it. Remember, Subclassing is base game. It's coming out with the new stuff, but it's base game. I am the Almost Immortal Warrior as a fucking Goliath. With Warden skills. I got 91k health. I think Laser Talk is going to get a damage buff to the build. That's a very specific leading question. You'll have to wait and see. But from testing, did I add stuff to it to shake it up a bit? Obviously. Can you show UI, please? I cannot. Reason being is, one, I'm on gamepad mode, and two, if I say the request to too many people, then I'll never get anything done. And someone at the back will go, well, you did it for him. It's not fair. So I try to avoid that stuff. But go on to PTS, press the stuff and things. If not, maybe I'll be in a video this week. I'm going to try and keep where I am at the moment because it's 10 past 1 in the morning already, and I'm already going way over time. Subclass is brilliant, finally removing the last restrictions in the game. I mean, there's more. One thing they really need to introduce at some point to make it so it is, well, not restricted at all, is to make it so that when you recraft a set, you should be able to make it in any weight. Much like crafting sets, but, for example, Rally, make it in heavy. Or Sororia, make it in medium. That sort of shit. How do you make a template for the character test for subclassing? Press the drop-down menu on the L2 if you're on gamepad mode. And if not, there's a drop-down menu on the left-hand side if you're on PC mode. You just building my life, I can't wait. Well, the Almost Immortal Warrior is technically already there. All the gear and everything is exactly the same. I'm not using anything different. I mean, granted, I haven't got many buffs and bonuses at the moment. This is an actual tank. It's going to take a little while to kill bosses until I get some shinies. One focused effort will change the game. Everything's covered though. Mitigation bonuses, resource management, the fucking lot. Want it so I can make a character and be 50. Yes. So one says subclassing. That wants to introduce you into the level up process where you can actually manually gain XP over time and level up the skills. But if you just make a max level 3,600 one, that will give you everything. Just do the subclassing quest in Evermore. So go to Evermore, at the Way Shrine. There's a lady there you have to speak to. There's loads of players around her. Just talk to her. That'll unlock it. I have a coffee. The amazing Tony Silver has brought me a coffee. Thank you very, very much. Read that already. Right. Hopefully we get a couple of buffs. We'll go to like 1 arc, maybe 2, just to demonstrate it. But this is meant to demonstrate just how an existing build can be altered, swapping some class skill lines. So this is, again, Earth and Heart, Winter's Embrace, Bone Tyrant. And if you're familiar with the build for the Infinite Archive, this is the Almost Immortal Warrior using 5 Leechin, 5 Frozen Watcher, and 2 Fervicon, with the correct enchants and everything all intact. Technically speaking, this one should be infused, but still, apart from that, everything's the same. My magical recovery is pretty much covered anyway, because the passives that come along with it kind of fill the gap. Attune enchantments, not necessary. Crit chance, sure, why not? Did you hear my pocket mammoth then? Immortal Warrior is my tank. Shall I say I can't wait for multi-class? It's gonna be fucking nuts. This isn't a final version. This is just demonstrating what you can do. So this here pulls stuff in. If they hit me, yoink. That saves me 1 cast full of pulls. Yoink. In. Come in. I know technically I've got 2 immobilizations, but one of them applies damage over time, which can use status effects, and the other one is also status effects. So I'm stacking them. So I've taken advantage of subclassing and scribing all at once on a very, very popular existing build. The build that started the channel, actually. Had the Mammoth Mount, the Trample becomes more appealing. Oh, it does. I said I wanted a Mammoth in Cyrodiil that you can knock down keeps with. I mean, technically you can't knock down a keep with it, but you can aim it at people. I'm a giant Goliath on Almost Immortal Warrior. This feels fucking amazing. Just remember, you can't gain ulti while you're in this form. I'll let it run out. They can suck up all these corpses. They only sit there for 5 seconds. I rip. Never mind. Absolutely love it. You can see how something that is already very powerful feels stronger in its role. And again, while it does feel fucking awesome and strong, it doesn't feel like it needs to be banned. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel like, oh, this is broken and gonna get changed. No, this feels right. Like, making smart choices on your skills feels like you're actually rewarded for it, rather than something is absolutely fucking broken, it's gonna get changed anyway. His idea thinks subclassing is going to be a requirement to continue playing the game in the future. Definitely not. It's not a requirement. It's already not. Anyone that tells you that is full of shit. I think sticking to a class will still be viable. Yes. That is something I tried to explain based on my tests recently, before the PTS landed. And that is that they've altered some of the class skills and passives in such a way that not only do they feel more balanced alongside other class skills from other classes, but they also feel like you might want to keep a couple of them, if not all of them, so you can take advantage of them combined. They've done a really good job of giving you choices, but not making you feel like you have to. The Masters won't make it a requirement. Join their groups and get... but game itself won't. No, definitely not. You are watching the first build on the entire YouTube channel that made the platforms that I'm on now, as far as designing gaming is concerned, get better after 11 years of the game being out. I've been using it for many, many years, but obviously didn't release any videos until like 2 or 3 years into the game. Imagine that. If you build towards the way the game is designed, the only thing you will do is evolve in a forward motion rather than going backwards. Bad Crafton with the bits. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciate Bit and Cake in the chat. I did not buy any special buffs. What did I get? Cold Blast? Fuck this. Let's get a special one. So we still have 3 of your original class skill lines and subclass. Will you still have 3 of your original class skill lines and the subclass? No, you can only use 3 at a time, but you will still maintain their progress. Excuse me. You'll still maintain their progress, so if you do want to swap them back, you can. And you can save them in the armory. I did a massive burp. It wasn't massive, it was tiny. Alright, this needs to go on the bar. Startables. Oh, by the way, it might be pain for the obvious you people out there, but I fucking love Infinite Archive. It's also a very good testing ground because as it scales up, you get to go against multiple trash pulls and multiple bosses that are challenging. So you can test out, outside of buffs and bonuses that you get in here that don't exist anywhere else, your performance in a real fight versus having to go through an entire piece of content to get to the last boss to find out. This is going to take a little bit because, again, this is a tank. So to start with, the pace is quite slow until you get cool buffs. I mean, he's still dying quite well. It's 10k DPS on a tank without really trying. I've got orbiting echoey things. That can go on him when he stands still. Effortless. That'll work. It's been a pleasure to be here. It was a good stream, but it's almost 1:20. My eyelids are heavy. I need to sleep. Have a good rest of the stream. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Massively appreciate a bit of cake in the chat. You're a legend. Status effects went mad there. 5 skill lines of passives now that would be beyond broken. You don't have 5. You have 3. You can only hold 3 at a time. But you can maintain them in your account so that you can then swap them when you want. Buddha with 100 bits. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciate it. You're a legend. Increase your critical damage with martial attacks. Nothing I do that's martial will crit except for caltrops, so that's pointless. Take the mag recovery. No focused efforts. Rip. Also off 2:20 a.m. in this part of Europe. Thank you for the stream and all the helpful info. Good night. You are most welcome and thank you very much for watching. Boing. Where's the things? Yoink. Look at this shit, man. I don't really have to do anything. And you can't cheese Magma Shell anymore because they broke it. They changed it. Corrosive Armor for the longest time, alongside the Necro Transformation, has made it so that you can't build ulti while you're inside of it because you're too OP. Like, infinitely stacking it would be bad. They finally consolidated that particular rule and made it more consistent. Come here. This is bonkers. Healing over time as well. Look at it. Look at the heals on the right-hand side. I'm not doing anything. Necrotic Potency alongside Scythe, alongside Leeching, alongside a resistance buff. Yuck. And if you run away, you can do this shit. Would this same build work in the main as a Warden? Build is the whole thing, not just the gear. However, if you put Immortal in the chat, you'll get the actual build that it is on live at the moment. If you want to use anything on a Warden, it's up to you what you do. You could technically make it work. I'm using Warden skills right now. But put Nature in the chat for a Warden tank that blows up rooms in Infinite Archive. That's why, because it would be impossible broken up to all 3 and add 2, it would be.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker, to you as well. ASMR, listen to you while you do stuff. However, it's 1:20. Good night. Leaf, you're a legend. Thank you for watching. I went into the ASMR category. That's almost like hot tub streams, except less promises and under-delivering. Oh, come on. That was funny. Mike found it highly amusing. Boing. Look at these, man. I'm going to stand here and hold this. You lolled out? You lolled out loud? You laugh out loud, out loud, out loud, out loud. He who laughed last, laugh last, laugh last. One person's going to get that reference. Yes, it was said with an English accent on purpose. Because having an English accent-ish. One person's going to know the reference. At least one. Don't disappoint me. It's an old saying, yes, but that particular way that it was said. Class embodiment. Here's the thing. Listen to this. 120 for me. I'm drunk and ass is still here, as you should be. Class all my class skills got just increased by 65%. Regardless of build, regardless of me being a tank, right? Consider now, instead of me just having an Arcanist beam and just the beam got boosted, because that's the only thing I'm using really, everything here with the 3 classes got boosted. So all the Winter's Embrace skills, any damaged stuff I would be doing with this, including the Scythe, anything with it, all gets boosted. I now have a benefit to 3 different major skill lines at once. You did have that before, yes, but they're so bloody different. Also bear in mind, this kind of stuff here is now available on this particular build. When an enemy dies that you're in combat with, you get resources back. I've got 2 champion point passives that give me resources back when they die. Reduces the damage you take from damage over time abilities, while having a Bone Tyrant ability active. Just need Necrotic Potency on, I'm done. Increases your healing received by 3% for each one slotted. I've got 2 on the front bar, easy peasy. Increases your max health because we want to have you having a bigger health bar. That's it. Increased chilled status chance and the damage that applies to it. Increases physical and spell resistance by a metric fuck ton, because why not? Increases your direct damage. When you take direct damage, you give major maim to the target if they hit you 5 times in every 3 seconds. So every 1 or every 2 or every 3, as long as it doesn't fall off. And increase the amount of damage you can block, and increase the damage you do with frost stuff. All those things are now on the Almost Immortal Warrior. What the fuck? What did I lose? A chain. I replaced it with the scribing skill. We're good. Wonder if there's any benefit towards werewolf builds. I mean, consider the class passives. Why not? Use just your passives. You have to consider there are bonuses out there that only apply to being a class, regardless of skill slotted. I have a pocket mammoth for these mega. Did I use special? I did. What have I got? Class embodiment and archival weaponry. Crap. Well, the first one's not crap. The second one's crap. Give me focused effort so I can really show this off. Can't hurt me. Gonna crash and burn as well. Great catching you live. Much love. Good night. Thank you for watching. Massively appreciate it. Bit and cake in the chat. Now, bear in mind, the only thing I'm restricted to is class sets. I have to have DK stuff. And class scripts. I have to have DK stuff. Neither of those I'm using, so it doesn't fucking matter. My class werewolf and vamp. A vamp wolf? A werepire? No, that sounds wrong. A werepire. Yoink. Yoink. Resistance. Shield. A shield? Oh, I missed one. Oopsie. Oh, interrupt, interrupt. As I like to call them, a bloody furry. A bloody furry? I mean, that works, actually. So, this Hero's Rest or whatever thing at the beginning of learning the subclass and basics. No. That's returning to the game you've forgotten how to play. Here's the thing. That's separate. Subclass is simple. You go to Evermore. And you speak to a lady, and she tells you how to do it. Takes you about 30 seconds. The difference between a regular season pass and a premium one. The regular one just gives you access to the seasonal content. The premium one is the one that gives you, in your possession, the chapters that have ever existed and all the classes. and the game if you didn't already have it. Instead of access, like the ESO Plus gives you, which is still maintaining, you own them. Premium is what a deluxe catch-up, yeah. It's basically, instead of having the collector's versions and trying to catch up with all the different things, it gives you everything. Obviously, it doesn't give you the dungeon DLCs and stuff that have ever existed. That's still tied to ESO Plus, as are your crowns, as is your crafting bag. That's still a thing. But instead of going, which collector's version gives me all the chapters? You don't have to fuck with that no more. Just get the season pass, you get the year stuff, and the stuff before. And since no other chapters are going to exist, it's all going to be seasonal stuff, it's a one-time thing. So get the big one, if you haven't got it all, and then going forwards, just get the seasonal pass each time. The small one. I would still keep ESO Plus regardless, though. That boss was ridiculous. Premium introduces base game for the newcomers that want all the things. Pretty much. I mean, yes, there is a ESO caveat to that where you get DLCs and stuff, but you can save up your crowns from ESO Plus and buy the DLCs anyway. I'm going to start farming Sky Shards. 100%. Stein, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I don't need to buy... don't need to pick up stuff from the bags. Oof. I don't have fire abilities. Fuck. Aw, man. I wanted to get a couple of good buffs so I could demonstrate them on stream. I'm not going to get to do it. Pardon me. What am I doing here? I've got no focused efforts at the moment, so it's basically just all status and shit. Wee hours coffee. A man after my own heart. I have to have coffee all the time. You don't think I go to bed after stream, do you? Let's do some cool shit. Let's grab all these, pin them down, and scare the fuck out of them with a Goliath Immortal Warrior. Then hold block. Hello. Watch him get dead. Missed extra sub in gaming. Evermore City of Bancroy. Sorry, what's the zone he said? Sorry, making you repeat yourself. Yeah, Bancroy, Evermore. It's the main website. It's the main way shrine that you get in that location before you've even been there. Just look behind you. There'll be a way shrine, sorry, a quest person, and a fuck ton of players. Wing. Delete, delete. Yeah, we don't want to repeat it too much, but that's where you need to go. Hitting that, press rewind. You actually can't yet. I don't think you can until after the bot, actually. I may make something like a blazing shield. You can. Oi! Silver Guide, thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciate being cake in the chat. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciate. You're a legend. Will there be an area added to this game this year? Yes. Solstice. Technically, East and West Solstice. West Solstice is where we're going first of all, and then we're going to be able to knock down an entire wall to break down the gatekeeping to our content and go and unlock it. Big event. Tank build? Yes. Put Immortal in the chat. Technically speaking, this is almost Immortal Warrior, but this is a demonstration of what I tested in the internal server before PTS was even a thing. Before today. Like 2 weeks ago. To demonstrate 3 different individual skill lines on an existing almost 9-year-old build. To see how you can kind of slot it all together and still have a shit ton of fun with it, but just differently. Is it Bancroy for all alliance? Yep, just go straight there. The way shrine is available to you anyway, straight away. Dot tank? Nope, a tank. Just a tank. It is... Any cool comments for the build so far? You have to wait and see. It's literally just gone live a few hours ago, so there's a lot to consider. And solo's subjective. It depends on whether you're skilled enough to solo something. People have missed that memo for some reason. They think that solo build means they can solo the world, and that's valid. No, it's not. 2 things to consider. The enemy might be too difficult for someone to solo because there might be mechanics that require of people. And 2, how do I use this the polite way? You might be shit. I mean, not that skilled. So solo doesn't necessarily mean you can. Usually just means that people like to solo with it because it's got survivability and damage combined. In which case, any build can do that. Based on skill level. It's beautiful. Dude, it already functions like this. It exists. Put Immortal in the chat. Go and follow that video and look for the section where I show the gear, but the Infinite Archive version. This is just adapting it based on the new system. I'm excited to experiment with different passives to see if I can make certain abilities more stronger, like the Vampire Drain build I'm trying to make. Technically you can, but it depends on what you put together. Skill issue is sharp, like it says. It is. Oh, I should have picked the other one. Never mind. I haven't even got any good buffs yet. The theme for the build overall is pretty much the same. The structure for the build is the same. The original video on YouTube was almost 9 years ago. First build to ever hit the channel. Most popular tank build out there by far. Regardless of what people will force you to believe. Look at the numbers. People fucking love it. It's meant to be a very tough tank. And it's capable of all content and designed for it. Originally, it was designed to go into trials because people kept dying all the fucking time. So I made something that just was very hard to kill. At the same time as functionally offering loads and loads of stuff. And it has evolved over time, but it's still the same base design. Couple of builds, usually I accidentally have something similar. Well, there's nothing wrong with accidentally having something similar. The game's been around for 11 years. I'd expect you to. But have a look. You'll see. It stands to reason that over time, if 26 million people access the game, regardless of whether they still play or not, that people are going to have similar ideas. This build has an ultimate threat level. That was following a bit of a meme on Tony's channel the other day. Someone was trying to troll the shit out of her. Well, it doesn't let me go to Banquerai. Do I have to go there old-fashioned way, like boats, whatever? It does let you go. There's no what if. It does. It's on PTS, dude. When it comes to live, that's going to happen too. That's where the quest starts. You'll have access to it. When you start, you have access to all the main starting areas. That one is one of the ones that will still be open regardless. You're telling me I'm not special? How dare you? You are special. I'll let you have that one. Spoiler, by the way, for anyone that hasn't been in the stream before. I take the piss out of everyone. If I don't make fun of you, I don't like you. Simple as that. Hey, Sai, what self-heal should I use for Arcanist when doing bridges and VDSR? Up to you. Your game, your trial group, your whatever is. Do what works. Also, welcome to the stream. Love you too. Excellent. Vigor? Vigor works. Any heal that heals. AoE damage. Yes. That's everything. Thank you. You're welcome. At the end of the day, you're the one running it. If you need something that helps you survive, use what works for you. I know that's broad, but then so are the amount of choices. You know, DJ's called Zyno also. He is definitely. He's actually got a page on my website for where he's playing some of the old Vatashan content he was playing with builds from the channel. Bear in mind, there is an extra thing to that. DJ plays the game with one hand. Not just as a flex, although it is one, but because he can't use more than one hand on the controller. One can grip it, but the other one is the only one capable of pressing the buttons, and he plays it like a fucking spider. Fucking insane. You should see it. There's a video on my website. Put website in the chat, in the search bar. Oh, fuck. Can we look up your name? It's short for it. Look up Andy Ball on my... I've exposed his name now. On my website. You'll see the link there. Unless one of the mods can find it. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see the way trying to go to for some reason. Zoom all the way out the map. Zoom in again. See this here? Evermore. Right there. I'm guiding you a bit too much now because I don't want to stop doing what I'm doing, but that's where it is. Hopefully that helps. Failing that, run there any way you can. Exposed? 100%. Gonna get a house and like the looks of it, but what I want is that is objectively the most useful to own any idea what home that is. Nope. Personal preference. The bigger the better because you can hold more stuff in it. Guild skills. Sure. Got major skills. The last chapter I bought was Gold Road Deluxe. Does this mean that it came with all the previous chapters, or ask because I don't know if I have all the chapters? Log in, see if you've got them. I'm not going to confirm that 100% because there's been so many fucking collector's editions over time that I can't fucking remember. But log in if you've got access to them all. Great. That's a yes. If not, then no. But if you do, you only need the season pass, the basic one. Read it already. Been thinking about getting a new Castel Skingrad house. I don't know that one. I mostly just use the one we got during the Somerset event. Because it's fucking huge. When it comes to the PTS stuff anyway. And the storage house. My main house, technically speaking, is the, oh god. The Prince Passive Palace Place. That one. Can't remember what the fuck it's called. Princely Dawnlight Palace. Got it. The file opened up and told me. I remembered. I get my macaroni owl on the fridge now. Yay. I can't wait. Look at this shit, man. Hit me. You can't. Use a shield. Get some ulti. 54 ulti just for pulling them in. What the fuck? I love the Moon Sugar Meadow. Main is Alanor Crest. And most useful is still Grand Master Crafting Station's Prologue Snug Pod. Yeah, Snug Pod is mental. Such a small house, but since they introduced that stuff, you can fit so much in it. All the basics. Suck these up for ulti. They can't hurt me. Come over here. Any change of Venom build for Infinite Archive? As in when? For the future or since its release? For the future, you won't find out until I get there. You have to wait. As it stands since its release? No. Use it the other day. It's perfectly fine. This is PTS. So you're not going to get any build updates on this particular server because anything could change. I'm just demonstrating. Turn Moon Sugar Meadow into a Trials training camp for new guilds. I saw that. He actually made the VMOL Twins room accurate as fuck. So we could teach people how to do it, where to stand. And the first boss as well, with all the platforms. That was pretty cool. Also, my battery's dying. Oh, no. Foat, go and get me. I'll plug in my shit. Hold on. Aha! We have power. Do you mind? Oh, brilliant. Windows button. Special buff? Give me something awesome. Magical Madness. Perfect. Let's put some stuff on the ground and kill her in the face. Love the new health bar on the UI. That's really cool. The one at the very top is slightly different visually. Steve? Splat. Look, throw out a distraction. Look up there. This cat is too shot to fight with the cord. He's fucked. Cat is just laying down, absolutely knackered. Gives no fucks today. He had his vaccinations and stuff, so he's chilling up against the skirting board as normal cats do. Splat, Steve. Building an ulti is absolutely mad. Fucking easy. Bear in mind, I've got no major damage bonuses yet. I was expecting some. I've got fuck all. Normally I'd restart, but we're not doing that today. That's not what this is. Thanks for the Ouroboros crate. You're welcome. Hopefully you get something awesome out of it. And if it's really awesome, I want the money for it. Sell it to a passing Argonian on that dodgy bridge. You do know on Patreon this is going to make one-to-ones and personal build videos go fucking mental. I'm going to have so much work to do. Can't wait. It's going to be mental in the face. Why am I looting stuff? Oh. I should actually, because I can demonstrate this. I did show you earlier, but look at this now. This is a new feature. See this? Where's it gone? Oh, it's bound. Cancel that. What if I can do it in here? Base game, dungeon sets, light, etc., etc. Open this. Any set will do. Ah, here we are. So, you see this? The green thing beside it? That means you don't own it in your collections yet. It's to alert you that that is something that needs to be bound. Rather than highlighting it and reading the small text, it has a little green symbol beside it to say, you should bind this item. So now you know. You are an amazing elephant. Which your previous builds are you most looking forward to updating? All of them. Every single one. Boss damage, sure. Shit buff. This is the Almost Immortal Warrior. Base game, yay. One less add-on. What's base game? It's not button mashing either, and some dedicated retyping for aura correctly several times over dedication. Right? That's button mashing. Yoink. Yoink.
I love winnings. Drinks all around.
What's base game, yay, DJ? DJenku, by the way. If you're talking about this, I already know. I informed everybody earlier. That's what I do. You know the fun piece I try to tell you can't have 2 class skills and 1 class skill? You can. You just have to make sure it's the base class. The green symbols? Yes, obviously. We don't have co-pilots. That much is obvious. You don't have to pay for a seasonal piece of content in order to get stuff attaching to your UI. That's all base game. The content is season. Subclassing isn't content. Well, technically, all the features have been based on chapters. Yes, and chapters don't exist anymore. How cool is that? They're never going to introduce new UI and make you pay for it. That is always base game. Adjustments to classes, all that kind of stuff is always part of the base game when a chapter comes out or when a new piece of content comes out. The content is what you're paying for. The new stuff, the new places, the new things. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Oh, they came to me anyway. Splat! Zero effort required. Happy I can nuke an add-on because I added that to the game itself. Awesome. Boing. Can you kill a marauder with the build? Yeah, of course you can. Dude, you can go for miles on this. Been seeing a lot of beam videos pop up on YouTube lately for Templar. Just wondering any good. So, put exclamation point only beams in the chat. That is a very unique build designed to make the Jesus beam very, very strong from 100% all the way to 0. And there's a lot of people that copy and paste. It's most people don't quote the source, let's put it that way. Very experienced in that particular area. Only beams is called only beams because you basically need to just beam. Obviously with a new system, it stands to reason that particular update on that build might end up with Arcanist beam up until execute and then Jesus beam afterwards. But obviously there's lots of dibs out there. So, yeah, take it with a pinch of salt. Is what it is. Generally speaking, up front, on its own, no, the beam's shit until you get to execute. But I made a build that boosted it all the time, rather than just when it gets strong. And that's on live, by the way, so you can use that now. This stuff is all PTS, this is subject to change, or at least have some minor alterations over time, regardless of what you can see. In the way of balance and functionality, those are things we have to look at over the next few weeks. Also recommend Off Balance is extremely strong survivability in a build. Off Balance is 8 years old and still functions phenomenally. People have loved that build for a very long time. That was brought out roughly the same time as Easy Sork, initially when people didn't even know what Off Balance did. Hence why it was there. One of the OG builds utilizing heavy attack as a main damage pusher. Dark Souls is still hilarious. Dark Souls is strong as fuck. You wait until I get my hands on that on live with this new system. I mean, technically I can do that now on PTS, but I'm not going to waste too much time. Most of it's going to be testing for functionality, bugs, etc., etc. But actual build updates, you wait. Mental. Friday memes, admit, was skeptical, was pleasantly surprised. Yeah, because most people would assume that just trying to use a Jesus beam at high health would be useless. And you'd be right. But I designed things with a purpose and a functionality. It works. It's where you can't tease us now. I'm salivating. Yeah, I'm going to stop. Thematically, what is your favorite chapter? Ooh. That's tough because I was at Zos for Somerset and elsewhere. I was selected, which is amazing. Yes, they were fucking things that I will never forget. So they hold a special place, specifically Somerset. Especially when they said, hey, you're getting on a plane to America all by yourself, even though you've only been on a plane once in your life. Sorry. I would still lean towards Elsewhere and Somerset for those reasons. Morrowind because of the sheer amount of hours I put in the original Morrowind, and it was great to see it in Elder Scrolls Online. Honestly, though, although it doesn't count as a chapter technically, but it is the first chapter-sized piece of content that we got. And many might agree with this. It's going to have to be Hrothgar. There's nothing wrong with that particular area or content at all. And it holds the most difficult solo content available. Technically speaking, if you don't consider Infinite Archive, because the only content that actually goes up in difficulty. So technically this is the most difficult content there is. But of arenas that you start from start to finish, Maelstrom came with that as well. Somerset was absolute peak. Somerset was brilliant. Ryan is if he's in the chat. How you doing, Ryan? Welcome to the stream. Ryan actually saw this. Wait, you can't have those skills hacks. Ryan saw this in the early stages because Ryan also did actually get to test privately before PTS happened. And he caught me about 5 o'clock in the morning while I was quiet and streaming this to Zos. He's like, hey, what are you up to? Just woke up. Like, doing a thing. And he was not quite clued up with what was going on yet because he'd missed the meeting. So, he was one of the first people to see this. You were full degen? I fucking was, dude. Somerset is way too beautiful. Elsewhere has dragons. Hrothgar is too icy. I go there when I miss skiing. Hrothgar is fucking banging. The story's really good, too. Elsewhere is mega hype with the dragons and necros. So, yeah, the people that sit there and go, misinformation. That's not what's happening when they weren't even there. Here's what else they didn't get to see when they weren't even there. Dragons didn't use the land. Yeah, they did. It's misinformation. No, they didn't. When I tested Elsewhere at Zos, because I can say this now because that NDA period is over. Been able to say it for a while. The dragons wouldn't fucking come down. They'd fly around, blah, 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 blah. YOLO doing his mouthy, mouthy, mouth, mouth. Flap, 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 flap. I'm scared of the floor. And you should just sit there, just doing this. Above the floor. The motherfucker wouldn't land. They had to keep resetting the server. So yeah, do you remember when dragons didn't land? No, you didn't. I do. Yax, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. So that's the thing. When stuff is out there telling you about experiences that you experienced and other people didn't, they can't sit there and dismiss its validity because they weren't fucking there. That did happen. It was funny as fuck. We also had flying cats. You think you've got flying electric cats in Somerset? Not Somerset, in Sunspire now? You should have seen them when they were first trying to make them work. Those fuckers wouldn't come down. Greymoor was good. I like the vampires and werewolves in story. Greymoor was responsible for mythic items, so that is very, very cool. But, yeah, Hrothgar has the ability to make you feel temperature. In pixels, which is weird. Go into the king's room during the quest and tell me if you feel cold. Doing a great job, bro. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. You're a legend. Disclosure agreement, legally not allowed to talk about it to a specific time frame. I can say words. Your mum can't say words. Greymoor is my favorite story. Second is base game. Well, base game's got some new stuff coming. Well, technically it's just seasonal stuff, but the base game story is being revisited. Or continued is the word. Continued. Which is going to be mega. Dude, Ryan, have you seen what happens if you haven't been playing for a long time and you come back in and you've forgotten everything? DOS is giving you free stuff. Did you know how not fair that is for everyone that puts all their hours in to play the game? That's a joke, by the way, and I know people are going to come out with it desperate as fuck and say, that's not fair, we want XP scrolls. Ryan, also, I don't know if you've seen this yet. What is the one thing I've asked? Spoiler, it's a mount. What is the one thing, if you understand what I say all the time, which is difficult. What is the one mount I have been asking for almost 7 years? You're going to quit and come back in 6 months? Get all the free stuff? Do it. If anyone's been watching the channel for a long time, you know what that is. Unicorn? No. Might as well be, though. It's big, fluffy, and looks very much like an elephant. Says I, thank you for the great patch note stream. Off to bed, catch you later. You are most welcome. Radiant Apex. Fuck off. No. We officially have a mammoth. Not just one anymore. We officially have one. I got a question for you. What's cooler, werewolves or vampires? As subjective point of view. Depends on which one you favor. I hope so, because I was burnt out ESO taking a break. I've been there from the start. Dude, it's got really good. Watch this stream later, after it's finished, and catch up with all the stuff and things, if you have time. You always want a Wammasu. You can't have one. I'm getting a mammoth. They have to like you more. That's a joke. Look forward to having my warden fly across the ground with a Nightblade ambush. In testing, I actually put together a sorcerer that had Ring of the Wild Hunt with a soul wield ability that gave me a heal and minor expedition because I didn't have all the Stormcally stuff. Alongside Twist and Path and Streak, and I ran really fucking fast. Streaked, went straight into invisibility, and just in case you thought you were going to catch me, I went and undo ulti popped and flew backwards. So I went meow, streak, invisibility, can't catch me, undo, meow, back again. It was mad. Definitely have to get a mammoth. You do. Wammasu have shocking dispositions. Where's Rich? Is he still here? Rich, since I've been crazing about it for 7 fucking years, do I have to buy the mammoth like everybody else, or can I just have one? You don't ask, you don't get, right? Wammasu map would be kind of cool. It reminds me very much of the mount Obi-Wan has in Star Wars. They had those in Star Wars Galaxy as well. They were banging. Meteor, dead. Richard's left the building. He went to kick some butt and some food. Fair. I'll just take it as a yes then. Haven't played much since High Owl. How do I go about getting leads from previous chapters? Look for a specific lead and then find a guide on how to get it. Actually, bit of a segue there. Put website in the chat, and in the search bar on that website, look up scrying or any mythic item. There's a massive guide there regarding that particular system, and all the individual mythics are on the website. I saw this guy do mental things on a test server. He did. He was watching. It was stupid o'clock in the morning. I had no energy whatsoever, and I was just monging, just doing it. Come on, Underworld werewolves, though. Do you know what? It's mildly ironic there. Underworld werewolves were the coolest werewolves. Outside that and Van Helsing. And Queen Irene from Underworld exists. The actress, obviously. Shit, I forgot about Underworld because their vampires are pretty badass. They were. Underworld was really good, but I have to say, I haven't seen anything past fucking 2. I wanted to, never got around to it. Access to everything you need to know on the website. Everything. All the stuff and things. And there's more stuff coming too. I need to use a special buff. Give me Magical Madness. What did I get? Oh, ask and you shall receive. Magical Madness acquired. I'll use that in here. Come on. Of course it spawns right there. And on my head. Ah, you son of a bitch. Wait. Rise of the Lycans is the best hand down. So 1 and 2 I saw. The rest of them I haven't got round to. I know they've been out for years, but I just never got round to it. What can you do? I'm standing in the big circle of don't be dead. You cannot hurt me. It's only Arc 2, bro. She still hits hard. Where's my Magical Madness? Want to buy my special buff that I unlocked. Where are you? I'm fucking standing in it. There she is. Now she's dead. 2 circles, not dead, not a scratch. That's insane. Passives. Interlock them. Make it OP. Imagine understanding them so well that you can automatically attach them to a very, very popular existing build and make it more betterer. Probably going to get a lot of slack for this, but one of my favorite vampire movies was Vampire in Brooklyn. You're not going to get any slack for that. Eddie Murphy was fucking brilliant. No way. Yeah, I haven't seen them, dude. I fucking way behind on Underworld. Was it a 4? My buffs suck. I can't even demonstrate this properly. I'm going soon, though. Oh, man. It's almost a 5-hour fucking stream. I can do this for weeks, honestly, and I will be. This is all part of what I do on a regular basis anyway, as far as testing and constructing builds and all the rest of it, and then eventually, obviously, making the video, releasing them, etc., etc. And I make personal build videos for people as well. That's right, you get a personal YouTube video just for you that is unlisted and nobody else can search it up. No one can find it. Unless you share the link with them, in which case they can have it if they save it. That kind of stuff with this particular update is going to go mental. I already don't have enough hours. That perk, by the way, is fucking expensive, but I put in the same amount of work in those videos as I do any other build video on the channel. Eddie Murphy was amazing. 100%, dude. Really, really good. Do you know what else he was good in? Recently? Please tell me you've seen Beverly Hills Cop. And please tell me you've seen the most recent one. Yes, they finally did another one. Fucking Axel F. And they had most of the old actors in it. Some of them do look like shit because they're 400 years old. But it was a valid movie. It was pretty good. Double of his eyes, custom build. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciated. Are we getting a trial with the release of Solstice? Yes. Ocean Cage. Something else I've been asking for a million years. A trial based on Cold Harbor and Daedra. That is also happening. So a big wall to knock down gatekeeping. Because you need to knock it down in order to get to your content. Yes, there's a message there. With a statement saying you belong. Millions of customization options already and just massively enhanced by allowing you to have any class skills on any class. And a Mammoth Mount. Fucking done. Absolutely banging. Retire out of the office. The cat is out of his delirium. Have a fantastic rest of the stream. Thank you very much indeed. Shout out to Tony Silver in the chat. If you're not following already, fix your life quickly. Cat is off of his I'm sad moment now because his injections have finally kicked in. Now he's got loads of energy. What do you think of the second coming to America? I actually really liked it. It was really good to have a bit of a nostalgic kick to the back of the balls. Having all those different actors and actresses all in one place. Yeah, I know they did a thing with it, but it was good. Some people didn't like it, but some people don't like anything. If it's not for them, it's not for them. It definitely was for me. That is the amazing Tony Silver, and that is the cat. Cat's like, oh, I want to stay in here and be really annoying. No, you can't. Get out. The movie was great. It was really good. Yeah, the new Beverly Hills Cop was fucking good. They got the music in it and everything exactly right. I even added some of it onto the playlist because I forgot it fucking existed. Banging. They didn't let their slow glow. No, it was good. Things are getting flattened. Not really having to try. Obviously, I've got Fire Orb, which helps. Yoink. It's a free yoink, that is. So what did I do? I changed the DK chain so I don't have Ardent Flame for the Necro resistance buff that automatically changes things once every so often when they hit me, at the same time as a scribing chain that gives me resources back when I fire it. So, win-win. Yoink. Yoink again. 3 yoinks. Ulti regen out the fucking nose. Crazy. Builder using. Just got here. Technically speaking, it's the Almost Immortal Warrior. The Infinite Archive version. However, since I'm on PTS, this is what I tested in Zos's internal servers before this landed. So, a week or so ago. And it's the same setup, but I have swapped some of the skills for different skills. I.e., instead of using nothing but DK skills, I'm using Earth and Heart, Winter's Embrace, and Bone Tyrant. So, Necro, Warden, DK all at once. It's a Dragon Ward Mancer. Shut up. It's cooler than you could have thought of. So I would totally rock a Sluggo head, dude. Slick and smooth. It's too much effort. Have some of this. Hustlant globs. Really? I need enemies to kill in order to make that useful. So that buff sucks. Couple of focused efforts while I'm demonstrating wouldn't go amiss, would it? Zos, I'm on PTS. Do you want me to show stuff or not? It's the only one in the game that knocks you over. Technically there's two. There's two in the same dungeon, but it's the same mechanic. We got some good buffs on the last boss. I'm going to build up ulti and be a giant Pajunga. Yes, on my Dragon Knight tank. I can use a Necro transformation. Steve, splat him. Oh, man. Can't hurt me. I haven't even got any defensive bonuses yet. Not going to get to transform. Rip. You mix this with Malcolm, as Malcolm already is. Game over. In fact, if you dumped Malcolm's pet to get rid of the healing skill line, you could add Winter's Embrace to that too. And your ice skills from the Necro would benefit from this particular skill line. The Winter's Embrace. More frost damage. For those that haven't figured this out already, by the way, let's just go on theme. With the fact that you can mix any class skills with other class skill lines, I know people like to pretend they're Scorpion on a Dragon Knight with the chain, and they shout "get over here" all the time, and they dress him up like Scorpion. Well, now not only are you going to be able to have the chain and the flame breath, but you're also going to have flaming skulls. So Gravelord skills alongside Ardent Flame skills, alongside whatever the fuck else you want to put with it. You can have an actual fully themed Mortal Kombat Scorpion. You're welcome. And now I'm a giant Necro. This is fucking mad. Fucking mad! Now all I need to do is change all of my skills so they look like fire. Which you can do on some of them. Scorpion best character, 100%. Not even any contest. There's some cool characters, but Scorpion is by far my favorite. The recent movie, I say recent, it's within the last 5 years, was banging, by the way. They surprisingly did a very good job. I really didn't want them to fuck it up. I didn't think they were going to, but I was worried that they might. It was really good. My resistance is capped all the time. Let's go on the back bar. Who was that? Crystal Palace. Thank you very much indeed. Massively appreciate a bit of cake in the chat. You're a fucking legend. You have been here for 32 months, as if you like it here. Thank you very much indeed. I haven't even seen a Marauder yet. Look, they're melting. I'm not even trying to do any damage. Because I don't need to. Because the skills do damage by existing. If I get hit, Further Conduct goes on the ground. If I block, ice goes around me. Warden increases chilled status chance by 250% if you have Winter's Embrace skill line. This particular version of status is 15% chance to fire. Every single tick of what would be the base version outside of the 15% is enhanced by 250. And it does more. So I just need to get hit. Legion fires, that does poison, heals me. Poison has poison status effect. Poison status effect counts as an execute. You get the idea. I come from beer and cake, as you should. Now everything's going to blow up because I've got Reflected Ruin. Might be on a early arc for this, but we'll find out. Who remembers the Mortal Kombat Scorpion music video that came out with Deadly Alliance game? Yes. It's crazy. Deadly Alliance is banging. So let's put Necro on. Giant Pajunga. I'm not going to be able to get... Oh, fucky McForearms. Let's go. Come here, motherfucker. Boom. I'm happy to be facing this twat. Finally, a challenge.
Finish him.
Oh, boom. Perfect buff to have in this fight. This is bonkers. This is bonkers. I'm not even using a heal yet. Oh, shit. It's standing him. Come on. I'll stay in the fire as well. Yes, I've got to track buffs, obviously. Fling that at me, doesn't matter. Resource management is fucking easy. Oh, that was fucking filthy. Oh, we got a bull. Hello. Next time you pull an enemy, you should use the scorpion sound. Come over and get over it. I don't even have it. I shout it a lot. Movie was maybe a tad slow here and there, but overall it was great. It was. If you compare it to the original ones, which I like as a bit of a guilty pleasure, because like, they were Mortal Kombat, so I have to like them. First one was decent, although, whatever. 2 was shit. 2 was good because they introduced loads of characters, but it was shit because it was shit. They changed all the actors. It was just pants. What the fuck did they do with Raiden? Let's not talk about it. But the most recent movie where they kind of rebooted it, fantastic. And they're doing another one as well, so banging. Molekena. Give me something awesome. Oh, Steve. Why do you hate me so much, Steve? Steve the Skeever. K-Pal named that one. Not my fault. From Mortal Kombat Annihilation is only got Rush. I don't even think Ed Boon was involved at all. The problem is they introduced some shit. Oh, they're not shit actors. They're just shit in those roles. They didn't get the right people. The casting was horrendous. I mean, the only ones that were decent was the dude who played Liu Kang, because it was the same dude. Katana was good. Jade was... No. Jax wasn't too bad. Sonya, they didn't need to fucking change. And I guess Nightwolf was cool because that's the dude from Indian in the Cupboard. But in general, their casting was pants. They're not terrible actors as it goes overall, like throughout their profession. They've been relatively decent, but they were not good for those roles. Shout out to K-Pow. Yes, she named Steve. I have a name for every single Daedra in the game that I encounter. They've all got their cool names, and that's what they're called now. But I'm not responsible for Steve the Skeever. She said that. Brian Thompson is Shao Kahn. One of my favorite actors. The dude who played Shao Kahn also played Heihachi Mishima in the Tekken movie. He is fucking good, though. Let's go Mathis. Did he actually play Shang Tsung? Yes. Same dude. Old as fuck, though. Also, he had a cameo in Sabrina the Teenage Witch, but let's pretend I don't know about that. Years ago, the original. Not the movie, the fucking series, I think. I had 2 sisters. Shut up. You did too. Oh, fuck me. I've got this issue now. This is what he does do. He will continuously do this until you get rid of them. But if you're too slow, then take you longer. Steve, where are you? Would have helped if I splattered him over here somewhere. Big beefy guy. I'm not thinking... Shao Kahn. I thought you meant Shang Tsung to start with. Shao Kahn in part 2? No, he was shit. I didn't like him. Sorry, I didn't really register the name. For some reason, I thought you meant Shao Kahn. Oh, Shao Kahn was, Hayachi in Tekken 2. Brian Thompson, you mean the big dude with the goofy teeth? Generally speaking, good actor. Obviously, been in lots of combat stuff in his time as well. Professionally, which... Fair enough, but as Shao Kahn, no. Is poo. You know, he didn't have 2 sisters at all. Chicken attack? Indeed. The guy they cast as Raiden was not a good Raiden. Christopher Lambert was the first one. Banging. Really good. Part 2? Wasted. Again, nothing necessarily against the actor himself. He's good in most things he does. But it was not the right role for him. They just grabbed names. That's all they did. I'm never going to kill Molokina if these fuckers don't die quicker. That's what I get for having shit buffs. Get him, Steve. Christopher Lamp was offered to come back, but he didn't come back because he absolutely hated the script. I'm aware of that. I'm pointing out the fact that they did a boo-boo with the cast that they did have because they weren't fit for it. Don't do it again. Oh my fucking god, she's stuck in a loop. Love those movies. Chris Lambert was Highlander. He was. Why does everyone tell me stuff already? I'm aware. I'm just saying they did really well with him in the first Mortal Kombat movie, but the second Raiden sucked. We got to that point where trivia is duplicated. But yeah, even changing Sonya wasn't a good idea. Technically speaking, if we didn't know any different, she was fairly decent, but she was not as good as the first one because you got used to it. Kano, by the way, in the movies, they've never got wrong. Granted, he's only been in 2 because they had the first one and then the most recent one. But Kano, they've nailed his character. Especially in the more recent one. He was funny as fuck. Really, really fucking funny. They made him deliberately offensive, and it fits. He is. He's meant to be. He's a knob. What's your cousin? Carl Urban as Johnny Cage. The next Mortal Kombat movie is a good idea. We'll see. I mean, the recent one was decent. They did cast everyone very well. So, maybe they know something we don't. As long as they don't make the same mistakes they did with Mortal Kombat 2 in the original ones. Or Annihilation, or whatever you want to fucking call it. See, you fight her properly as long as you don't overlap the bloody mechanic. Which I did. But when they're around the table and they get their powers, got a fucking laser beam! He's fucking brilliant. So funny to watch. I know a lot of people were kind of irritated, but they picked an older guy, but they got to remember that it was taking place with Johnny Cage way past his prime as a washed-up actor. That's why at the end of the first one, they showed his poster in a beaten-down gym. I know, I watched it. You don't have to explain it to me, I get it. We'll just see what they do with it. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't. She'll build on YouTube. Technically speaking, yes, put Immortal in the chat as the Almost Immortal Warrior, but this is the Infinite Archive version in the video. However, it's going to be different to this because while that build functions perfectly fine, this is deliberately adjusted for testing purposes with the new system for subclassing. So you can't get this on live right now. PTS was open today. What a mammoth PTS release, am I right? Ninja Monkey, I lost my shit. Shout out to Ninja Monkey in the chat. If you're not following him already, fix your life quickly. Dude, I fucking lost it. Rich told me when I was testing it, you might want to check the mounts. Didn't see anything. A few weeks later, here we are on PTS, and there's a mammoth right in front of me. What the hell? So happy. Bonkers. Anyway, what you're seeing is how to adapt and overcome when a new system is presented to you. You're seeing the future, potential future of the Almost Immortal Warrior. There's people at the back there taking notes, ready to get a video out before I do, to pretend it's theirs. You saw it here first, people. The build has been out for 9 fucking years almost. You know where it fucking came from. Boing. It's almost like it functions. Maybe I should do this for a living. As a joke, by the way, of course I do this for a living. I never sleep. Thank you for the follow. Yoink. Stop doing that. You're not allowed. Give me these. Necrotic potency on a DK is fucking nuts. Now, you've been watching this for a little while now, people. I know initially when you first saw this, it's like, oh, wow, you got all these skills on these different things, and the stuff is confusing and all that. Now it just feels quite natural. Great. You're a yes man because you like everything. No, I don't like everything. There's a lot of things I fucking hate as well, including shitty attitudes. If I don't like it, I will tell you I don't like it. But I will also test things extensively in order to find out whether they are working as intended, whether they function very well, or whether or not I like it. Fucking good. And we all know we don't badmouth other streamers. That's why the message got Ninja Nuked sinned. Oh dear. I know you made a joke and it was a funny one, but we don't badmouth other streamers, even in jokes. I broadly talk about the thousands of people that are out there making posts and videos about what they found. Yes, thousands. If you ever try to make a video on YouTube and you put ESO as a hashtag, it's like 37,000 channels. So you can talk about anyone. I'm just being funny. Sorry, came across. It did. Don't worry. Come on. It's not that you personally said anything wrong. It's just that people can lead with that and take it further. So we want to prevent it. No bashing creators. Correct. It's not by name. What is that green gone on the ground? That is Fervicon. Immortal in the chat if you want the original version. I'm taking ready. Be careful in the future. You're good. Did you want to write it down? That is a relevant joke, people, if you've been here for long enough. Spellfucker, come here. It's standing Spellfucker juice. With no resistance buff on. Wow. Yoink. Yoink. Pin. Stand in Spellfucker juice and don't die. Wow. This is tough as fuck. This is where I find out he's actually got a notebook. I hope so. That was solid advice. He's gonna pop. I'm not gonna use the ulti. I'm gonna use it on Thoat. They couldn't do enough damage to me to proc the buff. I mitigated so much damage, they couldn't actually proc Reflected Ruin. Archival World. Technically no. Let's see what we've got. Archival Weaponry. I'm not using any weapon skills. Brilliant. Any world skills either. Fuck it. We'll take the shit buffs. But I actually have a notepad on my phone, and yes, I actually do take notes. Good! You learned something.
You can't hide. I command you. Show yourself.
Look how cool the Almost Immortal Warrior looks like with this on his back. Look how even cooler he looks by doing this. The build that made the channel successfully surviving through hundreds, not hundreds, let's say hundreds anyway, hundreds of updates. Slapping faces. I'm gonna keep up the reflect shield, or the absorb shield even. I got no special buffs this time either. I always go to your site when I need a good build for one of my games. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Also, quick plug. If anyone makes servers on G-Portal, or wants to, or whatever game it is, put G-Portal in the chat. Partnered, so you get 10% off. All you gotta do is press the button. If you want to join the Conan servers, I have multiple. Some are tied to Patreon. I've got 3 private ones on Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. And a public one that is designed to be a hardcore server for those that really want a challenge. And it gets reset every 30 days. That one, just put Blitz in the chat. Everyone's I build that brought you to the channel. Mine was Yogi. Really? Not that I should be surprised. There's fuck all wrong with the build, but that's not most people's first. Most people's first is Lazy Sork or Easy Sork. The original Easy Sork, in fact. Or Almost Immortal Warrior. Those two. Have you tried Quiver? Quiver is basically the 1-bar version of Yogi. And it's half as difficult. Easy Sork? Mike, are you watching this? Or are you avoiding spoilers? This demonstration has got years of experience tied to it. Hiss Keeper was the first one. That's a Warden Healer for those that don't know. Avoiding spoilers, listen though. Mike doesn't want to see this. Dude, it's wrong. Which one had Daedric Mines? That was Easy Sork. Had it for a long time. Not forever, but for a decent run. Do we know what the devs want as to make crazy builds with the subclassing systems? Will the difficulty of the enemies be increased? Nope. They've already considered that you may end up with more power on the surface, or from the ground up even, and they are happy with that. With the adjustments they've made to the class skills and passives, and the combinations that you can possibly come up with, they are happy with the balance regarding at least PvE content. And PvP is being altered as well along the way, and it has been. But they're still monitoring some of that stuff, especially with the new systems that they're putting in place to try and balance that particular content for performance and fun, essentially. They are happy with people making OP as fuck stuff. They want you to explore it and play how the fuck you want. That's the design of the game. 3-year fucking combat pass that they took part in order to get everything to where it is now, so they can start slotting in this stuff. Perfect timing. Really appreciate how enthusiastic you are about ESO, and know you seem to really enjoy it, and even while making it a profession, lots of creators seem to be so no nonsense that they have no fun. Fun is why we play games. Well, the thing is, dude, as far as the channel is concerned, when it comes to general interaction and people and all that kind of stuff, it is no nonsense. So I don't take shit from anyone. But of course I'm going to have fun with it. It's a game. If you're not having fun in the game, you're playing the game wrong. And that's one thing that people try to force you to forget. Fun and effective can both be in the same sentence. Meanings get lost when people shout really loud. Lazy Sork was your second one? Or Easy Sork was your second one even? Bear in mind, for those that don't know, Easy Sork was the first sorcerer build on the channel 8 years ago. Underlining how you can make something very, very simple and effective at the same time, as utilizing base game mechanics to benefit your overall DPS. Lazy Sork is the 1-bar variant of that to help support people that still struggled. Either one of them is more than valid in all content. But let's face it, most people go Lazy Sork, because why the fuck not? And also, lazy is not used as a derogative term. It's just a trendy name. It's the actual name of my build. That's its coined name. That's why it's called that. It's not a category that some people have loosely tried to take advantage of. It's its name. But it's not, oh, you're lazy if you play this. Just a cool name. Running subclass, do you have to make a new character trying to understand? Nope. Your current character that already exists, you can swap a skill line for a new skill line and go and level it up and use it. But with the armory or respecs, you can go back to a previous skill line and swap them backwards and forwards as much as you like, and it will remain part part of the game's memory, if you like, to remember where your skills were. So you don't lose them, you just put them in a box. Also, if it's a subclass skill line that you are leveling, your whole account remembers that, and any other characters you go on to learn subclassing will have it at that state. Deeply offended by the word lazy, how dare you. I actually had someone had a go at me in the comments section. Bear in mind that I actually design stuff to help people, and always have done. And consider all the different variables and types of players that could consider picking up the builds. And even if you read the description for the Lazy Sork on the website, I consider people want it for ease of use, just to make life easier, less complications, so mechanics are less intimidating for them, and also consider the fact that some people have mobility issues. It's all considered. And one particular individual decided to get mad in the YouTube comments and get hashtag offended because they had a health condition, and apparently I was mocking it. Stop making stuff up, you shithead. Never said anything of the fucking sort. Quite the opposite. If you want to try and assassinate someone on the internet, pick someone who's an actual prick, not someone who just won't stand for it. I hope they heard that. Love my Lazy Sork, but then I'm lazy. To you, get in the bin. No, I'm joking. It's for lots of different reasons. It was to consider a particular problem. And that was that while the Easy Sork was designed to be incredibly easy for everyone, there were people that still struggled. So I made something that was the same build, essentially,
Drinks all around.
that had the troublesome areas removed. I noticed an issue, not necessarily with the build itself, but with players' ability to use it efficiently. So I made it more efficient. That's it. Fucking hate people who makes drama from nothing. You don't want to do this job for a living then. You get attacked all day long. Bollocks to them. Some people got nothing to do. You get used to it. And especially when you meet them in person as well, because they don't say anything of the sort. Nothing close to it. Wee, boing. Let's just say ESO 10 was absolutely fucking amazing, because it was. The Amsterdam event. And I did meet a lot of people that were very, very supportive of the channel, and some that had tried to cause problems in the past. Some people duck. Other people say hello and realize that they were wrong all along. And you're not a dickhead. It's very easy to get caught up in that hype bin where everyone's like, yeah! Fuck those guys! Whoever they are. Reality and perspective. Two things that people don't generally understand. Deeply offended. I'm not going to loot that box. Oh, shit buff. Right, it's 2:30 in the morning. I could be here for a very, very fucking long time, and probably will be. But I need to get off the stream. We are going to do a raid. I'm going to finish my coffee. Hopefully, the demonstration was somewhat insightful and a little bit hype for those people that were worried about the system. Do not be worried. If you're not subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch, hit those buttons, they are free. Furthermore, if you want to help support outside the channel, there are some links in the info section for Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, the website zonogaming.com, Patreon, Throne, Buy Me a Coffee, and merch. Also put the support in the chat if you want to help support through the fucking mess that happened last year. Multiple surgeries and moving house and all that fucking shit. Everything went wrong. Well, not everything went wrong, everything went expensive. And also put survival in the chat if you want to follow the new YouTube channel, because I have one for survival games as well. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. I will see you all tomorrow, and bye-bye.